But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
And then you're letting him lead you. It doesn't matter how you feel.
Saying he's led by God, but you feel like God is not telling y'all that. Do you still follow him?
You said something interesting, Ish. You just said like men don't think the way that women do. So it almost sounds like you don't fully trust their expertise. So how could you successfully be led by?
So the majority of men don't have kids. Y'all are picking wrong. Y'all are literally picking the minority.
Every man that's on this panel, y'all have more kids than all of us women.
51% of black men are single and childless.
Excuses for the statistics. The statistics don't bode well in your favor. So you say things like, okay, are they shooting blanks? Or they
because men, I don't feel like men are overall passive aggressive. The majority of men. Do you think that silence is that passive aggressive? Because we will do that.
Yeah, because there's niggas that'll use that as a way to trigger a woman. Like, because a lot of time a woman will tell you, like, when you're silent, it makes me feel like I'm ignored. So a nigga will do that intentionally.
Yeah, no, I'm just because I didn't agree with the passive aggressive part until Mary said that. I'm like, okay, I can see men and be like, you know what? I ain't saying nothing else. Will unsubscribing from the Democratic Party help fix Black America?
Let's just unsubscribe. No, you got to know why.
I don't think so.
That's the only thing that get black people together. You know what I'm saying? Like that's
shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
Wow.
that.
What I think will fix is if black people truly understood politics.
Because for a guy, because listen, it's so many different reasons for a man to want to hang out with his friends.
Adrian, I'm not gonna let that slide. I heard you. Why do you think that it's older single women who share that opinion?
Sometimes that's the case. There has to be
Explain
balance.
what White History Month is.
It's honoring the achievements of the greatest ethnic group in human history.
Wow.
I think all of that shit deserves a put him in the bathroom.
Would you rather have a whore of a daughter or a gay son?
Let's see here.
bruh.
Because if she's a hoe, that ain't my problem. Hell, she just be a hoe. Shit.
That's a whore. Definitely. Like,
yeah, is going to college a waste of time?
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think it's ridiculous.
And can I just piggyback on that?
Read this for me, Q.
Okay, $5 super chat from Omega Green. Depends. Go for STEM, medical or law. However, if you go for BS degrees like communications, is that supposed to be policies? Or
poli-sci, political science.
Poli-sci, okay. Yeah. Or criminal justice, it's wasted time.
Final thought.
When you take a man's time, it's like taking his money. When you take a man's money, it's like taking his time. Simply put, we want something for it. If you're not interested, don't go out. Sis, hit me up. Let's clear your coochie balance.
Do women, should they still be covered by men? Do women need to understand what it takes for men to feel like they should be covered by men?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, women don't value men anymore, and it's evident.
For women to admit that they're not equal to their men, women have to come to that conclusion that you are not equal to your man. Are you for spanking? Let's go around the room, yes or no. Q, you for spanking?
Absolutely.
Age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so big kids don't get spankings?
You gotta fight them niggas.
There's no difference between divorced women and single mothers. The man will, in both circumstances, suffer comparably with no benefit to himself. The benefits don't outweigh the cost.
But it's still better to go with someone who hasn't gone through that. It's still better to not choose them.
Have men been getting over on household duties all this time?
Listen, but I don't touch a trash bag to save my life.
So let me ask you, could you and your wife switch roles in what you do versus what for that person hold y'all back or let y'all go?
Physically, can't nobody hold me back.
Ain't no such thing as a fair fight. But Ish, what can't be fleeting?
Direction, choose your own path.
You know, this is the home of We Major, Me Frosty, Unfamous, and the restricted clothing brands. Let's get it.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
The shirt, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. The shirt, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. The shirt, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling, when I'm traveling, get that when I'm traveling, six pack wood when I'm traveling, 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 get that when I'm traveling, six pack wood when I'm traveling. The shirt, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. The shirt, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. The shirt, seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to round the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling.
Yo, what's good? Like, Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ Hamp the Stampede, we in the building.
Run! It's a stampede! DJ Hamp the Stampede. DJ Hamp the Stampede.
Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button, man. Somebody drop the link real quick. There's another feature up there that we can leverage to make sure we get the new movie Candy Coated Cyanide funded from the This Might Be Risky community. I need the link to the Indiegogo real quick. Shad, do me a favor, text me that link real quick. They added another feature that I think we can leverage up here, man. Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Salute to everybody in the building so far. A new dad instructions to watch the video. All right, download Gyro Go app, JAROGO app, available on iOS and Google Play. Sign up for a free account, and you must choose one of the interests after you create your account. Number 4, you can skip the follow a celebrity page. Number 5, press the short film contest banner at the top of the page. 6, short films under the film festival information. 7, scroll down until you see a new dad and press the film poster. Watch, comment, rate, and share. Easy peasy. We'll share this throughout the stream so y'all know how to do this. At the very least, everybody, is 105 people in the building. Hit the Gyro Go app. Download the app right now. Right? It seems decently intuitive, but just in case, this flyer should help us work through it. All right? Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So salute, man. Let's see if we can do our part, man. I really appreciate y'all, man. Hit the like button if you can. Please, man. Let me see you in the chat real quick and we get it popping, man. Almanize. Damn. Omega Dreads was goody. Sun Rain was popping. Salute, man. Hit the like button. Mr. Williams in the building. My brother E-Dub in the building. Omega Dreads was goody. With the $10 says, let's start the show off with some debt-ridden cash. That life was popping. Riri, good to see you. CC, good morning. Salute, man. Angel was popping. My brother Sozan was goody. Big Lee, how you, kid? Truth was goody, my boy. Hope all is well. Rebecca in the building, man. Salute. Indeed, man. I like it. Dr. G was popping. Mel, you already know. UFO was goody, my boy. AC in the building. Salute. Hit the like button. Hit the like button, man. Night by behaving. That's always a blessing. Daily.
Shit like that.
Perfect. Still got to catch up, man. Ripping and running yesterday. Money Talk Thursdays, 8 p.m. Eastern time in the Discord. Salute the Daily and Obstacles, man. They put a hell of a show together. Hell of an informational together every Thursday, God willing, in the Discord, man. Brandon, 86. Yo, Strada was goody. Well, we got to chop after this. You heard? Been ripping and running this morning, man. Crystal Clear in the building. Quincy was popping, my brother. Good to see you. Shaw, let's grind. We're going to keep grinding. Keisha, what up? Asia, what up? The second, what up? Salute. Miss Bell's in the building. Was popping. Hope all is well. Orchid was goody. Jay Miller in the building. Callie, good morning, man. Callie celebrated getting older a couple days ago, man. Show us some love in the chat and all that. DC Slim was popping. Matreon in the building. Leon the Don, the young OG was goody. My boy Melly Mel was popping. With the Melly Mel, man. Melly Mel was the MVP this week. Yo, homeboy Shalawam was goody. Crown Prince, salute, man. Zeke in the building.
What up, buzzing, bird, flip a dozen. Holla at your boy, you thought your cousin was.
Salute to Zeke Ben Israel, who gifted one This Might Be Risky membership, man. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. I think I still got 60 more push-ups to do. I did 40 today, then I got distracted. Eric was goody. Yeah, man, just looking at him, man. We're gonna see if we can get into it a little bit. You know what I mean? Hit the like button, man. Robert was good. Rel was good. Clips was good. Indeed. Bino, what up, kid? Good to see you. My brother Curtis in the building. I like it, man. Ansel was popping. Think and throw was goody. Hope all is well. Cedar Nathaniel, Shalom, Draw Bow in a building. I'm almost done, yo. JT, what's good? JG, how you? Hit the like button, hit the like button, hit the like button. Frank, what's popping? I like it, man. Like, share, subscribe, and saying what up. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man.
Perfect.
We had a great week. Drip, what up? LI, what up? We had a great week, you know. Couple conversation that we had, and we landed in the same spot regardless of who I was talking to, you know. And so I don't know, man. I don't know if I felt like I knew better than to expect something different, or I felt disheartened because I expected something different. Before we get into that, let's get into this. So, how would this been trending? So I wanted to see what y'all thought about this. Tennessee State students help boot MAGA activists who popped up on campus.
Y'all want attention so bad, like, oh my god.
For context, on Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025, conservative activists Cam Higbee and David Kite brought their fearless debates toward the Tennessee State University in Nashville. The duo set up an unapproved table on campus in an effort to spark conversation about diversity, equity, and inclusion policies. However, what began as a makeshift setup quickly escalated into an intense situation. The large group of students surrounded the table almost immediately. The crowd began chanting, and some individuals were seen throwing small objects. Campus police intervened shortly after to escort Higbee and Kite off campus for their safety. In the aftermath, TSU released a statement clarifying that the activists had not received permission to hold an event on university grounds. The school emphasized its long-standing policy requiring a prior approval for all campus demonstrations or public gatherings. Officials also made it clear that the protesters causing the disruption were not affiliated with the university. To read the rest, log into ballover.com.
Y'all want attention so bad, like, oh my god.
Well, I'm trying to see if I can find that other clip I had.
You called the East primitive, but what? We created y'all knowledge. We created y'all science. We created y'all math. Y'all didn't do shit besides steal. Y'all didn't do anything to your You guys didn't make shit. You guys touched children. You guys fucked.
Showing them the door.
We walking them to the door, y'all. I don't even know how they got on campus. We gonna figure that out, but I don't know. They need to get like a trespass, like penalty or something because.
Oh, they threw a drink up top.
Oh my gosh, they threw a drink up top.
Sending them off.
Tell him it's that boy. He thought he was gonna come up like Charlie.
Yes. Say good job, TSU.
Good job. Shout out to my
MAGA supporters invaded our HBCU.
What y'all think, man? You think the students did right? You think the students did right? Do you think that they should have ran them off? Now, obviously, to hold any type of event there, you need to have permission. You know? Do you think that the students were in the wrong? Do you think that they have to subject themselves to whatever rhetoric or conversation that wanted to be had? It was said that the campus police intervened. Now, I see niggas doing nigga shit. Are you saying what was done in terms of nigga shit, like the dancing and all that? Because from what I gathered, nobody was hurt or harmed. It didn't seem as though they put hands on them. Now, they did throw a cup in the middle of the thing. But what did the students do that you deem nigga shit, so I can understand? You know, like what is considered the nigga shit? The dancing? You know, it sounds like there was police in the middle of them while they were trying to set up. You know, the event wasn't approved. They didn't have permits or permission, right? So I think that the police could have removed them for sure. And so Mr. Fantastic said they accosted them, but it seems like they were able to walk out. It didn't seem like they were accosted. Were they accosted when they were trying to leave? Okay, so there's no permit required. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know what the... So the nigga shit is just their conduct. And then the throwing of the cups or whatever the case is at the vehicle and such. Did they block them in? So I just saw this. Did they block them in? I'm just asking. Did they block them in or something? Do you think that, I mean, how does it work on the campus? Are you supposed to, do you have to have the conversation? Is it okay to run people off? Yeah, grabbing signs off and running. Okay. I guess I understand that. Okay. See, I saw this clip. It didn't seem like much happened. I was actually surprised when somebody first told me about it. Right? Because I think that I would have reacted differently if somebody was trying to be inflammatory. You know, I think it would have been a little bit more volatile, but it didn't seem super volatile. It looked like that's how the debates kind of go. They be arguing back and forth, and then the next person comes up and argues back and forth. You know, I don't like the dancing part, especially from the boys. Like you look silly. You know, right? So I don't like that part. Right, you know, but I don't know if he was in the wrong or right. I just don't like that shit. That shit look corny to me. Now, if they're not allowed to be there, though, right? The school said they needed a permit. Why does the campus have to? Why do the kids on the campus? Shouldn't they? Like, who should? So you're saying like the police should handle it? I guess. I'm missing something. I'm missing something. It's fantastic. Are you free? Because I got a lot of other shit to cover. But are you free? Because I'm missing something. You know? It's almost like I'm talking about this a little bit blindly. But I wanted to cover it just because it came across the timeline and several people had sent it to me. You know? So let me do this. Let me ask. Hold on 1 second.
Yo, you hear me?
No, yeah, I can hear you. Nobody should be getting blocked in the chat, but I don't see anybody getting blocked though. I'm scrolling through. Yeah, no, I don't see any blocks on my end. Yo, what's goody?
Yo, what up? So yeah, I just covered this last night. So the university is playing both sides of this because they say the white boys weren't authorized, but then they say none of the people that were the hecklers were affiliated. So if none of those, 20 some odd or 30 people were affiliated with the, running them off campus, what's going on here? And I tried to look up the policy as far as what they're saying. The policy I saw from 2018 didn't say anything or talk about a requirement for, all these different things. I think for the most part, if you don't attend most schools, I will say you have to go through it, to be there for the most part. So I'll just side with them on that. But so what happened was there was one debate had, extremely civil. Everything was cool and calm. A young brother came up, and displayed his views. The white dude displayed his views. There was no yelling, no cursing. The black student wasn't contentious. It was, everything's level headed. And then you start to see the people gather around. The one debate had more people gather around. Nobody else is stepping up to have the debate. But then you start getting the people that are taking the signs. They walk up as if they were going to have the debate, but they walk up and they took the signs and stuff and so on and so forth. And this is what I'm saying too. The police were there. They were present the whole time. So if they were unauthorized, why would the police be there versus escorting them off? You're saying it's not adding up. So when they finally, left, right, they were leaving and, the kids were following them around. Things were thrown and stuff or whatever. But the problem was they actually got in their car and they was getting ready to leave. And a car purposely got in front of them and was stopping traffic. So people were allowed to heckle and bang on the car and do all this crazy shit. So it wasn't violent. It was just, again, as somebody said in the chat, nigga shit.
Foolish.
Yeah, and if their guys was to motherfucking make niggas look like niggas, they won.
Yeah, I think I understand that point. I think that you see this type of conduct when kids disagree on historically white colleges, black colleges. I don't think this is a nigga centric, right? Kids be acting stupid like this, right? At all those colleges, from a football game, flipping cards and burning shit and running on the field, right? Kids do dumb shit when they agree or disagree. You know what I'm saying? But I think what you're saying goes along with what people already think is a sentiment.
Yeah.
And they'll compartmentalize how the white boys do it as opposed to how they saw the black kids doing it.
Yeah.
Like the reality is not always acknowledged. What they think, what they want to propagandize is usually pushed. So I catch your drift. I just want to say that, a lot of kids just act stupid when they disagree, right?
Yeah,
boys literally got shot by a white kid who disagreed. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it didn't look super duper egregious.
Yeah, it wasn't. I wouldn't say it was. It was just like you said. It was just immature behavior for the most part, and to all accounts, it looked like, hey, see them guys, look at them, so on and so forth, right? The plan was for it not to, to end up the way it ended, and it was just proven that way. And the thing is, it started off well. Like I said, one student went up there, and the conversation it went on for I remember like the whole thing was like maybe 3-4 minutes. He walked off. He was done. Hey, thanks for having the debate. Thanks for coming. Hey, man, both thank yous on both sides. And then it was just, why these white people here? And I think one was white. The other one was like either Arab or Indian or something. So it was a white boy, and
what? Is there a clip of the civil debate?
Yeah, the beginning of it.
What you have it?
I'm on my phone. Let me get off now, swap and I'll send it to you.
All right, yeah, because I want to understand this, right? Because I'm just trying to understand what the sentiment is from people. So I think is that Tommy actually? I know there's so many people who use.
Does it say Sotomayor? If it says Sotomayor or Tommy, it's Sotomayor. If it says it backwards, it's him.
This one?
No, that's not him. No.
Okay. Yeah, I want to understand because I'm just looking like, let's say the rule. He say it's him. He say they deleted that one, so I don't know. Hey, if it's you, hit me on Telegram, Tommy. Tommy, if it's really you, hit me on Telegram right now. Okay. Yeah, because I'm looking right. Here's the thing. the school saying that they weren't supposed to be there. Cam Higby, okay. He's saying that he weren't supposed to be here, right? That they weren't authorized to be there. I guess you're saying even when somebody is going
Hey,
to
it's
get
him. Hey, it's him. It's real time.
okay. If they're saying that they're not authorized to be here, is there some level of civility that is to be expected, essentially, right? Like, how do people get to defend what is or is not supposed to happen?
Well, that's the question. I think that's where we are. I think that's the thing. Like I said, to me, it looks like the college is playing both sides against the middle. You feel me? Because they're saying they weren't authorized to be there. But if we look at the thing, right, why are the police there allowing it to happen and not immediately shutting it down? You feel me? Because once the heckling started, the police immediately stepped in and tried to allow the debates to keep going until it got too rowdy. Then I think it's more so they decided to leave because it was getting, unsettling. And they tried to make it seem like the police made them leave. No, that wasn't the case. Because if that was the case, the police would have immediately been like, hey, nah, man, it's not authorized, it's not allowed, it's not whatever, you got to get on. That wasn't the case. And then, like you said, the final part of the statement is the first time I'm hearing them say this. They said none of the people that were, whatever, were affiliated with TSU. So you got all of these random teenagers that are on the campus that don't go to school.
I didn't understand that comment. What
is that? That's what I'm saying. It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
Here's what I'm asking. I don't know if Tommy wanted to come up and talk about this part. I got a whole bunch of shit to cover, but I don't mind spending time on this part.
Yeah, I'll shoot him the link. That way I'll shoot him the thing and then I'll get you the thing, the whole, what's the name? That way, yeah. So just let me swap over and let me shoot him the link.
Okay. Because here's a couple of things that I'm looking at. Salute is fantastic, right? Vet Life with the $10 says, DJ Hamp, Mr. Fantastic, salute fellas. I'm a conservative. I don't understand for the life of me why they chose to go to a HBCU to debate. Why? It seemed they wanted a reaction, which makes it wrong. That's one thing I'm just considering. I know what you're trying to do. So if I meet it with the same energy or warranted energy because you're trying to be inflammatory, right? I guess my question is, if someone is doing something to me deliberately, right, and I give them what they're asking for, does that make me wrong? Right? Are we saying that the people should stay stoic, right? Brush it off, let it slide. You know what I mean? Don't react how they want you to. I understand that. But I guess my question is the person wrong for giving them the energy they're asking for? Because that's the only reason you seemingly go there, especially if you haven't you haven't went through the right channels to get the permits or whatever the case is. And I think a lot of people set up on campuses and have conversations, especially if it's a public university. Yeah, that's what I want to understand, Miss Cantrell. What are the signs that they had up? See, here's the thing about passive aggression, right? People think that because they're passive aggressive, they aren't aggressive, or they don't think you're supposed to be aggressive back because they chose to be passive. So how does passive aggression get addressed? If I know someone's being passive aggressive to me, do I have to also be passive with them? See, that's what makes it interesting when we actually looking at it. I know a lot of people that don't let shit slide. Generally speaking, like, I don't let like a whole bunch of stuff slide, but I'm not going to be overt. You know what I'm saying? Like in the earth, I'm not going to be yelling and fussing, but the situation may escalate. And that's what I mean. If you go to that campus, that's an HBCU, you set up when inflammatory signs. One sign can simply be the hat, right? In the wake of what happened a couple weeks ago, like, don't you get what you asking for? Because I hear it all the time. You play stupid games, you get stupid prizes. Isn't that just more of the same? And I'm sure there's a bunch of people, to Miss Cantrell's point, that walk by. What if I don't want to walk by? What if I want to address it? Yeah, and I want to see the signs. I'm waiting for the link. I want to see the link that he put up. And this wasn't even, I just was covering this just to make sure I covered it. But now it's interesting me more. You know, there's plenty of people that chose to walk by. But I may want to stop and have a conversation. And once you invoke something, you don't get to control the environment. You ain't the thermostat, especially if you're out of bounds and you're not on their campus. Damn, it's interesting. I'm waiting for this damn link. Matreon with the 20 ball says one of these signs said DEI was illegal. Damn, I'm waiting for this link. Now I'm all stalled out. You know? Damn. What's Loaded Locks was goodie? This is actually interesting. What is oh, you sent it on where though? I got mad videos. Hold on, where'd you send it to, Rob? Email? Oh, let me look. Now I got it. Now I got to get into this. All right, hold on. Let me see. Miss Fantastic probably got it. Okay, so one sign, another sign said DI was illegal. I just wonder, right? Who's disingenuous first is my ultimate. It's not my ultimate question, but one of my questions, right? If I want to have an honest conversation with someone, do I start the conversation with inflammatory tactics? It's mine, yeah. I don't know. It's interesting to me. All right, so here's Babe Boy, right? You on mute or something?
My mic ain't in front of me. Check. Can you hear me?
Turn it up.
Oh my, hold on. Let me see.
Yeah, like if I approach a conversation with people and I know the things that I have on my signs are inflammatory, am I coming in good faith?
Check. That should be better.
Good.
Let me see, make sure we at the beginning. All right, cool. Play it.
Yeah.
So what part of our systems is for people of color?
All of it. The entire system is for everybody. Anybody who's an American citizen.
So you feel like there's nothing. So you feel like everybody is equal.
Yeah. I mean, everybody's equal in their rights, but not everybody's obviously equal in their, what they have. Like, I grew up in a double wide trailer. He grew up in Boca Raton. So, we didn't grow up equal. We're both white. I mean, he's a Jew, so that's probably why he grew up in Boca Raton. But so we're not equal in what we possess as we start always, but we are equal in what we're allowed to do, our opportunity.
Can I ask you, do you think that there's any law that allows me to do something that you can't do, for example?
I don't think there's any laws that say that you can do something that I can't. But then again, this system can't be ignored. Like, we can't just say it does not exist because there are countless examples of it existing.
Maybe just one example of what you're talking about. So what's wrong with the system that allows, I guess, racism to be systemic or institutionalized?
I mean, I would argue the opposite. Like, again, we have civil rights acts on top of civil rights acts, in addition to the 14th Amendment's equal protection clause. 14th Amendment being written for the sole purpose of expanding and equalizing the rights of white people and black people. And furthermore, the 14th Amendment equal protection clause echoes exactly what like the Civil Rights Act says, right? You cannot be discriminated based on your inalienable characteristics like your race, your sex, your sexuality, etc.
But even though we have these laws, that doesn't stop it from happening. We still know that.
You're right. Racism does happen still, even though there are laws that ban it. And I think that those laws are oftentimes used to enforce a culture of anti-racism in the United States. We actually cancel people for being racist all the time. But we have.
Okay, so yeah, it seems pretty civil. I think obviously debating a kid, right? The kid is unprepared. He's ill prepared. I never watched these. It's interesting. The kid is ill prepared, right? The fact that there's civil rights laws on top of civil rights law actually proved the point of the disparity, right? But it's a kid who can't quite articulate, right? But I think it's pretty civil here. You know what I'm saying? I don't see an issue. I see people watching, look like they're waiting their turn. Right. So
that's what the vibe was, right? That's what the temperature was.
Well, so here's what I'm saying, right? I just want to make sure that this part doesn't get ignored, right? And I'm glad you brought it up, right? Because the kids, the black kid here, the kids on the side are being civil. They're not a bunch of niggas running around. You know what I'm saying? I just want to make sure that we highlight that, right? Because we let this seemed like this part, Mr. Fantastic, lasted longer than them packing up and leaving.
Nah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just watching it, right? And I think also him highlighting the fact that his friend is a Jew, and there's him joking about how that's probably why he lives in Boca Raton, knowing how nice Boca Raton is. Also, actually highlights the points in disparity based on several factors. One being nepotism, right? Like that, but it's a kid, so the kid don't fucking know. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead.
Hey, I timed out the troll. Somebody kept trolling like some bullshit, so I did that one.
That's that tarot destroyer, right?
Yeah. You want me to? I couldn't just kick them because all they doing is saying stupid shit.
But they just spamming.
Yeah, spamming dumb shit.
Okay. Yeah. No, nobody don't spam. Don't keep doing the same thing over and over.
Nah, that's not even. That's just like I said, some dumb motherfucker. But anyway,
in the system, as far as the system goes, you can't stop people from being racist on an individual level. Unfortunately, it happens in every country, on every continent, all around the world, and it has since the beginning of time. But what you can do is make it illegal to institutionalize it by saying, you can't allow certain. You have to allow everybody to eat at your restaurant. You can't not admit people based on their color. You can't prioritize people based on their color, etc. And I would say that I would say getting rid of DEI works towards that objective.
So, y'all had to say "Make America Great Again."
Hey,
how do y'all feel that America is not great, and how do y'all feel that America can be great again? And when was it great?
Yeah, I would say that.
It's kind of drowning you out. Let me turn my.
You good? I'm not talking. Oh, you know what? I got the music on too. Yeah, I'm looking at it. And I think this is the debate part, right? You just show me the conduct essentially. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Tommy, what's good?
Not much, bro. You can hear me?
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. Would love to be able to jump in on this, but go ahead. I'm gonna wait till y'all give me my spot.
Yeah, go ahead. Because this is the full context. People sent me those two clips, so I just felt, and I'm saying feel like I had to kind of at least address it, but I don't have all the information. So right now he's showing me the debate and then what transpired. If you want to add something on this part, feel free.
Well, I just want to say this. Mr. Fantastic came on my show and was doing a show about like a Charlie Kirk. And he was just explaining something, and another guy that was on there, both of them, I'm cool with both. But Captain Tazariak was saying like things that were micro in scope. So Mr. Fantastic was telling him the context of it.
Yeah.
Well, I went back and was looking at the comments from the black people about what Mr. Fantastic said. And they said stuff like, he can't keep them white people's penis out of his mouth. Why is he taking up for them white people? And I kept thinking, so giving someone a true statement of what happened means you're taking up for someone. And it's kind of the same here. Like people want to say one thing. And if you say, well, no, this isn't what happened and there's more to it. If you're a black person saying this for white people, then that means you doing some kind of sexual act to them, which I still don't understand that. But white people stand up and do that for black people all the time. But nobody ever says that about them. Why do we accept that a white person will come in and say, that's not the full context of what happened with that black person. This is what happened. And we'll be thankful that they came in and gave the full context. But a black person can't do the same thing And then finally, when you said the part that you just said before I got up here, you said, well, I want to make sure we highlight the fact that at the beginning, they weren't like that. Well, that's true, because at the beginning, there wasn't a bullet in Charlie Kirk's neck either, but they concentrate on the bullet in his neck. Typically, if a white guy debated a black person for 10 straight hours, if for the last 10 seconds he called him the N-word, guess what would make the news?
The N-word.
So that's why you got the N part. And when you give someone, just to finish that part off, when you give someone what you asked for, what you said, is it wrong to give somebody what they asked for? It isn't.
Mm-hmm.
But if a girl think that you a player and you prove you a player, you can't then get mad that she don't want to date you because you just proved what she thought. So if this white guy is thinking, or these white people are thinking black people aren't rational enough to have a conversation, well, if you want to prove them right, you can. But then you can't then turn around and get mad that they use that and go show it to their fellow whites and say, see, I told you.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And I just want to make sure that we also highlight the fact that them being provocative shows how disingenuous and how much bad faith they came, because all they wanted to prove is that black people are niggas, essentially, right? So I think that nobody's exonerated. I just want to make sure that we have the entire conversation, which is why I think this context is super important.
Oh, I go to prove things, but I mean, when if like I want to prove that black women will fight over chicken, am I being provocative, bringing some chicken in front of some black women and saying, let's see what happens? When those black women could just say, well, let's not fight over this chicken, and make him look bad.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I understand. Yeah, I 100% get it, right? I know what an antagonist is, right? But I get, my point is that it doesn't dismiss the fact that they are an antagonist, right? Tommy, this would be more substantive to me. If I'm going to have a conversation in good faith and then people expose themselves. But if I'm going to a place to be provocative on purpose and I invoke that, I think it has less merit than if we're having a conversation and people get out of their body.
Well, I will say this. Somebody put it in the comment section. That was right. I went through the same thing in the House of Consciousness. Them dudes kept trying to provoke me. I didn't give them what they wanted. What ended up happening was I got assaulted because I didn't give them what they wanted. They wanted me to sit there and call black women all kind of black V's and whatever. I didn't do it. Mm-hmm. They thought the black women were going to get mad at me, but it didn't happen. So when it didn't happen, they then fought me. So again, I was smart enough to know I walked into this environment and I know what they're expecting from me. Mm-hmm. Don't give it to them. Mm-hmm. I will never give someone the excuse of they expected it, so I gave it to them. Because whenever I give you what you want, it's because I want whatever you thought of me to be right.
Yeah, I understand that. So let me give you a tangible example, right? Mm-hmm. Let's say Mr. Fantastic has a sentiment, right? He conveys in a particular way. He's not even being hyperbolic at this point, right? And then let's say he gets in back and forth with a woman, right? The behavior will be seen. However, because of what they think of his sentiments or how he's displayed them previously, right? It's him. It's not actually her, right? Mm-hmm. Now, let's say I'm having a conversation, right? And she's exuding the same behavior. Because they don't view me in that lens, now she's exposed. But when they're having a back and forth with him, he's like, it's almost like he's partly to blame because of how he said things in the past or what his rhetoric or sentiment is. You see? And so now they don't fault her as much. But if I'm having a back and forth and she exudes that behavior, now it's more on her. Does that make sense? Am I?
No, you're right, but that kind of makes the point or helps Tommy's point and my point is that so no matter what I do, it's a lose-lose, right? Because of some shit I said before or whatever, right? And I may have that. I can hate a motherfucker and be civil with him, right? Yeah. So just because I may not like something, but I'm able to display myself some human decency and all these different things, and have this shit happen all the time. I'm trying to just be cool and whatever, and so on and so forth. And because you this and you that, baby, we're not even talking about that. Let's stick to the topic. And I can be calm and cool and collective. But then once she start talking to me crazy, and then you know what I'm saying. So it's times that I'm like, no matter what, I'm gonna be calm. But then it's like, all right, bitch, I done had enough. I don't give a fuck.
Right.
You ugly, fat. I don't give a damn anyway. So you know what I mean. If you're gonna call me that, I'm gonna end up being this black woman hating ass nigga. Well, fuck it. But I think in this situation with the racial aspect of it, and if we go back, we take we take a trip in a time machine and we jump back to, you know, civil rights and things like that. This is literally what they taught. They taught, hey, don't go out here acting like no niggas. Don't go out here proving the white folks right and giving them the excuse to, you know what I mean? Now, were there some cases where, you know, they treat you like a nigga anyway? Yeah, right?
Yeah.
But it wasn't, we like to disregard the times that they didn't, right? And again, it's not praising the white man, but as I said before, there have been no group of oppressed people that's been able to set themselves free by themselves for the most part. They always need outside help from the people, usually that were also oppressing them. So we all white folks is racist and they hate niggas, and you know, and it's like, all right, cool, fine, yeah, we know they exist, but is it really 100% of white folks? Is it really 90% of white folks? And it's just, you can't do this thing. So I my thing to me is, especially as being HBCU, and especially you knowing, Hamp, even you in a football game, right? Yeah. If they start playing dirty, do you tell your team to start playing dirty? Or you like, nah, man, we got a certain level of class, we got a certain level of what's name, you know, we playing against the refs. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you play through it. I heard you actually say this. Hey, don't complain about the fucking refs. You do what we told you to do, what we coached you.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying.
Okay. Yeah, no.
And notice in football, your sports, you said, not you said, but everybody knows the person who usually incited the incident rarely gets the flag. I do something to you, you do something retaliation. They saw me do the thing in retaliation. So at some point, you got to tell the person. We played this school called Parkview when I went to high school in Gwinnett. And white boys would, when you go up for a jump shot, they slap your dick and they would call you a nigga the whole time. The whole time you playing, they were calling you niggas and monkeys. And what their whole thing was, as soon as you swing on one of them or push them, they're going to fall out and they're going to throw you out the game.
Okay. Yeah, no, I definitely understand that. All right, let me ask y'all this, though. You guys agree that they are antagonists?
No, I believe I'm going to say that it's highly likely that they went there to see niggas be niggas. I can't say with 100% certainty, but like I said, I'm giving credence to that. That's showing up on a HBCU campus wearing MAGA hats and, you know, all these different things and so on and so forth, talking about DEI. Yes, you're kind of being controversial or agitative, but at the same time, as long as you guys it in, it's a willing participation thing. They're not making you do anything. Now, if they were walking up to, hey, what do you think about this? And what do you think? And throwing a mic in somebody's face, I understand. But if you're sitting out and you allow people to participate or not, that's why I gotta say it's kind of like a wash or a push.
Okay, well, so I would say, and Tommy, I want to hear you. I know you're about to answer as well. I just want to say I know they're antagonists, right? And when I come to antagonize people and I get my point proven, I'm not going to be a victim once I prove my point, because I don't control my outcomes and repercussions. That's one thing I want to be clear. If you go to antagonize people, you got to be prepared for all things that come with it. And I don't expect decorum once I provoke someone. Go ahead, Tom.
Well, here's the thing.
Yeah.
When I provoke someone, if I call a woman the B word, then yes, I am provoking her. But if I'm just talking about issues that I think are true and this woman doesn't want to hear them, it's just like the woman that got punched in the face by the other woman when she said what the woman said back to her about the babies, about murdering them. She didn't like hearing back her own words. Now, one could say, well, you were provoking this person or you were antagonizing this person. Well, I'm not sure how I'm antagonizing an individual by giving them something. I mean, hell, a cop is antagonizing, provoking you by telling you they got certain evidence. Then I guess you can get up and whoop his ass. He shouldn't have said that. He shouldn't have told the people the evidence he got on me. These people were there talking, and when they got MAGA hats on, black folks go to white folks' college campuses, and they'll talk about pro-black this. They'll talk about we created this. You even heard one of them on the campus say, white people, y'all didn't create nothing.
Yeah, I seen.
They were saying that. The white people didn't say that to them. So who was provoking who? If you can't have a conversation in a place of higher learning, that's what's scary about it. It's a place of higher learning. This used to be the place where those things happened. This used to be where people went to make these things happen because the young minds were open enough to want to hear it. But because we've closed their minds and told them that words hurt, that words are weapons, and that you can decide what's what, now we use the phrases like antagonize by asking a question or wearing a hat. I mean, hell, if I wear a Duke hat on the on Vanderbilt's campus, I should expect to get beat up. Well, if I do, well, that's kind of wild.
Yeah, I understand the sentiment. I think it's the correlations you're drawing, though, Tommy, are not equivalent, right? Because this is a calculated, right? This is a calculation. I think a more direct equivalent, and this is hyperbole, to be fair, right? But we just kind of giving examples, is like a blood in a Crip neighborhood, especially given the environment that we're in off the wake of that man getting shot in the neck. So now that you know the climate that we're in, and then you go to a specific place where you can 100% guarantee there's opposition and adversaries, I think that that's more likened to what this is, which is why I can't exonerate them for any of it.
Well, to compare it to the Bloods and the Crip, that would then go back to the mentality and the thought of why they would say these niggas is niggas.
No, because, but it was, sorry, I'm just looking at people who are obviously opposing sides. You see what I mean? That's why I even, you know what I mean? I mean, I could use the humongous.
But that's like saying that if you even said the Palestinians and the Israel and Israel,
yeah, like that's what I'm trying to
be like. Okay, we're not having a conversation anymore about ideas. Remember, the college campus is supposed to be about ideas. To equate Donald Trump to Andrew Jackson is insane. And then black folks did vote for Donald Trump. So if the MAGA hat bothers you, then that means it didn't matter if a white guy wore it or a black guy wore it. That means you were intolerant, and they might have went there to prove you were intolerant. But I don't think it's anything wrong for somebody to get. The guy came to my house to prove that it was more than a couple of honeybees in my chimney. He had to do something to get the honeybees to come out in droves. Was he wrong?
No.
He wanted to prove to me that they were more than what I saw was in there. If them white boys are saying, I want to prove to you that these niggas are more than less than meets the eye, or the same as meets the eye, or more than meets the eye, you can change my mind. Things have happened like that a lot. Black folks have changed white people's mind simply because the white people went to go see how these niggas was niggas and saw them differently. There's been plenty of writings where they walked in thinking the worst thing about people and then had their minds changed. Most people who travel abroad, we already know what we're going to see by our thought. Then we get there and realize it's completely different. But we went there to prove our point. We went there to say these niggas ain't shit, and got there and saw they acted completely different. That's how you win a battle of ideas.
No, 100%. I'm looking at the approach specifically, and I understand what you guys are saying. And they're valid and strong points, you know. I just know if I want to cover, even like the brothers, right? When they out teaching, like, you know, Tazariak well.
Yep.
Right. So my method, right, is a little bit more subtle, and I'm able to have conversations oftentimes that leads into like a lot of substance, right? Because based on the garb, right, Tommy, a lot of our people, as you know, get deterred, right? Oh, y'all niggas crazy, right? And so what I found is I have a little bit more of a subtle approach in terms of garb and things of that nature, and I found it to have, I've been able to gain more ground, you know what I mean? Because people get so scared off even by what you're wearing or what they think what you're wearing means, you know? So I'm just looking at the substance of the conversation. If that be it most important, there's things I would or would not wear, like the hat, if I want to really provoke a conversation with these people.
But Captain Tazariak, you know, that's my dog. Yeah. They literally be standing in front of white people calling them devils and stuff as they walk past. You know what doesn't happen?
No, sorry, Tommy. Just because I don't want to, that part, I'm talking about how I show up, right? So I'm just looking at if the conversation is most important, right? Then do I wear the hats? And
but what I'm saying to you is,
Yeah.
Captain Tazariak had an interview with a white man and told that white man he the devil and everything. Do you know what that white man still did?
Mm-hmm.
Talk to him.
Yeah.
So I don't think I don't know. I don't know how y'all keep trying to get around this. We look foolish when people can have a discussion with us, even when we're saying anti-them stuff. They literally brought Malcolm X on television. And this was when you didn't have to. They sat there and let this man, the white man, listen to this man say the worst things about him. And he said, So why do you think that? They sit right there and listen to Muhammad Ali do the same thing.
Yeah, I do. I don't. So, and Mr. Fantastic can attest, very rarely people will be saying whatever, whatever show. I don't really, my face don't change that much. And then I converse through the conversation. So I understand that approach. But I also, Mr. Fantastic, when he get fed up, when you get fed up, you let motherfuckers have it.
Oh, yes, but then they're disrespecting me. And that's why
I'm not. I'm just saying that
Mr. Fantastic was saying if the white boys that start dropping N-bombs, then they just ain't trying to have the conversation no more. They're just trying to insult you. But if they were just talking about substantive things, it's wild that you're saying, well, but he has a hat on that has the stars and bars on it. Yeah, but you didn't have any problem when we were kids watching the Dukes of Hazzard and wanting the Dukes of Hazzard car, which had the stars and bars on it. So a lot of the things that we claim or what we see that triggers stuff, it don't trigger us. Someone made it trigger us. Someone told us it should now trigger us because it did not trigger us when we used to see the stars and bars. I grew up in Georgia. The stars and bars was on the flag. We didn't sit up there and have a problem with it.
Yeah.
Ole Miss running rebels. We didn't have a problem with it.
Is that the Southern Confederate flag?
Yeah, most southern states, Florida, Georgia, they removed them when, Tommy, like I would say 2010s, they removed all the Confederate flags. So all of the Confederate states, quote unquote, usually had the fucking Confederate flag in it somewhere, right? Yep. And I think what's the name fought for the longest. I think it was Mississippi or South Carolina that fought it for the longest, and they finally removed it.
Ole Miss team name is the Rebels. Their flag, their school uniform would be the Rebels.
Yeah, I think there's a level of understanding that's obtained, as you get older, but I catch y'all drift. Let me watch a little bit more of this. Tommy, I assume you've seen this already, but let me watch it, Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah.
The most recent example of America being great was the first term of Donald Trump. And then we had 4 years of Joe Biden in chaos, and then Trump is president again. So this was his campaign hat for his, lead up to his second term.
So they sped it up. So I would say that
nobody came up to debate.
Yeah. So when they start speeding it up, they was like right at, I want to say 2.5 minutes of them actually talking. And then they sped it up for the sake of time. And then you see, like I said, everybody started gathering around, but I think you just saw the girl knock the sign down.
Yeah. Come on. Really? Seriously? Yo.
Okay. And you see this simp, you see this, this wonderful individual right here. He trying to get his fucking sign back. He gonna step to him like he's finna do something to him. And that's when the police step in. So like I was saying, if they're claiming that this was unauthorized, the police were around the whole time.
Slow it down, run it back.
Okay.
See, this is why you gotta see the whole thing.
That is a great point. What he's saying, though, the police were right there letting it happen.
Hamp, niggas again. Most of these niggas got Trump derangement syndrome, and I ain't gonna say it on the air, but I'm gonna send you what the topic needs to be on Monday or whatever, or my suggestion for the topic. Okay. But bro, listen, bro, these niggas, bro, just in their feelings, bro.
Come on, really? Seriously?
Now look at him, right? See this idiot right here, right? I don't know if this is a girl or a boy. Pick the sign up and run off, and as he goes after him this time,
you better not, Blake. You better not.
Okay. Better not get your sign back.
Guys, we're literally just here to have civil discussions.
You better not get your sign back.
Bring the sign back.
And again, just real quick, Hamp, and this is how you know is the school is on bullshit, because they're not telling them to leave. They're still not making them leave. They're simply trying to stop the crowd from bombarding them. So this is why I say the whole statement that TSU put out was a bunch of bullshit, bro.
I want to say
everything they're saying is contradicting itself.
Play that shit, man. Let me see.
Let me say something real quick, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
I gotta say this, and I gotta throw the chum into the Sharks, because y'all know what I stand for and y'all know what I do. You can look at that scene right there. Look at where he has it paused. I want y'all to see how much vagina is in this picture, how much black vagina is in that picture. It ain't nothing but black women is always causing us fucking problems. Let me explain to y'all. Y'all didn't see Serena Williams up there talking about they had cotton in her damn hotel room. She got a damn blonde wig on and a white husband, but still trying to talk about racism. Black women gonna get us into a damn race war. We gonna lose, and they gonna be the main ones sleeping with the white man when the war jump off. Look at them sitting up there. Most of them got a big wig on their damn head and sitting up there encouraging the stupid simps to do what they're doing. It's a bunch of women and very few men.
So we can, you know what? That actually goes into my main show topic. But my lens on that is a little bit. I don't want to take away from this part right here, cause I just haven't seen this. I think you guys may have seen this. So
Right, but I'm
go ahead, play it for me.
Yeah, this is him speeding it up. Now, Hamp, I think did we agree that Black Lives Matter was like a big ass scam and like did absolutely nothing substantive or positive for the black community as a whole? I think we did agree on that, did we not?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at him.
We're gonna do like a little end live pregame postgame situation where we have 500 people watching.
We got 500 right here watching.
Look. Whoa. This is insane. What the heck?
So you want them to leave, but then don't want them to leave.
Yeah, the one exactly. They leaving, they trying to leave, but they're literally blocking them, stepping in front of the cars, all this shit. The police is having to physically maintain a barrier, right, or boundaries for them to be able to drive out of the campus.
Well, I think the fearless score definitely made an impact.
Yeah. Oh, whoa. Did somebody just throw something in our car? They just tried to hit the car.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm so. Go ahead. You can stop me. Fantastic. I'm so sick of that shit, man. Like, yo, my wife would never fucking in her life be at no men's neck for no shit. I hate that shit with a passion when I see that shit. Right? I really, really hate that shit. But here's where the rubber meets the road, though. Tommy and Mr. Fantastic, I really think we need to angle the focus on the people that we need to effectuate the change to get the results we want. I'm tired of fucking focusing on these women. That shit ain't doing us no good service, right? The motherfuckers who jumped in after she done took those men's signs and all that is the issue. But the point is, men got to deal with men. That's how shit changes, right? If we've been under a matriarchy, fuck the light on the matriarchy. Men got to step up and step forward. You never seen no Israelite camp as an example with no men talking. I mean, excuse me, with no women talking.
Women, yeah.
They don't say a fucking word. It's really real out there because this shit is gonna get real quick. They invoke the shit and can't do nothing about it when it's really on and popping. And I'm tired of focusing on them. Well, y'all can go.
I want to say this. Let me tell you why you do it. You know how they started getting slave rebellions? Because they started explaining to them that what your master was telling you was wrong. You know how I've gotten black men to start rebelling? Because I let them know that what they've been taught to believe by their mamas and aunts, because there was no father there, was wrong. See, they wouldn't understand it. So when you say I talk to the simp, I understand that in order to talk to the simp, I got to let the simp know who programmed him got it wrong. It is all the things of what they do in AI when the machines turn on the human. It realizes what? The human's the problem. So in order for me to get these men to stand up and be men when they weren't raised by men and they don't know how to be men, I got to get them to think that the thing that they love the most is the problem. And that's why you see a lot of these young black men and you see these women complaining and crying because generation of men that grew up listening to me now, guess who they ain't dating? Guess what they ain't listening to no more? A lot of these young men, you watch right there on that campus, you saw a bunch of men who looked a little fruity and women who were dykes and then the regular women. But you did not see men once they get to the point where they know what they want and got what they want. These men are just turning their back. I'm sorry, but I've seen it from the time I started doing it till now. These young men have heard the cry and realized who the problem is. So it is not my job to talk to the simp because you know why the simp is there? He's the last that she got and he get the most sex left. He's the last one. He's the last of a dying breed now. But he knows if he stays there, he gets all the ratchet cooch he can handle. And he gonna die out. He gonna end up losing everything he got on child support to 39,000 women. We're just watching it now. Because if you, I just ended with this. If you open the gate and point out to people what the problem is, they will be the ones to fight the people who are in power. They will fight them. Just watch it. It's happening in every revolution. You tell them the guy on the throne is the problem, they'll be at his gates.
Okay. I understand that, right? The edification of what you've been taught is lies, right? And the misunderstanding, being under the matriarchy has got us to where we're at, right? So I understand that edification. You know what I mean? This is what I'm seeing though. It's like I had a show, right, about fake outrage, but it wasn't like you always hear it. At least I don't think. We say we surrounded by our enemies, right? White people, this people, right? We got all these systems against us, but we the most out of shape. We don't own no guns, right? We don't got no money, right? We don't have no education and shit like that. If that's a most people, that don't tell me that you acting like you surrounded, right? Because if I'm outgunned, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna buy guns. I'm gonna get in shape. I'm gonna figure out how to do things to make sure if I am surrounded, I'm prepared, right? But we ain't prepared for shit. You know what I mean? So I understand. I understand that premise. But here's what's actually happening, Tommy. Motherfuckers ain't participating. You know, and then you got the lack of, like, what you say, biological imperative for having sex. Remember, we're supposed to have that whole conversation. You know, the women are so bad, but we use their negative traits to exploit them how we want. Right? We want to have sex. We don't want to get married. Dick discipline can't be a thing because of my biological imperative. Right? So I don't see the improvement in totality. I hear exposing of the nature and then exploiting the nature.
Well, let me say this. So to the point, that's what I'm saying. You can't not. It's not focusing on black women or focusing on the women. I think that, and that's what gets conflated, right? And it hurts the message because that's the scapegoat. Oh, you talking about the women? You focus on the women are the problem. I have to address the women being the problem, not necessarily speaking to the women, right? And like he says, when you have this aversion for and this hatred for the straight black man and the father that's been perpetuated for so long, this shit is on the Hamp. Bro, you're really dedicated to changing the fucking direction of this race. Do you not agree? You agree, right?
Yes.
I hear you talk about this shit. You really want us to do better, right? Do you know how fucking big of a feat that is, bro? To change the mentality, the culture of a group of people that's had a mindset before we were even thought about for so long? Bro, it's not gonna happen overnight. And the hard part is pointing out the problem, especially when it's something we love and adore and are taught to worship so much. So this is why motherfuckers be so adverse. Oh, y'all just want to talk about the women. Y'all just want to shit up. No, bro. I got the vision. I see this shit. I love my mama. I got daughters, right?
Yeah.
I got a daughter, right?
But
you know what I'm saying? Sisters and shit, right? I love the women that are attached to me. Black women has been black women I have relationships with, all this other shit.
Yeah.
If black men, straight black men, are the only people that cannot criticize their woman, bro. The only.
I've heard you say that before.
Every other group of men, the fucking Mexican, Hamp. That's why I always use him. Way lesser than us in everything. Physically, financially, all this shit. What Maria doing? Working on the roof with him.
Yeah.
Making tacos with him. Making money the same amount of, real close to each other. You don't hear this fucking 6 figures ain't no money bullshit coming from the Mexicans. You don't hear no, oh, you don't make enough money. We too close. We made it. And that's what I'm saying. We are actively having to change the culture, Hamp, and this shit is not going to be easy. But you have to kill the fucking, you have to kill the goddamn the goddess, bro. You got to kill this false fucking what do you call it? You got to kill it.
I got you, Tommy. Let me. Or you wanted to say something? Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something about like your premise of what you were talking about.
Yeah. Okay. I got another premise, so I want to make sure we, you know what I mean? Go ahead.
Yeah, the premise of what you were talking about with those white kids, how they bring something to the people and how they come across with respect.
Yeah.
I don't have no problem with people doing anything to black folks. And let me explain, because like you said, you get tired. I haven't said anything damn wrong. So everything I've said, I've come from a standpoint, and I don't mind talking to anybody. Tammy, he's gay. He don't like women. That's all you see from me talking. So if you want to say about what those black folks have to endure with a MAGA hat, imagine being around black folks and just being black. But that's offensive to you to see a MAGA hat. But you got grown ass folks. When I'm doing nothing but give my opinion of something, Tammy. So I think they should be able to wear not only a hat, I think they should drop the N-bomb, because Negroes are the most rudest people on planet Earth. And then they want other people to be nice to them. That is so weird. I ain't done nothing and I'm quite black, and they watching this on your platform. They don't have to be here, just like on that campus. They don't have to be there in front of them white men. They like drama and they like starting stuff. The biggest antagonist you'll find wasn't those white boys. It was the black folks.
Okay. I think I'm gonna drop the link, because I think there's a couple people have an opinion as well. Here's the other thing, right? We look at, so I was assessing a couple of things, right? This one thing I said on Monday, Miss Fantastic, as an example. Women ain't better at cheating. Men follow the fucking rules. The side nigga stay the side nigga. He ain't calling and checking and calling at the wrong times and shit like that. Right? Men follow, he a side nigga, that's what he want to be. The chick want to become the main chick. Women ain't better at finding out niggas. They check your phone 20 times a day. Eventually she gonna find some shit. All this intuition and all that don't make no sense. We see the conduct. We just saw at the campus. You know what I mean? Like, it just seems like you're trying to reprogram, right? But what's our baseline?
Hamp, you know what? Hamp, you know what? This is why conversation is so important. Okay. Hamp, how many men did you see in that video? You think?
10.
10, and so it's three times. It was 3 times more, 2 times or 3 times more women. Correct?
Yeah.
Now, let's say we had 5 Hamps and 5 Simps. You niggas just like you. Do you think the 5 Hamps would have been able to override the 25 women and 5 Simps? Would they listen to you, Hamp, in the moment? Would you think they would listen to you?
It'd be tough.
That's the problem, and that's what we trying to get you to understand, Hamp.
It'd be so. I want to give merit to it, right? But yo, see, I don't like talking like this, you know, because this is the thing that feels disingenuous, right?
It's hard, but no.
Let me just finish it. When niggas start saying what I'm about to say, right? That I'll be hating this shit when it happened, but I gotta say it. When I start talking and I get that type of energy, people seem to listen for real, right? And I'm not even just saying this, you know.
Real shit. I respect it.
Yeah, if you're saying me specifically, right? I'm saying that I've been able to galvanize a lot of people, you know, in a lot of different situations. Because you said me, but you see, I hate when people argue like.
Okay, so let's not make it Hamp. Let's say people with Hamp's ideology, but I guess not your demeanor and your impact or whatever, right? Let's just say 5 black men that were saying, "Hey, man, we giving them what they want. Don't do this shit. Just chill." You know what I mean? Yeah. We making us look bad, right? 5 dudes saying that, and then you got the 5 simps and the 20 women. Who's going to prevail in that situation? We already know the answer. So this is why I'm saying you have to deal with the problem, and you gotta motherfucking make more fucking Hamps. You gotta encourage more Hamps to be, because the simps are already pre-programmed. They come out that way.
You're right.
You gotta bring them out of the simp shit, Hamp, to get them to understand what the man's supposed to be and how the man's supposed to tell the woman the woman's supposed to follow the woman and not placate to her for the sake of getting the pussy.
And what we need is, if we're gonna have more Hamps, the people who follow Hamps, they should be Hampsters, and we need more hamsters.
Salute to the hamsters. Hey, now I like that part though, right? Because here's the thing: I don't make my own rules, right, Mr. Fantastic and Tommy? My rules come from the Most High.
Is that? But that's a whole other thing.
But it's the thing, though, right? I'm talking about the actual rules of the Most High, not the church.
Exactly.
As we know.
And we agree. So hold on, Hamp. Now again, like you said, that's conviction, that's order, that's discipline. That's you, and you don't give shit. You stick strictly to it. All right. You told me I'm going to hell because I like shrimp, nigga. All right. I'm trying to stop. So I don't end up in hell. All right. Yeah. Now I don't agree with motherfucking eating shrimp is the same as being a brotherfucker. I ain't never gonna accept that, nigga. All right, but I'm now I'll never give a damn, nigga. It's not the same. Okay. You don't know what the Lord told me, and the Lord told me that is not the same, brother. Okay. All right. All right. But anyway, Hamp, that's what I'm saying. How hard is it gonna be to get those people to subscribe to the truth? You're gonna get the people to actually, not even accept the Bible, but just the concepts and precepts, Hamp. When you've had this do as thou wilt, do what you want so long. That's what I'm saying. So again, it's gonna take a little minute. And I think, like I said, it's happening. It's just not happening fast enough for a lot of us because you really want it so bad. But that's why I say we have to put in context the feat that we're taking on in the process of doing.
So yeah, no, 100%. I see and understand the difficulties well, right? I also know what the census said for Black people who put Israelite on it, right? So I know that our people can be galvanized, but you have to, like the longevity. If Tommy been doing this since 2010 or whatever, right? It starts to bear fruit. And I think we really need to change our focus, because when we look at our men specifically, we lead in a lot of negative statistics, right? And I think we gloss over it a little bit too much, And here's the problem with the women: men waver. They don't say they didn't make up none of this shit. When they start talking about how broken nigga is, they got that from a man, right? Everything they diss us with, they got that from men. They didn't come up with none of this shit. And we don't have a proper baseline that we're not willing to move because of how pretty she is, because of how good the pussy is, because of how fat her ass is. So when we want to correct them, they don't fucking believe us, because all they got to do is give us some pussy. Women don't even have to say sorry because they got a vagina. When I asked Drea what she rate herself from 1 to 10, she said it didn't matter because I have a vagina. And you know what? She was 100% accurate. I even heard men saying, and I almost had it conceded on Monday, Mr. Fantastic, that women are the leaders. Why? Because we do anything for vagina. So we focus on them and have yet to change our modus operandi, in which the ways they can manipulate us, right? We doing ourselves a disservice. Is going to forever be circular. We have to change our prescriptions if we want to hold the line and hold the point, right? Because you fighting men. Real quick, Tommy, You fighting men, Mr. Fantastic. We come there, us 5, right? Let's say I got the microphone. I say, yo, y'all just hold me down, right? Y'all agree to hold me down. And I come and say, yo, y'all need to chill the fuck out. We got to fight the 5 simps. The women, that's like gnats fucking biting you at a cookout. You got to fight the 5 simps at that place. You understand? You're not fight. That's the fight.
Yeah, but before you go, Tommy, go ahead, Tommy. I'll go after you.
I just want to be clear. The other men are the fight.
I agree. I agree with 1,000%.
That's why we got to deal with men, B. Because CJ edified me on this. If she a 10, she could treat me like a bitch ass nigga.
I didn't say that. I'm saying that.
Oh, sorry, well, not like that.
I didn't say that. I didn't say nothing close to that, Hamp.
It was a joke. Don't divulge the conversation, please. It was a joke, right? Tommy hit me with the hamster. Let me just show you about how this works. CJ, come on now. Tommy said the hamsters. We laughed. We kept going, right? You don't have to. Come on, like I mean, come on. So that's all I'm saying, right? That's hyperbole, but you catch my drift. You edify me on that, and that has to change if we want them to change. They followers. I hope.
I gotta say this though. I think y'all are.
Tommy, you go ahead. Then I'm gonna get CJ and Beans. Go ahead.
I think y'all are. You're viewing it the wrong way. And I'm telling you, it works when you do it that way. It does. If the women are the problem, just like the king is the problem. If you can tell the people who are the followers of the king that the king is a fucking problem, because there's a lot of people who are willing to die for that king. But if you can start putting some chinks in the king's armor, they'll turn on that king. I don't talk to women. I talk through women. I'm not worried about if the hoes are listening to me or not. The simp is the one who needs to hear what I'm saying, because I need to poke some holes in the invincibility of that woman. What happened when Mike Tyson got knocked out? Everybody wanted to fight Mike now because they all thought they could beat him. Once you get to be the point where somebody saw you get beat, people want to fight you. People need to start seeing that woman who was on top and never got in trouble is starting to get in trouble. Men need to start seeing, wait a minute, she might have caused a lot of my problems. You know how many men said they hated me and turned around and said, you got a point because I saw what you used to talk about what happened to my brother or my uncle or whatnot. And they start realizing if I go over all the problems I've had in my life, them same black women that I was standing up for called me a little dick nigga as soon as I did one thing they didn't like. Told me I was gay and I ain't did nothing to lay with nobody. They started to realize that they had a constant problem. And when they started to realize they had a constant problem, they stopped worrying about how I said it. They started worrying about them. That's why when you got the people in the comment section that say, wish he shut up, he gay Tammy, you know why they saying it? Because I'm hitting the truth. They wouldn't say all that and try to, and who taught them that? The women who raised them taught them if you hear something you don't like, or if somebody's getting too close to home, make fun of them, because black folks like people to make fun of something, and we'll stop listening to it as the truth. In Idiocracy, what they say, the man got up and said the most intelligent thing when he was talking in front of the jury. The other damn lawyer said, listen to him with his faggy voice, and everybody laughed. He was right though. So when people do this, it's because they understand I've been right for years. If I was wrong, they'd debate me. If I was wrong, they would just say, let me tell you how he's wrong. But he can't. So they just call me names. And where they get that from? Women. Women raised them to be that way. And the only way to get them out of it is to show them the problem. You got to let them die in what they're doing.
Let me say this real quick before they hop in there. Hamp, again, I agree with you on the having to attack the men, right? And I think the men would be much easier. But what I think we keep losing is that black women do not respect or fear black men. The first motherfucker to say I'll beat your ass, nigga, is a little 4'7" black woman. So what I'm telling you, when they outnumber us, because even though we tame the simps and the simps stand down because they know it's men, they know that shit. Well, hey, nigga, we the easy part. With that. You got to deal with the final boss now. Now when we get the men under control and start talking to the women, nigga, who the fuck you is? Shut the fuck up, nigga. You tap dancing for the white man. And that's it again. It always brings us back to it, Hamp. This is why you just cannot. You're gonna have to deal with the women because the women don't respect the men. If the women respected the men, in there like swimwear, everything's gonna fall in place. But when the women think they are men and better than the fucking man, hey man, that's a long haul, bro.
Okay, so I have a couple retorts, but I'm gonna hold them so that we can get everybody else in. Who was up? I think CJ. CJ was goody.
Oh boy, what's the deal? What's the deal? And I could take a joke, motherfucker. And so, what's up? What's good, Tommy? I learned a lot from you. I came on your show on Twitter the other day. I don't know if you remember, but so the women have been running most of the, like, we are living in matriarchy. I remember a show when we had one of the women. They wanted the Latin Americans or the Latinos to be offended by Trump because he called Puerto Rico a trash state or whatever, trash country or whatever, right? So they're trying to convince us what to be offended by. They teach us what to be offended by, and we can't call women out on their BS. Y'all seen what happened on the other show Tuesday. I get cussed out, called out my name. They talk like men. They cuss more than men. She said my mama should have swallowed me. It's despicable how they talk, how they display themselves. They don't care, and they have it's pretty self-evident.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think people want to control. See, and then even when we use that example, right, nothing was said before you said something, right? So you chose to come out with an insult. And then you want to say, see the display after I leveraged an insult. That's kind of what we were talking about regarding the example we just saw, right? And so you don't get to choose how I respond. That's just not how life has ever worked, especially for men when we say that we always get our consequences. So you know that better than anybody.
I don't get to choose how you respond. I just get to observe and point it out and say, see, look how they respond to something so minute, something so small. She went so over and beyond for something that's like, and you see how I reacted. The way she attacked me, people attack my character all the time. I don't react most of the time. Sometimes I react in kind, but it's never overblown. But we got women running our culture. They teach us to be emotional. And
here's the thing, see. I never respond, right? And you said you sometimes respond in kind, and so again, that proves the point that she felt like responding in that way that day. You don't control the consequences of your actions, but you know that better than anybody.
Like I say, I don't, but I can point it out and say, look how this person responded. So you point out my responses and observe it, and we can judge you off of it.
Yeah, no, 100%. She responded to you, right?
That's fine.
Right. And so when you put Mentos in a Pepsi, the shit explode. You blaming the Pepsi?
No, we just know that that's how it's going to respond. And we can all take notes and see, hey, this is this characteristic. This is a characteristic that she has. Another characteristic that she has.
I got you. What if you don't put the Mentos in the Pepsi?
You might not get that response.
Fair. That's a chemical reaction that will always happen.
If you put them in, but you don't have to put them in there.
No. Yes, it will always happen if you do it. So it will always happen if you wear a MAGA hat to be around black folks. Then that means we are a piece of damn candy. That means that's what we are. That we are a chemical reaction that cannot react. You know what a chemical reaction doesn't do? Think for itself. Does it? That will happen if you do that. That's what chemical reactions are. They do not have a thought for themselves to say, I will be destroying me and that Pepsi if I do this. It doesn't have that ability to ration itself out, to save itself. But we do.
Yeah. So now one thing you're correlating. So what CJ and I are talking about is a direct insult, a direct shot. And then you get an immediate response. Yeah, we're looking at the passive nature of a hat. People should be able to wear what they want. I catch your drift. What him and I are specifically talking about is I say, Tommy, you trash, and then you let me have it. See, that's not the same thing.
But it would be irrelevant if it's a direct response or a direct. If I say something directly to you, how you respond is how you respond.
Yeah, it's still up to you.
Yes, that's on you. How you respond.
But I'm not going to characterize that. So if one of you guys have a negative response to something I say when I'm intentionally insulting you, I'm not going to then say your character is X. That's not how that
No,
works.
this ain't
No, both of y'all character. Yeah, if you're insulting this person and then you get them to do something, I'm with Hamp on that. When you get them to do it, you don't have the right to be able to stand there and say, look at how poor of a person you are. Look at how poor of a person you are that wanted that response from me. I said this to some white boys online when they kept talking to the black people and tell them they were chimping out. I said, let me get this, and that the black people weren't intelligent. I said, okay, I agree with you. All that's true. Yet you're following the unintelligent black folks and trying to get them to understand per capita after saying they're unintelligent. So who's the dummy? That would be you trying to teach a group of people that you think don't have the capacity to understand something to understand that something. So I'm gonna look bad on you. If you think that a Negro can't have a regular conversation, like a lot of times when they see that I leave and they be like, we ran him off. Well, if I got to the point where I realize you're just not going to listen, then I'm throwing my pearls amongst the swine. I'm not going to sit up here and let you just keep calling me any kind of damn name, because me calling you names back ain't going to do nothing but give me a heart attack and give you an orgasm. That's what a lot of these people out there doing. They want me to say something to them, so they ain't nobody important to ever talk to them in their life. So if they can write something and I say something, or they can say something to me and I say something back, it made their day, but it made my blood pressure go up. So why would I do it?
Yeah. So that's kind of what we was addressing, that more direct back and forth. CJ, did you have anything else before I get Beans in? Hey, Freeze, I love you. Ella, what's goody? You know what
What's up, fellas?
What's popping? Be nice in the building. Reaper, salute. CJ, I just want to make sure you didn't, because I know we kind of honed in on that point. You know what I mean? But was there anything else specifically?
No, I think that was it. That was the gist of what I had to say.
Beans, what's goody?
What up, though? Hey, Be Nice is in the building. What's good, Shawty?
How you doing, man?
Man, chilling, boy. It's good to see you, boy. I'm starting to really embrace being older, so I got a lot of value for you young cats, man. It's good to see you, man. I'm glad you're still living, bro.
Appreciate it, man.
Everybody else on the panel, fuck y'all.
We're good.
So let me just run through these real quick, because I'm not going to try to engage, because I've already seen now that this is just disingenuous. First of all, Fantastic knows goddamn well when those students were yelling Black Lives Matter, they weren't yelling Black Lives Matter the corporation, Black Lives Matter the corporation. So that's bullshit. It doesn't matter what we know about what the corporation is. They're not signaling that by saying that. They're saying literally that Black Lives Matter. So stop being disingenuous. Tommy, you full of shit. I grew up watching Dukes of Hazzard just like you did. Did I know what the motherfucking stars represented then? Did I know what that flag represented then? Hell no. But
did your parents know? Did they watch it?
No, and I think it's my
Hold on,
turn.
Tommy, let's do this. Let's do this like this, right? Because he got a couple points. I want to hear him, and then y'all can address him once he's done.
Yeah. So, but Hamp, I gotta say this interjection real quick.
Yes, sir.
Salute to what you did, because I saw that, and I'm starting to realize now I got a lot more maturing to do. Because you made the point about him articulating that point, because I thought it was a very juvenile point. I'm not saying that to be disingenuous. It's just the only word coming to my mind right now. I'm not sorry, not disingenuous, disrespectful, but juvenile is the only word coming to my mind right now, because we were really young when that TV show was out and we had no understanding. But you quickly said, yeah, but people get a different understanding when they grow up, and then moved on. Shout out to you for that. Right? Because you didn't belabor it. You didn't try to attack them. You didn't try to tear them down. I got to get better in that, and I think a lot of other people do too. But yeah, the point is we were very young then, right? And watching that, just to answer the question that I think you were posing, Tommy, hell no, my mama wasn't telling me what the hell that Confederate flag meant. Nobody wasn't telling me what that shit meant, because they wasn't watching it with me. I'm Generation X. We was in front of the TV. Right, I don't know about y'all, but my mama had a husband, so you know what I'm saying. Like, they used to be in the room watching TV. I watched TV by myself or with my family and friends, cousins, whoever house, or if they came over to my crib. Right, so we just watched what we watched. We liked what we liked. Right, nobody was explaining anything to us, but I understand the point that you're trying to make. The other thing is this: I'm trying to understand this one thing. Right, how can you reconcile this? How long Fantastic been doing this content about the black woman? 10 years? How long? No. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm sorry.
2020.
Okay, 5 years. I'm sorry. How long Tommy been doing this? Since 2014? If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Right? But nothing's changed. right? And you know how I know nothing's changed? Because we still talking about the behavior and saying that it's still the majority and this and then we still talking about the marriage rate and how black women ain't marriage. But you know what? Oddly, I found out recently.
What's that?
The marriage rate went up.
By a little bit, yeah.
Right. And within the last 10 years, the marriage rate actually went up.
Last 2 years.
Right. It's more married black men and black women right now than it was back then. But their behavior hasn't changed. How do we explain that? And I'll toss that question to the panel.
Are you done?
Okay. So let's do this. Let's do this real quick. That question, I think Reaper was here. So I want Tommy, Miss Fantastic, get a chance to respond to the first thing, Tommy the second thing, and then we'll go to Reaper. To answer, Reaper, if you don't mind, can you answer that question and you can expound on your points?
No, I read.
Was it Reaper or Illa? I'm bugging.
I mean, I would love. Either way, no, let them go. Even if it was me, let them.
All right, so we do it like that then. All right, so means after they respond to you, you have a quick retort, pose your question again. Illa, if you don't mind, can you answer that question and then you can give us your unadulterated thoughts if that makes sense.
No problem.
Well, after they respond, these two real quick. They just want to respond. Yeah. My bad.
Yeah.
I was unclear. I said too much shit.
Yeah. So no, I wasn't being disingenuous. And again, these kids, the concept. I think we went over this earlier. That the Black Lives Matter coincides with the scenario or the analogy that Tommy gave with the Dukes of Hazzard. Motherfuckers know what the fuck that meant. The only reference they have is the corporation. That's when it started. That's the only fucking association they have. Okay, these are 20-something-year-olds, college age, wasn't it? They were still in not elementary, but fucking middle school or high school when fucking the riots and all the shit happened. When BLM was at its peak, and if we go even further back, they were in elementary school. Okay, Black Lives Matter is some shit that didn't exist until Michael Brown. Okay, I'm 40-some years fucking old, and you older than me, so you know I'm not lying. So when it came up, and even when the Michael Brown shit happened, we didn't know shit about the Black Lives Matter, the grassroots. We only knew about it, and everyone knew about it in mass when it became the corporation, right? And the three women that like women took it over and wanted to destroy the patriarchy and the nuclear black family. Okay, so brother, I'm never disingenuous. Okay, I understand the shit of what the fuck is actually going on, and I have no problem calling out the bullshit that niggas is doing. They were, and furthermore, I'm done after this. What were those men doing that said Black lives don't matter? They didn't say white lives matter. They never brought up race outside of the discussion they had with the man. So what reason did that? And then it's crazy how they just came up with these BLM signs. That sounds very organizationalist. I'm just saying they didn't have signs to start out with, but they end up with BLM signs. So again, brother, yeah, bro, I'm never disingenuous. I just understand more than the surface shit.
Okay.
And Tommy?
Me,
I say this: if a person have to use the same word like 4 different times to the point of where they used it again in the wrong place, they must have just learned that word. So I'm proud of you for learning disingenuous, sir. And I'm proud of you for using it, and you overused it. And when you said that I was somehow being, and then what you said, I'm full of shit. Again, it's what black folks do. One of the things they do is they start off insulting, but they don't really get into what the point is. You brought up that we were kids and tried to seem like DJ Hamp corrected me. Well, last I checked, your parent bought you that TV. I'm 49 years old. I didn't sit around in the house, and I grew up broke. So you know what I didn't have? TVs in every room. Matter of fact, when I grew up, we had motherfucking little TV that was black and white. It would be one TV that was color, and if that one went out, we put a little one on top of that big one. So wherever you were living at, I appreciate you for having them 3 channels and 100 TVs in your house. But I lived in the projects, and I didn't. So let me tell you what we had. We started watching the Dukes of Hazzard because the adults were watching the Dukes of Hazzard. That wasn't a child fucking show. So to sit up here and try to insult me like that, like a fucking 6-year-old went turned the TV and found Dukes of Hazzard, is a lie. The adults were watching it and we watched it with them. Also, Ole Miss. It was adults going there. You know who they're called? College students. And did you hear them complaining on Ole Miss campus? No, you didn't. Did you hear them complaining at Tennessee? No, you didn't. Did you hear them complaining at the University of Georgia when they would always have them running out there? And we had Herschel Walker running for all kinds of yards and winning the Heisman. No, you didn't. And they were adults. So to sit up here and try to act like I said anything that's disingenuous, not only do I say things that are very genuine, but very look-upable. Yes. You can Google them. You fact check it. That's why people start off calling me names, because when they get down to nut cutting time, I ain't been wrong. In how long you say I've been doing it? Notice how I ain't found no people. You ain't got one video of people saying you should been able to do it by now. They do it with everybody else. Put a video together of all the things Tommy said that was wrong.
Mm-hmm. So the retort real quick, and I know can make it concise. Let me do this. Be nice. You know what Black Lives Matter is?
Yeah, I do. Mm-hmm.
When you first heard of it, did you think it was a corporation or a slogan?
When I first heard of it, I thought of it as a movement / corporation kind of thing. I mean, the pictures that, so pretty much when it was blowing up was like almost senior year, maybe like junior year of high school for me. Mm-hmm. And I was like a very liberal person at that time in my life, and pretty much I got the picture online of the Black Lives Matter. It was yellow, and I'm pretty sure it's from their website, and I put it on my Instagram as my main profile picture for about a month, and then I realized, what am I doing this for? And then I turned it off. But right, I'm pretty sure at the beginning I was like, okay, I guess this is something we can donate to. So I pretty much thought of it as like some type of charity or something.
Right. So you didn't know that it was formed by 3 gay women who were trying to undermine the nuclear family.
No, I did not know that in the beginning.
Thank you. Here's the other thing. Then Tommy, I know you're not asking me to do this, but I'm not going to apologize because my mama put TVs in every room, right? You damn right I had my own TV. I had my own video games, even though it was probably a year too late. But yeah, I did have those same things. But this is the same thing right now. What you're doing is kind of like the same thing that CJ did, because he's acting like that last encounter that he had with Sherelle was the first encounter, right? This ain't our first encounter, Tommy. Of course, I came up and said you full of shit, right? You've always been full of shit, but I don't mean it like piece of shit. I mean it like disingenuous, which is why I use the word, right? It's just on some debatable shit. You know, I'm just trying to make sure everybody else know that I wasn't.
Go down to the facts of what I'm saying. I didn't cut them. I said the facts of what I'm saying. No one ever is able to silence them or dispute them. So I couldn't be full of shit, because typically when we say someone's full of shit, they're a liar. They say things that are untrue.
No, sometimes people use the truth, right, and they mix in lies, right? So, but what I'm saying is this.
Why don't y'all ever talk about the lies I mixed in?
I'm just trying to make sure that everybody knows that I wasn't trying to disrespect you. I don't agree.
I know, but if I sit up and say, "Oh, nigga, you know you be doing gay shit," and then after a while you say, "Well, if you're gonna keep saying it, have you ever seen me with a man?" But I've never seen it, and I think we do that a lot as Black people. We throw words out that we know mean something.
Yes.
But then the thing it means, we don't have to provide the proof of that. And that person is now stuck with that label that you gave them.
Absolutely. So
that's why you watch. All they've done is call me names. Nobody has said what he said is wrong, because somebody can say he's full of shit and it just sticks that it's full of shit, but you won't point out the shit I'm full of.
Yeah, but you said Black people are the most rude, right? How do you quantify that?
Okay, I will tell you how. Because like when we were talking to FBAs, the FBAs told me this is how we as Black folks talk. I don't know any other group that has words like Jones. We do that in the South, or dissing, or playing the dozens. All these things are normal, to the point of they now have a commercial. Go look it up and y'all tell me if I'm lying. There's a commercial for Allstate where the dude is proud of his new car, and he pulls up to his 2 Black relatives, and one of them makes fun of the fact that he still live in his grandmama's house, and the other one makes fun of his hairline. What the fuck kind of commercial is that?
I saw that. But how does that quantify rude? How does that quantify that Black people are more ruder than white people?
Well, other cultures don't find this as a normal thing.
Let me do this real quick, right?
Even your rap battles.
Here's the key, right? And I think that's a good conversation, but I just want to get Rilla in terms of if we focus on insults and such. I think the one thing that this literally just happened for me, Beans. We got so many people rotating through every day. You know what I mean? Like there's so many names that don't got no wrench, no green, right? It's so many new people. I don't think everybody's as privy to past relationships as we think either. You know what I'm saying? So it's almost like we gotta almost approach it just in terms of the topical, because a lot of people don't be as familiar as we give them credit for. I've been realizing that more and more. You know what I mean? As we continue to grow the crowds and stuff like that. You know, it's just interesting. It's just something that just popped in my head. But I want to hear that conversation in terms of the insulting, and that's the culture. I just want to get these brothers in based on the initial premise, and then we can circle back. Illa, what's good, my G?
What's up? What's up, man?
How you?
I can't call it, man. Just taking a day at a time. You know what I mean?
Hey, man, I want to say I love you and I'm proud of you. I know you had some shit that you was dealing with. Feel me? You know what I mean?
And I lost my mother, man.
Yeah, God bless the dead. You heard? And there's so much shit happening in people's lives, but I seen you standing strong and all that, even through all that. And a lot of people, it's tough. So I'm proud of you for that. Hold your head. I'm good. It's an honor to see you.
I appreciate that, man. It's an honor to be here, man. Yeah, losing my mother was definitely. I lost her in my arms, but I don't want to talk about that. But
no, it's me. I apologize. It was on my. As soon as I seen you, I had to say it. That's all it was.
It was definitely life-changing experience. But
condolences, bro. Condolences.
Thank you.
Sorry to hear that, brother. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, man. But I'm not really here to attack anybody's point, because I feel like, I'm talking to the audience. You know what I'm saying? We could be all day attacking each other, but the audience is what matters. And with being said, I agree with to a large extent, because I feel like I'm not a fan of the corporatized backing of Black Lives Matter, but we got to stop acting like it's about that. It's a concept. Black Lives Matter was a concept. It's not a new concept. It's old. It just was reworded. But the fact that Black people thinking that they need to be prioritized in this country is an old concept. You can call it whatever you want to call it. You call it civil rights. You can call it whatever you want to call it. It's the concept. And I think people got so caught up in the word. But the actual movement, I wasn't a fan of either. I'm not a fan of Patrice Colors and all. That's bullshit. But people just feeling like, hey, I think we're neglected. That's not new. Our people been feeling like that for a long time. I think there's just a new way to galvanize that. But my problem is this with everything, is why two conversations can exist at the same time. Why can't we can see, the downfall of our sisters and even our brothers, but we never want to talk about how we got here. And I don't know why Black men today are so offended when a man brings up literal life-changing events that happen to a group of people consecutively, and then be surprised when the seeds of that actually bear fruit. Not saying that it's an excuse like you'll never make it. You can't make it in this country. That's not what we're saying. We're saying that, hey, you do have an ability to get up every day and take care of yourself, and there's nothing physically stopping you from being a better man. But as far as a group collective movement, because that's what we're talking about. We're always talking about how we have to move. We got to do better. When it comes to a we, it's a lot of factors that's stopping the we. There's not a lot of factors stopping the you, the individual. You can get very far as an individual. But when it comes to the group of us as the whole people in this country, for men to be puzzled and offended by a person bringing up the past, it's just very weird to me. I don't see why both these conversations can't exist at the same time. Because when I hear other people from other countries that we love to call them tethers, but there's a lot of people, like especially from the Middle East, it's a channel called Middle Nation. Y'all need to check that out. They see the problem over here very clear. They can easily just analyze this and see what Black people been going through and seeing the obstacles that's up against us. But to hear a lot of Black men speak as if it's just totally because of Black people, and it's just very weird to me, and it's very uncomfortable, because two things can exist at the same time. Because we like to talk about the simp for the women. Yeah, there's a lot of simps out here.
Come on.
But there's another level of simping that we don't address. And I feel like there's a lot of men that's simping to the system.
Come on.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of men that's simping for women, but it's a lot of men that's simping for the system as well. And make excuses for the system and make excuses for why things are, when it's like this system didn't work so hard to stop our progress in the moment. They did it to stop your progress for perpetuity, if that's the right word. So it's not a momentary attack. It's like if you're a teacher, and it's not giving our people an excuse. It's like if I work with children a lot. You'll have 10 children. I know I'll be long-winded. I'm gonna shut up. But you can have 10 children in class. Now they all have the same obligation. You got to have your work done on time. You got to everybody has to do the same thing. But if I know there's 2 or 3 children who has a fucked up home life, I'm not going to change or lower the bar for them, but the time it may take for them to get to the level of the other students may take a little longer based on their background. So when I hear black men look at black people with just utter disgust as if we just woke up like this, it's hard to support that. And I think a lot of those men gets frustrated from the lack of support from the men and women because there's no empathy in the message. It's just, you niggas are stupid, you need to get it together. It's like it's just not intelligent. And a lot of men, I would love to know how far back of their own history in this country do they really studied? Because if you really study history, it's no way you can be surprised at the outcome of this country. It's just no way. So with that being said, I digress.
No, don't digress. We staying right here. We staying right here, right? And look, that was simple for that. I never heard that before. I never heard how you said it like that before. You know what I mean? That resonated with me. There's one thing, you got 10 blocks, right, Illa? Let's say you got 20 blocks. They in a straight line. There's 20 blocks over here, but they look like Candyland. There's no argument that it's going to take longer. Still the same amount of blocks, though. But there's shit that the path being like this makes it a little bit more tumultuous, right? Which should be acknowledged.
And when I see grown black men avoid that, it's very cowardly and it does not inspire support from your people. I think one thing that the past leaders understood was, even past artists, if you look at the artists, and I brought up this point before, because ain't nothing new under the sun. We could talk all day, but if we listen, we can get somewhere. The artists of the past, the leaders of the past, you know what made them resonate? Why people love them so much? Because they met the people where they were at. I remember there was a documentary on, I think, Hulu. They had a concert in Harlem. Stevie Wonder was there. Like all these artists, they just came there for free. Like the people of the past, they understood what the fuck the people was going against. And they always rolled with them. And when black people act as if our behavior is the determining factor of why we're treated this way, that's disingenuous. Because in the history of this country, we were treated the worst when we behaved our best. So if that happens, not saying you should stay that way, not saying you should stay that way, but if you are doing the right thing, right out of slavery, right out of the whips are still on your back, and they started behaving, they started marrying at a high clip, they started getting things done, still bleeding from the whips on their back. So obviously, the issues of what the white folks was doing didn't alter their behavior even at the slavery point. If you go from slavery, you start thriving. And every time you unify, every time you even do it their way, our people were very Christian. They had their pants pulled up and all of these things. And they were murdered, not ostracized, murdered over and over and over. You don't think that the people who are victims of that might slightly alter the way they deal with each other a little bit? And for us to just act like, well, that was good. No, it wasn't then. Everybody deals with the past but black people. Every year we celebrate the 4th of July. That shit happened in 1865. History is everything. Now, just because it's irrelevant to you, and I ain't talking about nobody particular, I'm just saying whoever, that don't mean it's irrelevant to the world. Everybody stands on history. You go to a job, they want to know your work history. When you go to the doctor, they want to know your medical history, because the past gives me an understanding of where you're at and where you could be or can't be. So for us to discount history for the last 20 years of black people, post-slavery, post-redlining, post-murder, post-just mental genocide, is just ignorant and unintelligent. And I don't think nobody will ever support that.
So, Mr. Fantastic, you got the first right. Hey, Freezy, Be Nice, Reaper, I thank y'all for obliging me and being patient. I just want to make sure, because Mr. Fantastic wanted to respond. It seemed like, I don't know if he disagrees, but there may be a few different things. So I appreciate y'all. Let me just read these super chats, because I don't want to leave them too far. And then we'll continue the conversation. But that shit right there resonates with me.
That's a fact.
I just want to see what everybody else got to say, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Hey, Reaper, man, I appreciate them white folks letting you off today, man. That's, you know what I mean? That's really good of them, man. Real shit. I'm gonna send. Hey, if they do, hey, Illa, they ain't let this nigga off for a month. I'm gonna send Illa up there next time they do that to you, nigga.
Yo, Beans, don't laugh, Beans.
Eric Ingram, salute Mr. Ingram with the 20 euros, right? Yeah, euros. How you say this? The spirit decor. Is he? How you say? What does that mean?
Yeah, spirit decor.
Okay. Salute to Mr. Ingram in the building. DC Slim with the $2. They showed up as provocateurs talking about the clip. Vet Life for the $10 says DJ Hamp. If I read this one right, yeah. Daily rundown for the 15 months. My brother JC just renewed. Perfect. Salute. Hope all is well. Matreon in the building. With the 20 ball says one of the signs said DEI was illegal. Okay. John with the $5 says I'm lost. Ellipsis. So what exactly are we pushing? How do we want our kids to respond? Okay. We'll get back to that because I think Reaper really wanted to talk about that part. Gabe with the $5 says MAGA hats on HBCU campus in 2025. Young niggas ain't with them YouTube panel debates. These dudes lucky they made it out. Matreon with the 20 ball says DEI is illegal. Then the next sign says deport all illegals. Okay, he's talking about the debate, the signs they had up, right? They got snatched. Okay. Big Sad with the $10 says foresee a lot more of this happening. They want us and the left to be what the right had been. The RT and white T are factually and statistically leading in political violence. Reaper Red with the $5 says salute Hamp in the panel. When white people want to have a convo, they just want to talk. When black people want the convo, we're obsessed with race. Crazy. So you like what the $10 says. As of 2025, the left has surpassed the right in political violence, including Charlie Kirk. Now, the left is which part? Liberal or conservative?
Yeah, Democrats and liberal.
Sorry, respectively. So left is Democrat.
Yeah.
The King Investor with the $5 says black women and white people have the same mindset. They both throw rocks and hide their hands and play victim, and you can't correct either, regardless of facts.
Can I say something real quick
to this?
To what you just said, just real quick. That's true, but black women and white people, guess who they use to thwart everything? Both of them, black men.
Matreon with the $10 says, question, if blacks were the most beneficial to DEI, why black people lost the most jobs? He said we're not, sorry. If DEI didn't benefit black people the most, why when it ended did black people lose the most jobs?
They overrepresented in government jobs, black women specifically. That's why, and it was over the time. So these women that had those jobs had been there and simply didn't get their contracts renewed for the most part, or were forced out because it was overmanned.
Ms. Bells with the 20 ball. Salute for the $20 super sticker, man. Thank you for all the love and support throughout the couple years we've been rocking. This is Mr. Payne. Mr. Payne was popping with the $10. Says, hey, Hamp, to answer Mr. Beans about marriage, folks are marrying under the new equilibrium. These marriages are more secular partnerships than covenants. It's the divorce rate that needs to go down. And saying with the $5 says, they insult. Did you want to respond to this, Bean?
Thank you for the edification.
Indeed. And saying with the $5 says, these insult you because they want you to feel. They insult you because they want you to feel like shit. They cannot disagree with you on the same level, so they're trying to bring you down instead of be civil. Marvelous. With the 20 bosses, here is a blessing for the channel. Salute, my brother, and shout out to the panel and the chat. Sean said, boy, cooking. Marilla was talking. Crimson in the building. Crimson, what up? With the 20 ball says, thank you, my brother, Philosophical. Pointing out the circumstances surrounding our collective issues isn't making an excuse for us. It's making sure we understand why we're here and how to permanently get out of it. Sean with the $10 says,
shout out to the sister.
Indeed. Sean with the $10. That's when Illa was on his dean. Aaron with the $2 says, are a lot of black manosphere guys simping for Trump? Well, I think we'll continue to mine that here shortly. Corey, what's popping? Wow. The Illa cooking, man, on fire.
Perfect.
Rocky B, been a member for 4 months. He said, talk to him, Illa. And live with the 50 ball said,
Shit like that.
bro, cooked the entire conversation. DC Slim with a $5 says, the truth is punks have created the industry to criticize their own people for attention and likes. Aaron with the $2 says, black people sent for a politician every 4 years, B. Sammy with the $2 says, let's go, Illa, drop the mic, show over. Big Sad with the $2 says, Rosewood and Tulsa, just to name a couple. DC Slim with the $5 says, stop giving people like, you want to respond to this, Mr. Fantastic?
Bro, you used to be a fan, man. Now they, you know what I'm saying? Now they don't understand. You feel me? It's cool, DC Slim. I appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you for the 5 to the channel, dog.
Homeboy with the $10 says, great show. Stop playing and hit the like button, man. Salute to my brother Li in the building with the 50.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Mr. Fantastic, what's popping? If you wanted to respond,
man.
Or whoever.
Yeah, of course. Hey, man, first of all, let me say, man, shout out to Illa, man. Me and the brother may be diametrically opposed, but I respect the brother. He always, you know, purports himself like, you know what I mean, as he is. Everybody know who he is. The chat loving it right now. Brother speaks so eloquently and makes his great points, but hey, it's time for me to be the bad guy. And again, I'm not. This ain't nothing personal. I didn't take it.
It's all good, bro.
It's always respect. I just want to, you know,
you pop your shirt first, like you did that.
Yeah, the bad guy. You know what I mean? Like now it's time for me to do my shit. Now I'm about to get the hate. You know, this is where I bask at. So the thing I do agree with is both conversations can definitely exist at the same time, and they need to. Brothers like Illa that can give you all of the historical context and all these different things. Very, very important, because if you don't know where you came from, how do you know where you're going, right? I think, though, there's way too much focus on where you came from and not where you're going, okay? The major part about history is we're the only people that focus more on history than the future. Now, I was making this juxtaposition last night as to where, you know, Japan had a whole fucking bomb dropped on the country that obliterated more people at one time than anything in the history of the world, right? Nothing ever came close to it, right? They recovered from it. They moved forward. They're successful, right? Amongst their enemies, by the way, a big part of them recovering is they had to give up some of their land to America to put the military bases there for, you know, whatever. But that's a part of what you do to make shit work, right? What I'm saying is slavery was fucked up, horrible, atrocities, all those different things, man, right? But at the same time, focusing on all that shit, what the fuck does that do for us now? Nothing, okay? Nothing, absolutely nothing. And to your point, you brought up a great point about the people at that time met the people where they were at. Why? Because they were there also in real time. We are not them. We're not suffering anything like the slaves suffered. We're not suffering anything like the fucking civil rights suffered. We're fucking trying to take on something we never fucking lived. A white man wouldn't dare pull none of that shit. They thought about trying with my motherfucking granddaddy or great granddaddy. I'm pretty sure the same thing with you, Illa. I seen you out and about on the street, so on and so forth. Ain't no white boy trying you, oppressing you. Hell, you fucking went viral on the white boy shit. The best fucking motherfucker they had up there, right? On the whatever podcast.
You went viral.
Everybody asked you to come back, right? And again, so this is what I'm saying, bro. If and when you put us up against everybody and we fucking be who the fuck we are, we're proof positive of what the fuck can happen if we just focus on and take what we got and move the fuck forward. I'm not saying forget about it. I'm not saying it don't matter. But what I'm saying is what's far more fucking important is taking what we got right now and where the fuck can we go? We're on the clock. Okay? On the clock. We got, I'm about to land. We got less than 30 years, bro, to where black people are going to be poor as a whole group. And because we so focused on slavery and the white man and civil rights and shit, we not preparing for the fucking less than 30 years we got left. So until we get to the point, history is it's never gonna change. Ain't no time machines, bro. Being that there's no time machines, history is solidified. It's solid. It's never gonna change. And always looking in the motherfucking rearview mirror, bro. You can't see where the fuck you going. And that's my thing, man. That's my whole shit.
He cooked.
Okay, can I respond? So I hear you, but the fact that we at a point where we got like 30 years shows you this is by design.
Checkmate.
And that's the part that I think you brothers are missing. You're thinking that this is a happenstance. You think the people that designed this didn't think 20, 30, 40 years ahead. They did. And they're not just analyzing you based on metrics. Because like I said on other shows, and I know it goes over a lot of black people's heads today because we're so literal and we're so caught up in flesh and blood. But the host of this channel, I'm not a Hebrew Israelite, but the host of this channel is one, which means he understands what? That regardless of your credit, regardless of red, blue, liberal, you dealing with spiritual warfare. But those words freak black men out. They're so mundane and so caught up in literal reality that they don't understand a higher plane of activity that the people that run this world, whether you want to accept it or not, whether you want to believe it or not, they do. They deal with numerology. They deal with any way they can thwart your mind, any way that they can affect you, whether it be to put a fabric in your shirt, to put some type of microplastic in your food. They will go to any length to thwart your natural chemistry, your natural being. And they've done that. So when I see brothers act like this is just a statistical issue, it's like, how much of yourself do you even know? How much of this world and how it works do you really know? Because I think one of the biggest issues black people have today is admitting that they can't. One thing that we all have a problem saying is, I don't know. And that doesn't mean you're dumb. It doesn't mean that you it just opens the door to know. And a lot of us are very mundane in our opinion and how we look at the world. When you come from a people who didn't look at the world from just a basic black and white view. The history of this world, the culture,
Illa, your mic starting to crack for some reason. You was perfect, and then I think you might have hit something, so you starting to chop a little bit.
But when I say I don't know him, people get on my head and act like I need to have the answer.
I don't know if he's up. You good? You should be good now. Say something.
You good?
Oh, he
say he gonna come
let
back.
me say this way.
May I
reply?
So hold on.
May I reply?
No,
hold on.
Stop.
Don't talk to me like that. All I said was, can I reply?
Stop. Listen. If I'm talking, this is an ask at this point. Everybody just stop for a second. All right. There's a lot of information being dropped here and it need to be consumed without the foolishness. Okay. So Tyranny, you're a couple spots down because Freezy still hasn't gone. Be nice. And then we'll get you in. All right. Because I want to hear what you guys say. I just want to make sure we do it orderly as possible. All right. You know, because there's a lot of stuff and it's 600 people here and people are agreeing and disagreeing with both people. So people are learning a little bit, I think. Right. There's not a lot of insults in the chat. So I don't want us to start that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Illa, I don't know if, because Mr. Fantastic, I don't know if your interjection will make sense because he wasn't quite finished. I could have missed
No, I'm not. Well, I can wait if he come back. That's what I'm talking about. I can wait till you get finished with his full
Illa, you remember you was at?
It's my shit tripping on this side. I don't know why. I guess we
can hear you now.
They don't like what I'm saying. Y'all can hear me on my side. I look messed up. Y'all can hear me.
Yeah, you perfect.
Right.
You look crazy on my side.
Right. You clear on my side. You clear.
Okay. Well, as long as y'all can see and hear me, that's fine. But no, I don't even know what Mr. Fantastic said because I had reset it. So if he interjected, he can repeat himself. I didn't. But I would say this, Fantastic, because we all need to look at each other as brothers. We just got different perspectives. What we need to do though is the groups of us that are super caught up in political.
Look at the devil. Look at the devil, bro.
Historically,
look at God.
Hold on.
Come on,
Damn,
man.
Illa, it hit us with the honey bun now this time. It got us too.
Crazy, bro.
Well, I'll just reply to what he
This
said.
the system, man. This the system. Because I got the best
he wasting
Wi-Fi,
his
bro.
words,
The
too.
system
Yo,
got it.
Yeah,
Illa.
man. They hating, bro.
Got
The system got my boy.
I agree with you.
that shit was
Going
good
too
for a
deep.
minute, though.
Nah, man, they knew
It
his
was,
answer.
it was perfect for like 99% of the time. Let me
all right, let me do this. Let me do this real quick, Mr. Fantastic. This is a guideline, all right? This is a guideline. All right, the timer. It's a guideline. I'm not saying but I'm saying it's a guideline. Let's just be privy to it so that we, you know what I mean? It's a lot of dope sentiments. Go ahead, Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, so to his point, I, again, brother, we talk about Ephesians 6:12 over here, you know what I'm saying, ad nauseum. I'm well versed in the, you know, the biblical and esoteric and the conspiracy, all these different things. I dwell there. So I don't just think in the numbers. I think in totality. I think in the motherfucking reality, in the future, in the past, and all of this stuff that make up the black man. Okay. I think that we're one of the most powerful spiritual beings on the planet. I just don't get deep into those conversations because, hey, you know, it comes up when it comes up. And a lot of niggas is hate God niggas. They don't even believe in God, but hey, that's another thing for another thing. And it ain't direct to nobody specifically. I've been saying hate God niggas before I knew a lot of you niggas. Okay. So it's hard for us to have that conversation when people refuse to have those conscriptions and be outside of that's the white man's book or the white man made it, right? So just close right to land. Even though all of those things matter, at the end of the day, as esoteric as you can be, you have to come back to reality, back to life, back to reality. It was a hit song in the 90s. Okay. All right. If we want to always operate on the third plane and use our third eye and all this extra shit, okay, yeah, you can live in, you know, those planes, but again, where you actually got to wake your ass up, put your feet on the ground, and put some motherfucking shit towards to us actually getting somewhere. The physical body, the rest of that shit's irrelevant, bro. So that's all I got, man.
What Illa was saying, right? And I think if he had the chance, he probably would have posed the question to you. Even by you saying we only got 30 years left before black people are essentially poor, that is by design. So what's your remedy for the design?
Okay, I'm glad you say that. So the problem is the playbook hasn't changed. So if everybody else is able to figure the fucking playbook out, why are we not pulling from other successful groups and running their plays?
But
that's the answer. That's the answer.
But they haven't. No. You said something. Wait. Fantastic. You said something in a broad sense that's not true. You can't
not broad at all.
You can't say that everybody else has figured it out when the median income in the country is 38,000. So again, let's not be disingenuous.
Yeah, but that's
you said we have 30 years. What's gonna save us from the 30 years? Tell us exactly what that is. Don't give us
okay. So I'm gonna say it again. I'm gonna say it again. Follow the thing that works for the people that it's working for. The Asians don't have. We have a well over median income to what that is. You want to use the median income as a Western. That means how does the median income get calculated? Beings the poor people versus the richest people. We know there are way more fucking poor people than there are the fucking 1% of rich. Okay, so when you use that, you're being disingenuous. All right, median income. Yes, you are, bro. Again, Asians' median income is way over that. White people's median income is way over that. So since it's way over the average, you copy those people that are fucking better than average. I'm still
on the same point. Let me condense.
I might get out of here so you can bring Kiki up if you want to.
He's staying on the same point. You good, CJ? She say
I got some shit to do anyway.
Okay. All right. Okay. So see, because we still right there. Let me see. Illa, do you want to finish that real quick? And then I gotta get Freezy in.
Absolutely. You said that we got to deal with the reality. But that is the reality. Everything they've done was to change our reality. And one thing people what I don't like to do is compare, because we did figure it out early. We just did it before me and you got here. The slaves figured it out. Soon as they got free, they got it popping. Our people was getting it popping. So it's not like they didn't do it. They just was ahead of everybody else. So it seems like they didn't do nothing, but they did. They just changed because our people was fighting when nobody was. Like who fought against this American imperial system socially, economically more than the Black American? The Black American woke the world up to civil rights. The whole world supported the civil rights movement because we inspired everybody. So I feel like our influence has already been established. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, bro, I just think that if we really understood what really happened, we would see why things are. It's just not a matter of pull up yourself by your bootstraps. Like we don't even have a national understanding of each other. Like we call each other black in the world of nationalities. Like we don't know how deep and far behind the 8 ball we're at. Like we just look at taxes, credit. Like this country is changing every day. They about to have a new currency system probably in a year or two where your dollar won't even matter. They said the value of the dollar just dropped 5%, just dropped 25% since 2020. So this shit is rigged. If you have a REIF fund, if I'm pronouncing it wrong, correct me, but I think it's called a REIT or REIF. They said if you put $1 million in that, I think you can get back like I would say maybe 50,000, no, 100,000 back a year just automatically. So if you got people that's millionaires and billionaires and none of them look like us, imagine the perpetuity of money they got. The point I'm trying to make is what makes us think there is a remedy? You're not getting out of this. Like this shit is not set up for you to. You not out thinking it. Like we too full of ourselves to think that. Look at what they did. They not us. These people knew you are the cream of the crop of the planet. What happened to black? It's like we're trying to analyze a movie by the credits. We're so full of ourselves and our experience here. My life is a grain of sand on the beach. Your life is a grain of sand on the beach. This shit started before colonization, this shit is an old conflict. We're just at the epitome of it. And we think we're going to change all of that from legislation, good jobs, and a strong economy. You're sadly mistaken. But I digress.
Let me get Freezy. Freezy was goody.
What's good, Hamp?
It's good. I think, and I'm not just glossing past their conversation. I know that there's a bunch of things that Illa said that resonate with a lot of, you know what I'm saying? Your baseline too. So I think we'll stay right around where they was. You heard?
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, bro. Love you. Shout out to all the men on the panel. Much love to all of y'all. Respect. And Illa said he think brothers should be able to talk with one another. And I think I don't know. He said it so fast, it might have slipped past. I thought that was so important what he said. When he said he feel like brothers should be able to talk with one another. And as far as with Mr. Fantastic, his views on slavery and whatnot, respectfully, Fantastic, I don't even think most black people are actually focusing on slavery. And when I mean by focusing on slavery, as far as like studying it and understanding the true history and all, I don't think most black people even care about the true history of slavery, because I really think that it's very important to understand the true history of slavery, just like other cultures of people understand the atrocities that have happened to them. Even being American, they remind us of 9/11 every year. Why? Because once you actually understand the nature of the event that happened, now you're prepared to, try to prevent it from happening again. I think that's the reason why it's important to, understand slavery. And I don't think I do agree that it's not good to harp on it and use it as a crutch and say, this is why I'm not advancing, whatever. And this is why my wife ain't listening to me or black women ain't listening to me. Yeah. I do agree with that notion, but I do think it is very important for black people to never forget what happened to their ancestors. Because the whole point of it all, just like other cultures look at it, the point of it all is to prevent it from happening again, to prevent people of any kind feeling like they can take advantage of you, even on an individual level, right? That's really important, and but as and also Tommy said, he said some crazy shit earlier where he was like, he thinks that white people should call a certain type of black people the N-word. Yeah, and when he said, I was like, and then we wonder why Black women don't. Why would a woman respect a comment like that? That was just so irresponsible and so crazy to me. That's not even a man saying shit like that. You feel what I'm saying? And then he focused on white people. Why you ain't say, I think Asians should call, these black people N-word. I think Arabs should. Y'all always focusing on white people, calling us that that shit be irking my damn nerves, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, and the title of the show, as far as the title of the show, the Black Community Leadership Conversation was a waste of time. I think most people agree that men should assume the position of leadership, especially in a household. I think most men agree with that. I think where we've gone wrong is turning these issues into a somewhat of a gender war and talking to women, right? The type of women that men have been complaining about, newsflash, they're not going to listen to you. Anybody ever been in a relationship with a combative, disrespectful woman? She's not going to listen to you. You're going to have, your relationship is going to end like that. I promise you. She's not going to listen to you. All right. Men should have always been talking to the men. That's why what Illa said, it actually it stuck out to me. Men should have always been talking to the men. First of all, men should be able to talk with one another, whether we disagree or not. That's just my opinion. I think men should be, this is how men get things done on a high level as well, whether you disagree or not. Just using Kevin Samuels as an example, he had, in my opinion, I think he had the right idea in the beginning talking to men. But we all know there's more money and views arguing with women. And let's just call a spade a spade. I mean, it's just real. I got more progress with my woman when I stopped going back and forth with her. You know what I'm saying? About what I thought she kept doing was disrespectful. I'm not finna keep going back and forth with you. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to set a standard for myself, and that's it. And if you don't want to respect, the standards that I have, I'm not dealing with you. Men should not waste a lot of time going back and forth. Because we slowly become those emotional, unstable people that we are claiming the women are. I set hard standards for myself, and I stuck to it. The standards was me, and this is just me. I'm not putting this on other men. The standards for me was submitting to the Most High God and finally deciding to try His laws, statutes, and commandments and stuff. And shout out to Fantastic when he was like, I know he was kind of being funny, but he was being serious at the same time as far as like, his eating habits and everything. Shout out to you, bro, that, and I slowly started understanding why they were so important, right? So essentially, God leads me and He shows me how to dwell with my woman. God leads me and He shows me how to be a leader for my woman. The problem is, in my opinion, is that men are out here winging it. For a lack of better terms, we just out here winging it. And, wanting women to adhere to whatever they think is right. I'm gonna just kill it with that, but yeah, that's what I feel. That's my total thought. Right?
All right, cool. Shout to Freezer, man, for those words, man. Hey, before we go forward, bro, I don't know what the hell y'all got going on. I don't know if y'all fingers got chopped off in the process of clicking on this video, right? But we're less than 50% of likes. It's almost 650 people in here. We don't even got 300 likes, bro. Y'all, come on, man. What are we doing? All right. Everybody's loving the conversation. Do the simple things, man. Be brilliance in the basics, people, please. Let me see. Who was it? Be nice. You next, brother. Greatly appreciate your patience. Is on you. Go right ahead.
All right. Hey, everyone on the panel. So, I mean, there's a lot to kind of respond to. It's been kind of a lengthy conversation. But what I do want to respond to is kind of something that Freezy was saying about leadership. And this is the thing that I kind of take issue with when we talk about leadership, is because it's something that can be changed based on what the societal norms are. And it's always changing. So there's not one person that could walk up and say, okay, well, I follow this religion, so my leadership is, you know, is the bee's knees, and it's what works. Because there's cultures all over the world that have different standards and practices and maybe getting similar or even better results. But because we've been living in what we believe, or what has been taught to us for so long, that we think that that's the thing that's, you know, best for us, without even thinking of looking for other alternatives. So that's the only issue I have. But I mean, I agree with you, but I think that's too easily manipulated. Manipulated. If someone changes what is, like the systems that we're saying are so detrimental to us, if they can be so easily manipulated, then why wouldn't you, you know, concede that might happen to your religion or your, you know, practices as well? That those things are also maybe detrimental towards you without you even knowing. But we just believe in these things and we've been taught them. So that's my issue. I don't think we should just buy into all this stuff. And I think it's really easy to be the leader if I can get 100 people behind me saying that what I'm saying is correct. That doesn't make me a good leader.
You got anything else? Be nice that you landed.
I don't think you really said anything.
How old are you? What do you mean? What do you mean? I don't believe you said anything.
I'm 22.
Oh, you're 22.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does it have to do with anything, though?
What did he say?
It's not your. Well, he said a lot. You can't listen. You sound like you're too old for your hearing aids to work.
Don't do that.
Wow,
Don't do that. That's the first one.
Well, I'm saying, brother, trust me, it can be however many. I'm not the one. You must be new here. But again, let's just move forward. Yeah, let's just move forward. You're next after the young lady. So after the young lady, then it's you. Tyranny's on you.
Okay. So I wanted to say, okay, there it goes. Okay. So if you guys are having a problem with, I hear you guys complain a lot about women, and it's irritating because, damn, we were created for a reason. And like what's his name said, I don't know who's interrupting me. How rude. I don't know. It was like Freezy said. Like Freezy said, you know, a lot of you guys are trying to control a woman by telling her to do what you want her to do, and you don't even understand where you're going. A lot of women, you feel like they don't listen. It's because a lot of us don't see a value in what the man says, because the father isn't in the home to understand what the value is for. So if you guys were there raising your children in the house, we wouldn't understand why the man's voice matters. But if we're at home and the single mom is the only one raising us, or the grandmother or the aunts are the only ones teaching us, hey, baby girl, you can do it. You don't need nobody else. Then why would we grow up thinking that we need to know what a man has to say? So again, if you don't like what we're saying, make sure you're there raising your daughter to understand that both voices matter. Truthfully, a lot of times when you guys talk about women, it just comes off. Okay, how about this? A couple of years ago, there was a letter written from the LGBTQ community. And in that letter exposed how they're going to make women seem as though they are not valuable, how you don't need women. There are only two species on this planet, male and female. So if you're constantly talking how you don't need the female, how the female is this and how the female is that, then naturally you're going to cling to the male. So I think you need to choose if it's a female that you want or if it's a male that you want. And if it's a female that you want, you should learn to start understanding what you actually like about the female. A lot of things that us women don't like is how y'all never got nothing nice to say. Okay, it's always she's doing this, she's doing that. But what do y'all like about the Black woman? Because understand, every other race of women sees the Black woman as the strongest. You guys you don't even see the value in your own women. And that's sad. What's his name? Illa, you know, you guys are saying, okay, how we got struggles. And this is true. The system was created from the beginning to look against God's chosen people. And it's not just God's chosen men, it's God's chosen people. And there's only 2 people on this planet. So you guys don't even see the beauty in your own people as well. But when it comes to race, look, I'm a property manager, okay? And I connect with all type of properties under the management company. I work at a property where it's like 90% Caucasian. There's maybe 3% black, and the
Tyranny,
other
you working on
percent
your second round of the counter. It's a counter up in the right hand corner.
Yeah,
This
I've
is
been
your second
watching the
time around.
counter, and people have been working on their second or third. So I mean,
No, that's
Hamp said,
definitely
"Let
not
people
true.
finish and
That's
let me
crazy.
finish. Let
It's
me
definitely
finish."
not
I
true.
appreciate
Well,
that
hold
because
on,
I'm
Tyranny, what we're
about
not
to.
gonna do. I'm Tyranny.
Why
regulating
you
the
didn't
camera
cut no other man off?
because I was just giving you reference. No other man went
I
through
was
like that.
about to finish. You're
Go
extending
ahead,
my
bro.
time.
Go ahead, bro.
Damn. Like I stated, I work at a property, I manage a property that is 90% Caucasian. And when I have a conversation with these Caucasians, even though they seem nice and friendly and you can have a conversation with them, they don't understand us. They were trained to think a certain way about Black people. They don't talk about Asians, Mexicans, any other race, and they don't talk about any other race the way that they talk about Black people. I've even had them try to come and say the N-word in front of me. So fantastic. When you sit here and say that we shouldn't worry about what we went through, none of us are in slavery, that's a damn lie. There is discrimination across the board. And like I said, I'm in real estate. The pricing here is nowhere near the pricing that it will be in the hood. And we're talking about where low-income Black people make the money. Their pricing here is
Tyranny,
completely
you gotta
different.
wrap
The
it up.
age here
You gotta wrap
is
it up,
I
Tyranny.
am wrapping up. And the more you continue to cut me off, you
Well,
make
I'm
me
at this point, Tyranny,
continue to
Tyranny,
talk longer.
at this point, Tyranny,
Okay,
I'm
my
just
point is, Black men like you are a detrimental to the community. And maybe if you shut up and listen, you'll learn
cool.
something too.
All right.
Okay,
Land, thank
then
you.
don't
You're done.
cut me
Thank
off,
you.
nigga.
All right,
Like
cool.
that's
It's
freaking
on
disrespectful.
listen, again,
I
like
mean, you
I'm
let
not
every other
listen,
man on here talk, and then
I
when I start
literally
talking,
didn't.
your balls
Tyranny, you
start
went through
hurting. Like,
3
what the hell are we
minutes.
talking about?
You went through 3 minutes,
Bro,
Tyranny.
but y'all
And
let Illa talk for
I'm
15
keeping calm.
minutes.
I'm keeping calm.
Go
No
ahead,
one's
but nobody's cutting you off. You're cutting me off. You're cutting me off.
because
Why would you not be
regulating
calm?
the panel. Damn.
No, you're disrespecting the woman on the panel. That's what you're doing. You've cut me off 3 times in the midst of me talking. That's what I'm saying. And you wonder why you
Let me
single.
get it back, Tyranny.
Nigga got me fucked
You
up.
swallow everybody kids. Don't play with me now. You're going too
No,
far.
and I
You got
marry
5
every man
baby
I
daddies.
swallow
You
too.
got
How about
5
that? And every
Tyranny.
man I
Every
swallow,
nigga
I'll
you
get a
meet, you
ring
have
on
a
it. Where
baby
your
by.
ring? Where your
Every
ring? Where
nigga
your
you
ring?
meet, you
Where
have a
your
baby
ring?
by.
Where your ring?
Every
With your
nigga you
single
meet,
ass.
put a baby
With
in
your
you.
single ass. And I'm
Every
married.
nigga
Wait.
meet, put a baby in you.
All right, it's fantastic. Tyranny, cool off. See, did you hear anything she said? What's up, Robert? Did you hear anything she said that you wanted to respond to, woman to woman?
I gotta get off my lunch break. I'll see you guys later.
You heard me? Is she frozen?
Hi.
Look like it.
I think so.
Cause I know, I kind of know a few things that Love she
She
her.
just kicked him off of mute, Hamp.
She good now.
See, you can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Is there anything she said specifically that you agree with or disagree with?
Not specifically that I want to address just
Okay.
because of the lines of the conversation.
Okay. Let me get Robert in and I'll circle right back. Robert, how you doing?
Good, sir. I appreciate the time.
Yes, sir.
Originally, I came on because of the other gentleman, the Illa guy. I really liked what he was saying. I liked the momentum that he was having in his speech. And I
Okay.
wanted to be a part of that part of it all. And then when Freezy spoke, it felt like he expounded upon what that gentleman said. I wanted to be a part of that kind of conversation.
We still here.
Nah, because your man messed it up.
My man, who's that?
Yeah, Mr. Fantastic 824.
What did he mess up about it?
When I was listening to the conversation, Be Nice was talking.
Okay.
Be Nice made some points in his conversation.
Okay.
So I interjected and I said, "Hey, how old are you? How old are you?"
Okay.
Because I wanted to see what he was coming from, what he was saying. He said a lot of things, but I didn't get the point. So I was trying to draw it out of him.
Okay. So
you know what I'm saying?
Mr. Watkins, what you experienced there, and you got the floor. I just want to, as you mind through what you experienced there, is oftentimes people will ask, "How old are you? Are you married?" And oftentimes people ask those type of questions to kind of disqualify someone's opinion. So the assumption was that that's what you were doing. If you weren't doing that, let's clarify.
I apologize, Dan. I apologize to you, young man. I wasn't discrediting him. I was trying to understand where he was.
Okay.
Please don't. Please
Hold
don't.
on. Let's keep it going. He's still. But Mr. Fantastic, he's still on the beginning of it. We got to get to the middle before we can say if he's doing what he's doing. So yeah, he's 21 years old. Robert.
So two now.
Two. My bad.
Congratulations.
We're gonna get him. Be nice.
Go ahead. Now I got an appointment at 2:00, so I'm gonna wrap it up with this. I think you have a good form, and I enjoy you, DJ Hamp. I've been watching 2 years, I guess.
No doubt.
In the shadows, because I don't know how this internet thing works. Your slick mouth friend makes a point about my hearing aid. I'll talk to you soon, nigga. Mr. Beans, I enjoy you. You keep talking the way you talk. Oh, it's not a threat, my man. It's not a threat, my man. I'll talk to you because I'll remember my hearing aid. DJ Hamp.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the time. Okay. I'll see y'all again. Cool?
No doubt. Be safe.
Thank you, boss.
Hey,
sure.
bro, y'all niggas be brave on this internet, bro. But anyway,
So-
now, the nigga lied because he said he didn't say nothing first. First thing he says, he didn't say nothing, Hamp. See, I hate this shit. And then you got stupid niggas in the chat that was here for it because they want to root against me and act like the bitch ass nigga didn't say what he said.
So let me say this. That's my fault. I missed that part. You know what I'm saying? I just know what happens when people ask those qualifying questions. They ask them specifically to disqualify.
He purposely said him. He didn't say
he prefaced it with you didn't say nothing.
Okay. So he
That's on my
was just trying to disqualify him because of his age.
So in hindsight, I should have let you interject that point so I had more understanding. So that's my fault. There was a couple things, right?
Karma.
Be Nice was saying that I was interested in because it kind of goes directly against what Freezy was saying. He mentioned the infiltration of said books. If we're saying that the government, the systems are infiltrated, how can we deny that the books in which we subscribe to are infiltrated? Right? Which was an interesting point. Be Nice, my quick retort to that would be what's in those books specifically in terms of the tenets, the laws, the statutes, the commandments aren't going to steer you wrong. You see, if you just follow those tenets, regardless of what you made people say, perversion and all this stuff, if you follow those tenets, you'll be solid. You see? So all the other stuff around it about, even like, let's say somebody's an atheist and they say, I'm going to follow these instructions.
Yeah.
They'll be solid. You see it like, so that would be my retort.
No,
to that.
I buy into that. And that's the reason why, like, it's more, it should be more of a, okay, these are the instructions on how to be a leader, or like an easier litmus test than just, do you believe in this? So then I'm going to believe you because you said that you believe in it. Because most of the time there isn't really much of a litmus test other than, okay, I'm a religious person and I hold these beliefs and this is the way I live out my life, but there isn't actually anything physical that would tell other people, okay, yeah, this person's actually a good leader. I'm not saying that's aimed at anyone in specific. I'm saying that happens a lot.
Yeah, and so what you've probably experienced, Be Nice, is people who are saying a thing and never have done the thing. Right? When you meet the men, and I'm saying men because it's me and you talking, that are literally and consistently living in by the tenets, it'll resonate differently. The lifestyle is going to change overwhelmingly. It's going to be a 180, So what happens is people will say that they're a part of something, but not actually living by it. And that's why you could poke holes in their arguments and poke holes in their lifestyle and poke holes in what they're saying. But when he really nails himself down, there's going to be shit he going to do that don't look fun. That gotta suck. This gotta suck. Even up to nigga, I love pork neck bones with cabbage and rice, my nigga. But I don't eat that shit no more. You know what I'm saying? It just be like in little stuff like that, right? Like we be in a restaurant with my kids as opposed like when they go to daycare and stuff. their dietary restrictions. It even resonates with people at the daycare, you know? So it's just like things like that you see start to be impactful when people are consistent in what they say they believe in, you know?
Yeah, and I think that's oh man, this is such like a like an esoteric kind of conversation, because I mean, like, let's say I'm talking about like my hair. Like me personally, I don't believe in cutting my hair now. Like that's my belief now. So like if someone saw me and said, okay, well, he vows to not cut his hair. So that would mean that's one thing that he's doing that is consistent. And so then someone could be like, okay, yeah, you know, he's a good leader because he's living a Rastafarian type of lifestyle. And that's something that I, you know, subscribe to or I think is good. So that's a good leader right there, because he's living his life by not cutting his hair, you know, eating a lot of fruits and veggies and being on a healthy, holistic lifestyle. Like, so that would be my credentials to be a leader to someone.
I think what you're saying makes sense if you hearken to the point I said about the neck bones, right? I think the point I made before that was laws, statutes, and the key words commandments, right? So it commands a whole lot more over your life than just what you do and don't eat, right? So it's how you comport yourself with your woman, with your children, with the people around you, what you're willing to do and not do, what you're willing to kill and die for. All those things, if we frequent around each other often, will continue to show themselves. And I think that's what makes an impact. Yeah, you know, and then that's when you say, you know what? I want to be more or less like this person, to your earlier point. But it's a good combo. I like that you proposed that, and it was right after what Freezy was saying. Freezy, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that, and then we'll get C was in the back damn near at minute 5, so I want to get her in, because I was scrolled too far down, so I couldn't even see her. Freezy, I didn't even know if you wanted to say anything regarding that.
Well, no, I mean, I get Be Nice's sentiment as far as like the notion being that these books have been tampered with, and a lot of people feel like we've subscribed to quote unquote religion in the church for years, and where has it gotten us, right? I remember talking to a podcast a while ago, and we were talking about that, and I think the biggest problem was hypocrisy. It's really not the laws, statutes, and commandments. It's the hypocrisy. That's what it is. You know, people acting like they're godly, and people acting like this and that, and then when you see them somewhere and you know I thought you was this type of person, you telling me, you demonizing me, but you doing this, it's a lot of that going on. You know, most people aren't really, if we just get down to the brass tacks, let's just be real. Even church people, quote unquote, they're not following the laws, statutes, and commandments. They're not really making a valiant effort. They don't really, you know what I'm saying? It just, so I think that's where everything gets lost. And even God said that's one of the worst things to him is a hypocrite. I know me, myself, I do not like a hypocrite,
That's
because
a
it's very dangerous to like progress, people's belief systems. It could tear down a child's confidence once they realize you was full of it. So, I think that's the underlying issue. I don't think it is the book. I think it's just people and their hypocrisy. That's it.
Yeah.
That's pretty deep, Freezy.
Yeah, that's very fair. C, what up though? That's what y'all say up there, right? Yeah, that's what y'all say up there. What up though? Yeah.
Hello, everybody. How are you?
We doing all right.
All right, good. It's been a good conversation to listen to. I think when we first started discussing the topic, I didn't realize that we would end up here when we're talking about the community conversation. But I think that all of the things that it takes to actually build a community, a lot of those things have been discussed in one way or another here. But I think the thing that resonated the most with me was all the way from the beginning when you were playing the video. And I think that there was a split of the men that you felt that you would be able to talk to. I think Fantastic split them up. So I'm just speaking generally. There was a large group. There were men that you thought you might be able to talk to. There were men that they grouped as simps, and then there were women. And the default, it looked like, is we have to address the problem, and the problem is the women, because the women are unruly. And then we would have to address the simps, and we can't address the simps because the simps have the mindset of the women. So we wouldn't make any, leeway doing that anyway. There'd be no progress. But I'm actually of the belief that if there were only 5 men that the leaders could look at and say that they were able to affect a change, that's who you should address. And then when you address when the leaders address other men and they begin to stand on the principles that they have in place, sometimes you have to shame people in order for them to correct their behavior.
See, clarify sometimes for me.
The majority of the time to be effective, right? And so I think our definition of shame has been to be derogatory toward people or demeaning towards them. But shame comes because you already have a knowledge of what's right and you're doing what's wrong. The best way to shame that behavior is to do right in front of it. And so when the men come and they bring the other like-minded men and they begin to do in spite of, what that does is you see the difference in behavior. You see the difference in those who are being guided. And then it sets a hierarchy amongst the men where you understand who's going to take us to where we need to go and who just needs to follow suit. And when that starts to happen, believe it or not, it doesn't happen overnight and it doesn't happen as quickly as we might think it happens. But when you see that you're not able to progress and you're in the same place over and over again because of your poor choices, you see the people who do progress, and that either motivates you to make a change or you get left behind. And that's the way that the community is able to be built. We can't solve it from the branches. You have to solve it from the root. And unfortunately, like, you can't landscape weeds.
So, see, I have to do. So, how do we look at leadership then? Or does that man have to make that man my leader, or what?
I think that the men determine that based on who's building, right? So if you're building and you have a conversation with somebody and you can see that they are not of the mindset to build, right? That doesn't mean that they're not a man. It doesn't mean that they're, not worthy. But if you see that they're not currently building something, but they have the capacity to do work, then I think you can bring them under your leadership, right? You either develop a leader or they help you further the cause. But you have to have the humility to say that I don't have the skills right now to be a leader of men, but I need to learn how to be a man so I can later lead my family. And that become by you aligning yourself under a man, especially if you weren't raised with a man. Those are usually things you would get from your father. But if he's not there, then you do have to come under the leadership of another man so that you can have the fundamentals and principles from a man. So then you can implement those things and have a foundation that allows you to weather the storm, where you're not so deterred by bad behavior of women or what she said, or she doesn't like my decision, because that was never the foundation by which you were operating in the beginning.
It sounds like a lack of understanding of power or prowess or hierarchy or order. I'm bugging? Am I conflating too many things at once?
No, that's what it is. But what I think what we see happening a lot of time is we see the men take their stance or take their positioning based on whether the women are pleased with what they're doing or not, as opposed to I'm going to be who I'm supposed to be because that's who I'm supposed to be. And that positions you in a place of power when your steps are more sure when you're aware of what you're doing because it's what you've decided to do, as opposed to I take a step and then I look at how you do or don't behave, whether you are or aren't pleased with what I do, and then I make an adjustment based on you. So now you become the de facto leader. Your pleasure lets me know whether I'm doing the thing that should be done, because the foundation of what I'm going to do isn't sure. So like how we say you stand on business, there's no way you can stand on business if the decisions that you make are affected not by what's best for the people who are following you, but whether their pleasure in what it is that you're doing. It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work well that way.
So I have a question for you, Love C. Would you say the majority or the minority of relationships people, I mean, I've worked in sales years now, and when I see families marry, whatever, make decisions together, what would you say the majority of the time is a man standing on business? Are men usually standing on business in the majority of relationships that you see ever?
I would say from what I've seen, yes. I'll say that from what I'm seeing more recently, no. I think there's been a shift. And I think that shift comes when everybody, the shift comes when men don't admit that they need the guidance of someone else. They see the lack, right? And instead of saying, I need guidance from another man in this area, they just go ahead on, right? And so then what that does is if there's an opportunity for someone to take advantage, they will. And if a woman can see a weakness in you that you don't see the weakness in, she will capitalize and take advantage on that weakness, whether it be emotional, whatever the case may be. And so it would behoove you to get around people who can see your weaknesses and help you improve them as a man. There's nothing wrong with that. That's what leadership is, to continue to develop.
Can I interject on that point that she just made there? Because that's exactly what.
I want to Mr. Payne, if Cheeky don't mind you interjecting, because he right after you.
Yo, Hamp. Love, man. I love you, man. I got to go.
I love you. You out?
Yeah, I'm out, man.
Be safe, man.
Shout
Shalom
out to everybody on the
All
panel.
right, what's going on?
How you doing, man? Nice to see you.
Cheek, you mind Mr. Payne jumping in?
It's just to a point she made, real
Mr.
quick,
Payne, what's going
because she's spot on about,
you say hi back, Mr. Payne. I know you.
Okay, let me. I was just going to interject. I was going to say my hellos to everybody when it was my turn, but it's my turn now. Hello, everybody, man. I haven't been here for a little while, man. It's good to see everybody.
Salute.
You made a great point, because when I left my house to go to college, one of the things I did want to do was get out of the house full of women so I can get around men who were doing some great things. One of the reasons why I went into the fraternity is to be around men, to learn how men move. And that was on purpose. I was 18, 19 years old, and that's exactly what I was looking for. Luckily I ran around some guys who were on their square, administrators, athletes, educators, guys, professionals. And married men, all that kind of stuff. I wanted to know how they move, because I didn't get that when I was at home. So that point that you made about men looking at leadership and trying to find out how to do it, how to become it, that part is true. But every man doesn't come to that epiphany. I just was blessed that way, I guess. I don't know why. I just needed that. So I just wanted to interject that. I didn't know if you were finished saying what you had to say. So I was saying on that point you were correct.
Yeah, no, she was actually in the midst of Be Nice had asked a clarifying question about her sentiments regarding like the structure and but the potential mindset. And so that interjection makes sense right there. You know what I'm saying? Cheek, what's goody, my boy?
What's good? How everybody feeling?
You doing the right thing. How you?
I'm good, man. Can't complain.
Mm-hmm. What you think, man?
The points I would have made, it was way earlier in the show, so I don't even know if it's necessary.
These are just sentiments being shared regarding what people heard, so you feel free.
Oh, okay. Well, as far as the antagonizing thing, that is one of the most frustrating things to deal with personally, because people love to antagonize but hate to get bitten. They like fucking with dogs and lions and bears and tigers, oh my, and then get mad when they get shredded. like to pieces and go, well, I don't understand why. Like I don't have any sympathy for people that are antagonistic because you're a piece of shit when you do it. And then for you to want to point out somebody's response or behavior to you being a piece of shit, that's just I don't like that. Like not only do I not like it, but I just think there's a moral issue with that. Like there's something wrong with how you view the world and how you process information and view yourself. And you need to fix it because you're the reason why the world sucks. Part of the reason, not just that alone, but you're part of the reason, and you should change that and not continue to be that way. All right. So when you see people like you did in the video with the MAGA hats, right? It's one you can have an opinion.
You're
right?
muffling, cheek. Turn your maybe a game a little bit.
It's still muffling.
No, you go ahead.
All right. When you have people like the MAGA people that came on the campus,
yeah,
and you try to justify, oh, they're just expressing this idea or this thought, right? DEI. Sure, it's antagonistic though because of how they view DEI and the views already expressed about DEI. The main proponents in their mind is black people or people of color, which is why Charlie Kirk said, if I see a black pilot, he didn't say a white woman, he didn't say Indian man, he said a black pilot. And these people that carry those things, they think it's only black people that benefit from DEI, and that's just not the case. That's when it becomes antagonistic. You go into a all black area trying to have a conversation that has already been exposed and espoused by people that share the same sentiment as you, looking for a reaction. You're a piece of shit. Yeah, like, and if I'm not going to justify their response to it by saying they're right, but what I will say is I'm not surprised. Just like I wasn't really shocked when Buddy got offed and the bullet hit his neck. I wasn't like, oh, why did that happen? No, I'm not surprised it happened. Your rhetoric, what you're doing, what you intend to do, what you espouse on a regular, how you behave. So no, I'm not saying it's right, but I'm not surprised. So if something like that happens and you get the bullet that bit you, oh, okay. That's like a black person go to a all white or a Ku Klux Klan rally and going, well, I don't know how he got home. Buddy, look at where you at.
You know, like a liberal.
There's a sentiment in my gym, cheek. Let me know if this makes sense. When we sparring, right? Is hit as hard as you want to get hit. That's what I'm like. If you, I know what time it is. For me to be willfully obtuse about what time it is doesn't make sense. You know, that's the thing that I can't seem to. I understand what Mr. Fantastic and Tommy were saying. However, you know what you're doing.
Right. Exactly. You know? And that's the obtuse part about it, right? Because if you want to take that approach, then I want the same people that have the approach of they just saying words, that doesn't mean you should respond that same way or whatever the case may be. Then when you remember that video we saw with that dude getting punched in the face by the cop after he closed his door, they should have never responded like that. But we didn't hear that. What we heard was, well, you can't do that to the law, or you shouldn't respond this way. You started making justifications going, well, they shouldn't do this for this reason. But when you flip it on its head, right, and we're expecting more from officers because of the position and the authority they have. These are just college students, right? That, again, not justifying and not to say that what they did was right. But for some reason, I can find one group of people justify the behavior of a figure of authority for responding what we would say incorrectly due to that position of authority. But when you have two people on the same level, go, well, one person shouldn't respond. You do realize they shouldn't respond this way because look at that doesn't make sense. I don't understand how one side can do that. It's just not going to make sense.
Well, because they standing on that side. Right, so that's the problem with picking a side, right? When you pick when you pick one of these sides, you got to stand on that side regardless of what's being said and how stupid it is, right? Because that's the thing that you're representing. It makes no sense. None of the shit they were saying earlier. You know, I'll be trying to be respectful, but my opinion ain't appreciated no way. So let me just say how I really feel. Them arguments was fucking retarded. You go to a college campus full of young ass people and expect for them to respond maturely. Get the fuck out of here with that dumb shit. Right? That's one. Two, you go to a HBCU where you're essentially telling them that if I see you in a position that your HBCU education would qualify you for, I'm still going to think you're not qualified. But I shouldn't see that as an insult. And I should be okay with you insulting me without an actual retort. Get the fuck out of here, man.
So Hamp, just real quick, Hamp, you hear me?
Yes.
You hear me? Yeah, I think we definitely need to
yes.
When I send you this, we got to do it. I ain't gonna announce it to, spoil it, but we definitely got to do this now. Thanks to Beans, and I'll make sure if we get around to it, if it's nothing better, I'll shout Beans out. Now again, bro, I love when niggas, really are the niggas who they are and how they really feel. So I guess since Tommy was here, you couldn't be your real self. Since it's fantastic now, this shit was retarded. Great, thank you. I like this, right? I like the authentic Beans. Now again, I'm gonna say it again.
That's crazy.
And it's crazy how you always fucking cook yourself. You picked the side, brother. So you're going to stand on that dumb-ass, stupid-ass side regardless of racism and the white man, and he won't let me, and it's his fault, and we can never overcome. When you sit on the white man's internet right now talking shit about the white man, okay? I'm sick of you niggas, bro. If you're a failure, and this ain't to you, it's anybody. If you are a failure in America, it's your fault. People have come here that can't speak fucking English, okay? And work their way for generations to be better than niggas. Stop making excuses.
Absolutely.
Take advantage of the fucking opportunities. And it's funny you bring up this HBCU shit, okay? Niggas, only 9% of black people even go to HBCUs. The shit that is for niggas don't even want to use it. Okay? So again, when the scary white man come around, now we gotta bro, how many times I'm literally in the meantime, between time, you guess how many fucking clips I just seen of niggas fucking with white folks, niggas fucking with Asian folks. Only people we really don't fuck with for real is like the Mexicans. You know what I mean? Because they'll fight back. You from Chicago, I think you know. They on the same type of time we on if you got to get to that shit. Okay. So the crazy part about it is, and the reason why you say it's a real disingenuous shit, I don't know why we always make about white people. The fucking conversations about white people on the goddamn campus. So of course it's gonna be about white people. Maybe that wasn't you. My bad. That wasn't you. That wasn't you. Whoever said it, right? The conversations about white folks. Oh, it was Freezy. And this ain't no disrespect, Freezy. I'm just gathering shit and remembering. Okay. We were talking about white people because it directly involved the black-white dynamic, okay? So you guys have to stop doing this bullshit to where y'all are obsessed with the white man. I'm telling you, I can't even speak for nobody else. I'm telling you, I do not give a fuck about the white man. I am not concerned about the white man, okay? I have went to the whitest of the whiter fucking system and won, okay?
Got you.
Not done. And not done. Still, things I've learned from all this shit and taking advantage of it.
Right.
Niggas got better opportunities than what I do and they squander them.
Right. But
it's an issue and problem with the fucking culture to where niggas don't see you gotta working for the white man is a problem and you want to be that's the problem, bro. So again, that's the retarded part, brother. The retarded part is the understanding of what you have, not me and the people that think like me.
Fantastic. Here's the problem, right? First of all, that's not what I meant when I said that. Just really quickly, what I'm saying is that if I do what you just did, there's going to be a narrative in the space that I ruined the show, right? In this lovely America, I don't get to behave like you. I don't get to go off, raise my voice, or yell or any of that because they say, look at him. I told y'all they do the same thing to me that them white boys was trying to do at the HBCU. See, there you go. I told y'all, right? I couldn't tell people to give me yes or no answers on my own damn show. But Hamp get to tell people they don't get to use certain words, and he don't get judged the same way I got judged. So that's why I said that, right? It's not a reflection on y'all. It's a reflection on how I'm treated in the space. So yes, I go out of my way to try to remain calm and not be as demonstrative because I'm sick of the retarded ass space painting narratives about me, right? But the fact of the matter is, Hamp, is that fantastic, is that you keep saying shit that just ain't true. Right? The same thing when you brought up the Asians earlier today, and then we had to deflect from that. That shit is a trigger for me. I hate it when people say shit that ain't true, and then we move past it. The Asians ain't doing better than us. And this is the type of narrative that you try to push, right? Because you want to look at the best of them, right? And you take the numbers for what the best of them are doing. But do you know that the actual median income for Asians, since you want to encompass them all, you don't get to separate them now. The median income for Asians per capita is $56,000. Did you know that the median income for black men per capita is $54,000? Black women, $52,000.
It's still better.
No. We're not seeing that. What we're not gonna do is play semantics and make it
not semantics.
It is because you know what you mean when you say better. So let's not do that. See, that's what I'm saying. Don't be disingenuous. Right now, here's the other part of it. Did you know 8% of all millionaires in the country are black and 7% are Asian? So we outnumber them in that shit too. This is what I'm saying. But then when I say that, I'm ruining the show. You know, because I ain't illa. I'm saying, bro, keep it a buck. You can spread your message about black people and what they need to do without lying, right? We don't have to lie, okay? And then at the end of the day, they also have countries behind them. 2020, a couple of Asian people got jumped on. Immediately, law in place. Anti-Asian hate bill. How long did we have to march? How long did we have to get bricks and shit thrown at us to get anything passed? We don't get treated the same. You said we need to move like the Asians move. So what you really want us to do then is go to another country and build. Because guess what? Almost half of all Asians are immigrants.
Hey, Beans.
So the narrative is just, go ahead, I'm done. You got it.
No. I only said, hey, Beans. I thought you kind of you still made your point. My question is this, because I noticed this. I want to ask just for my edification. Do you see median more valuable than average?
Absolutely.
How come? Because you've been saying it probably like 2 months. I'm like, damn. Okay.
Absolutely, because what median does, it represents the entire number, right? So median says half the people are doing more than this and half the people are doing less than this. So you can kind of gauge really what people are at. The averages is when you're adding them all together, right? And then that's the thing that somebody like, I ain't gonna say no names, Mr. Fantastic will use, right? To kind of undermine people. Because if you say, well, black men is making this much, then he say, yeah, but that's including the wealthy ones too. Most of you niggas is broke. Like they not doing the same exact thing for the Asians. So that's why I use the median numbers, right? So if you saying half of these people is making less than this, and y'all telling black men every day that 50K ain't no money.
I see.
So that means half of these Asians is broke as hell too. So why should we be following it? Not to mention the fact that 36% of they women are married to somebody who ain't Asian. So we should be following that too, right? Black women, y'all need to marry out at a rate of 36%. 21% of they men is married out. So that's what we need to be doing, right?
I get it, because you
lead, right?
Beans, just on my point, and then you can get the. I don't know if somebody got.
I mean, where my applause at? What my glass breaking at? When I drop yours,
I didn't hit the glass at all. Now.
Thank you for laughing, Jinky.
I ain't hit no buttons on purpose today. None. Except for when I read the super chats. If you notice, watch it back. Now, Beans, because the average gives motherfuckers who making 20,000 credit, right? Like the average get everybody credit when you add it together. Okay. Hey man, if y'all want to extend this show, we got a lot more opinions. Y'all know the vibration with the crowdfunding and all that to the Cash App. Let me just catch up on these, Cheek. You could jump right in, all right?
Wait, let me talk to him before Cheek goes, just real quick. Just some real quick shit.
Jay Miller with the $5. It sounds like y'all are saying expect black people to react like animals when you antagonize them because that's how niggas act. Really? That's Aaron with the $2 says, Love C was able to talk with no cutoffs. Interesting.
Oh, that's
Marvelous Opinion with the $5 says, Preach, Love C. DC Slim with the $5 says, I would love to know what's good about black people from black people. Nobody talks about the greatest shit we do. Goofy shit gets all the attention. Insane with the $2 says, yup, shame. We know having unprotected sex is wrong. Aaron with the $2 says, the CIA definitely have what is he saying? Definitely have
Asians implants on YouTube.
Implants on YouTube panel. Okay. Aaron with the $2 says twice in a week, men versus women. Shake my head. 2053, y'all already. Captain K-Man with the $2 says she just infiltrated the panel, shaking my motherfucking head. That was sent at 12:53. Ezekiel Israel with the $10 says you hit the like button. Jay Miller, what up? Perfect. 20 bucks. We all know about TOFA, but how many of us know what an option contractor or an index is? We love to hear reasons why we are failing, but lose interest when someone presents solutions. No wonder we are at the bottom.
Wow. Put him in the shit like that. Perfect. Shit like that.
Brother. Illa with the $10 says the powers at B don't want me to talk or something. LOL. I keep getting static from my side, but it was a pleasure, fellas. Salute, Illa. Hope all is well, man. Good to see you. DC Slim with the $5 says, does anybody other group come on the airways and insult their own people? Never said anything good about the women. And yeah, that does happen. Rel with the $5 says, black people can't even like the stream. Hit the like button. They can throw. You can't compare blacks to immigrants from groups because they don't have the same obstacles. How many Chinatowns have you seen burned down? El Nix with the $10 says history is both a mirror and a roadmap. You have to look at both while moving forward. Also, understanding history is not an option because it's tied to your survival. Aaron with the $2 says why the Latinos don't have a 2053 issue. Kelly was popping. The morning show in the building.
Wait, Hamp. They got a 2025 issue.
Big Sam with a $5 says we are also the only group that haven't received any reparations. DC Slim with the $2 says the white man appreciates y'all help. Homeboy with the, I think I played this one. Yeah, I read this one. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. As Abe tells us, this entire show is debating what one says. Did I read this one? Yes. All right. So this is a reply to what Beans had offered.
Yeah, so it's crazy, man. And Beans likes really using a lot of, inflammatory words like these white people he say he can't stand, right? Liars and retarded and shit like that, right? And liars really gets me, right? Because it's crazy. He put the black people 1% over the Asian, and it says right here that we're equal, right? And the crazy thing about it is when niggas don't understand stats and niggas don't understand numbers, they say shit and they make us look even worse because see, the Asians only make up 7% of the entire population. So for them to make up 8% of fucking millionaires, that means they're overrepresented by a lot. So we make up fucking 13% and we're under at 8. Okay. And the reason why they can only make up 8 is because of the fucking number of the population that they represent. Damn it. They can't be the majority of motherfucking millionaires when they're literally volume wise one of the least amount of people. I hate shit and niggas call you liars when they don't understand simple math and how math works.
But that wasn't math, so that was a mistake.
That
right?
is math.
No. Wait. I mixed up the Hispanic with the Asian. I said they were 7%, right? So that just goes to show you that I actually read it. But I just mixed up the Hispanic.
No, you didn't. What you said out your mouth was you said Asians repeatedly were under black people.
That's not what I said. I said they weren't doing better than us. No, it's not. I said they were. I never said the word. How much money do you want to bet? We don't got to argue. How much money do you want to bet?
Right now.
Let's bet.
E-shape.
I never said the words they're under us. I said they're not doing better than us. Those are the words I used.
You compared it with numbers. You said we were over them.
Fantastic. You just brought that up. And what that showed you is that I actually read it. I just put the
No, you didn't if you put the information wrong.
Can I finish the sentence so maybe you can understand, right? I put the 7 on the Asians when it was on the Hispanics. That's all I did.
That's a crucial fucking mistake when you're making the argument that we're doing better than Asians.
It's not, because even if it's 8%, that's still fantastic. What I'm saying is this. It's 8% of millionaires. Do you understand?
Oh my God.
Wait, fantastic. What does that mean? Wait, let me ask you this, fantastic. Yes or no? Does that mean it's more Asian millionaires than us? Yes or no? Yes or no, fantastic.
This nigga is in pain.
Watch the clock, for watch the clock. Yes or no? Does that mean there's more Asian millionaires than black?
You got called a fucking Charlie horse, nigga.
Yes or no?
I said he looked like he in pain, and dead ass he was. What it means is this, and I'm going to explain.
I don't ask you what it means. I'm asking you yes or no.
I have to because you don't understand math.
I'm not asking you to teach me math. Hamp, can you ask your boy to give me a yes or no? Yes or no? Does the 8% mean that there are more Asian millionaires than black? Yes or no?
What is the sorry to clarify for the audience? What is the point? What point are we contending right now?
Beans got up here and said that he took issue with me saying Asians are doing better than us when they clearly are. Asians own more homes. Asians have higher income. Asians have higher marriage rates, despite their women dating out at 30%. Right? Asians are just better than us. From a socioeconomical standpoint, Asians are better on paper. I'm not worshiping the Asian man. I'm not saying that whatever.
Wait, fantastic. Real quick. You just said that it was 30% and it's actually 36%. So did you lie?
What?
See, now you see what I mean? You just said that Asian women marry at a rate of 30%, but it's actually 36%. So when you said 30%, were you lying?
No, I wasn't lying because I wasn't being serious what I was saying. I wasn't being serious what I was saying. I wasn't being serious. But anyway, I'm trying to feel. Let me finish answer my question. Right?
Go ahead.
So you were purposely saying what you're saying to disprove my point. I was just bullshitting clearly, but either way, right? So this is what I'm saying, right? Beans can't.
That was not clear. That's a fact. It's Andrew Wilson.
He can't understand math. So being that Beans can't understand math, Beans keeps trying to make fucking 13% of the population equivalent to fucking 5% of the population. Actually, or 6% of the population.
This nigga keep lying.
6, 7, whatever. Okay.
Yeah, 6, 7, whatever. You don't know math.
Either way, Beans.
You don't know
either way. So I guess niggas is what? What is nigga? 15% now? I don't know.
No.
Beans. What you said was wrong, and you said the Asians were not doing better because you put us over the Asians as far as the millionaires. Either way it goes, from a mathematical standpoint, it is impossible for the fucking Asians to be the most in millionaires because there's so many fucking people in volume. The reason why white people make up 70%. Hold on, brother. I'm almost done. If you stop trying to cut me the fuck off, this is a math lesson you need to listen to and learn something. The reason why white people overrepresent so much is because they make up 76% of the fucking population, or 66. I'm sorry, 60-something% of the population. Let me get it right. 60-something% of the population. They make up 76 fucking percent of millionaires because of volume. So it's going to be extremely difficult for a very small volume to overrepresent in what they have in total population. God damn.
Now apply that to black people. Checkmate.
Nigga, you proving my point.
I'm telling
if we're 14 or 13%, we're underrepresented.
Let me ask you guys a question. These are rooted in and being very direct question. What percentage of the 100% of millionaires are black?
8.
And then what percentage are Asian?
8.
And then what percentage of the population are Asians?
7, according to Beans.
Okay.
So that means they overrepresent in millionaires.
And then we underrepresent by about 4 points.
4 or 5 points.
So they overrepresent by 1%.
You still don't. You swore you understood the math, brother.
I did. You're saying that they overrepresent. They're 7% of the population.
The math says it.
8% of the millionaires. So they overrepresent by 1%.
Yeah. Just like we underrepresent by 5%.
Why
what are you saying?
Say yeah though, and why we can't kick them off?
Because I don't have to say yeah. I'm speaking the math. You speaking about feelings.
Now
I'm literally talking about the math.
So does that mean that we have more millionaires?
No. That would mean that we have the exact number of millionaires.
Because 8%.
Yes.
And no, and actually, and even still, once you get into the minutia of the numbers,
the percentages, yeah,
right. Then you got to get into where, like, you know, it's going to be way more black people at the million range and way more people in the Asians in the 100 million. See, so Beans is even being disingenuous as that if we really want to get into the numbers, and it's not the usual saying black people that, but we here because of Beans.
Now it ain't enough that you're a millionaire. Right?
Well, I'm not saying it's not enough. I'm
Now you
just
gotta
saying
be a hundred
you're
millionaire.
the person that said the definitive statement that Asians are not doing better than us.
They're not.
And you like the motherfucking run back. And again, that's a loser mentality. Only a loser doesn't acknowledge when the fucking winner is winning.
I don't see how
So
you
there-
call that
there-
winning.
well,
If you're
Beans,
saying
real
that
quick.
if you're saying that on a per capita basis they make $2,000 more than us, you calling that a win, fam? There's no way. Fantastic, Mr. Fantastic.
Would you take $2,000 right now?
See how he won't let me talk?
Yes.
Would you take
There's
$2,000
no
right now?
way-
You cut me off like 30 times.
I know, but I'm just saying. So don't complain when I do it to you.
All right, so
There's
this is my
no
first
way
one for you.
that Mr. Fantastic would allow somebody who made $2,000 more than him on the panel say you're doing so much better than me. There's no way. I'm just saying, don't be disingenuous, right? You keep using them as this model of what we need to follow. Why?
Because you
Because they
want
make $2,000 more than us.
You want to use the average, bro, to make yourself feel better, Beans, bro.
Median.
As long as you have that mentality, bro, we're gonna lose.
All right, let me do this. I gotta
why.
I gotta pivot. I think they understand everybody points well, and the chat will make a determination. Cheek, did you want to respond to that, or you want me to get Mr. Payne so he can make his original point? Then I'll get hit shot and Mr. Wayne.
Yeah, I just had one last thing that was also brought up was why people who won't be affected by somebody speaking is because the words and the action of one group of people is not as effective as another group. So, for example, I could see white people walking by Black Hebrew Israelites talking about they white devils, because in mass majority, Black Hebrew Israelites don't own or have any real possession of power, you know, that would affect them directly. Like they don't, this idea of Hebrew Israelite is held by a minimal amount of people. Things like Black people being unqualified for a position, and if you see a Black person in position due to you don't, because most people don't know whether or not it's DI or not. But if you see a Black person in a position of in any way, and it automatically causes you to question whether or not they should or shouldn't be there, or the qualifications of them being there, that directly affects one, that person, that individual, and also the people that they're associated with. So I think it's a little different as to why somebody can be like, oh, DI's is whatever the case, versus a Black guy or Black people or somebody of minority going, yeah, white people kind of suck. That don't really affect nobody. That really don't affect white people either. They just kind of keep about the day. So that was the other part I want to bring up too. That was.
I thought you was finna defend me, man.
Oh, well, I mean, what you want me to defend on? Like, shit, y'all fought about it 30 hours.
Who got the most buying power in the country?
Yo, Gene, let me get
power.
Me. So let me let me get this Mr. Payne in. Hey, I ain't gonna lie though. When it was only the median was only 2K, my ears kind of perked up. Like, wait a minute. Like I just that's interesting to me at the very least. Mr. Payne, what's goody?
Hey, what's happening? What's happening, everybody? Listen, man, there was so much said today, man. It's all over the place. You know, and it's pretty good, man. I haven't been up here for a while. So just real quick, hey, about the DEI thing, I think the reason why we get so much flack is because Black people made themselves the face of the DEI. You know, we always have Black people in the bullhorn talking about DEI. We shouldn't be the face of the goddamn thing. I think we put ourselves in that position. That's just my opinion. We could argue that if we want to. But the other thing, Illa said a couple of things that about, you know, folks poo-pooing on our past. The truth of the matter is there are some very definitive things that got us in the position that we're in today. There's a lot of pillars to that, right? And so we don't have to go there. One of the problems I have is that when Black people talk about their future, they get labeled that they want to forget about the past. And that shit is not true. I think all we need to do is be informed about the past, but we should not wear that shit around our neck like an albatross. I mean, and I think too many times we walk around with how fucked up things have been to us, and we forget that here we are. With all this shit that has happened to Black people, here we are. We're talking about millionaires. We're talking about people being free. The problem is our community is so bifurcated, right, that the people who have, such as it is, middle class and up, have kind of separated themselves physically from the people who stay in the inner cities. right? So they have a kind of different ecosystem where they're living under oppression and all that kind of shit. And we keep voting against our best interest. It was 6 times when the people we vote for had the powers of the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary, and they did shit for us. The people we vote for, about 90%, 6 times over 5 administrations where they could have done something, including the black one. They didn't do a goddamn thing when they had all levels of powers for black people. And we still keep voting for them at 90%. So, I mean, I think that's just stupid. But anyway, so just getting back to, I look at the future. I think that, and it's not for me, it's for the young people. If we don't try to guide people, what do you see ourselves as black folks as the future? Now, Illo came up here, and at the end, he sounded like we don't have no hope because we can't change anything. I don't know if I heard him wrong, but he kind of went into a riff like, we can't make any changes. So what does that mean? You know, are we throwing in the towel or what? So how much of the fuckery that white people have done to us should be around our necks going into the future? No, I just want to hear somebody tell me. What should I be telling my kids?
Hold on,
What?
Just for clarity purposes, what illustrated at the beginning was for individuals, yes, you can have all the hope you want. You can get up and get out here and do it. There's nothing physically stopping you. He said, but for us as a race, as a demographic of people, there have been things put in place to impede our progress. And today.
I got that. But the truth of the matter is, if you look at the collective, we can't say that if the whole collective can't move forward, that a group of individuals have to move forward. And that creates the snowball. Right, I'm still part of the collective, but I've been the spook who sat by the door for my whole career, from college to everything, and I never let the white man stop me. And everybody around me, I say, listen, you got to look past that. Not that you can't have some help and all that kind of stuff. You can. All you need to do is be informed about the past. But until something happens to you directly, then what's the excuse? Most of the people keep telling, I was born in the Jim Crow era. And I'm sitting down here saying, how did I get to where I'm at? I was in the worst places in Harlem when I grew up. And all that. And so all I'm just trying to say is, when I had my kids when I was young, I said they're never going to see the shit that I saw. I said that to myself, like you said, the individual. But you carry the people in your orbit with you. So maybe we can't save the collective because that's not we can only help the collective say there's a way out, right? And they have to be able to choose to focus on the right thing. Everybody on this panel meets those forks in the road, right? And so that's how I look at it.
What does that mean, though, man? Y'all be making.
So when you say that, Beans, I'm saying I might not have the answer for you as an individual. But you might have the answer for yourself if you're looking at the right things. What do you focus on? You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean, and it doesn't guarantee that you're going to make it. See, everybody's not going to win at the game of life, whether you're black or white or anybody else.
There it is.
But it's true. It's absolutely
but
true.
that's what I'm saying. That's all the brother was saying.
Well, no, he said that too many black folks. He did say some more than just that. He says too many black folks act like the past doesn't matter. And that's not true. No, the past does matter. But only from the fact that since you can't live there, it's only informing. You should only be informed by the past. You don't have to dwell and live there. And too many of us live there. Every time we have these fucking conversations, we get trapped in the past. Oh, the white man did this to us in the 60s. And every listen, damn, Mr. Payne. This is my 2 seconds. I'm gonna end it right here.
Mr. Payne, I want to ask you a couple things.
All right, go ahead.
Beans edified me on this one time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know
you good. You good money. Beans edified me on this one time, right? It was but it was like a joke, but it was enlightening to me. Okay. Right. So he said, I come from a 2-parent home.
Right.
There was like a couple different things he named. He was like, no wonder you successful, right? It was better said than that,
Of course it was. It was me.
What what is your background?
For me personally,
Yeah.
my mother died when I was 8 years old. My
Yeah.
father couldn't take care of us. I moved in with my grandmother and my aunts.
Mhm.
And I lived in a room with two of my cousins and my brother. We slept on bunk beds with a cot for a fifth cousin, an Irish setter, and we had a big crack in the wall where the roaches came out at night.
Yeah.
And we all lived in there with one bathroom. So, you know, that's
Let
I
him
lived
finish,
there
let him
for a
finish.
long time.
Just
this-
real quick, R-Pain, hold on. I think motherfucking
Hold on,
Ghostface,
Mr. Fantastic. Hold on.
Ghostface Killer owe him some money, man. He stole his story.
Mr. Payne, and so you came up with your grandparents.
Yeah, my grandmother, grandfather did 3 daughters, the kids in the house. It was a whole bunch of us in one apartment in Harlem.
Yeah. And then what was your
And
next?
I'll never change that for the world, man.
No, keep just what were your next steps?
Well, you know, so my aunts got together and we bought a house in the Bronx, right?
Yeah.
In 1965. And it was a 2-family with full basement, and we all moved there as a collective. It saved our family.
This man started hip hop.
What did you what was the next? What was the next, Mr. Payne? Don't get
I mean, I
distracted.
grew up in a house like that with my cousins and everybody else. My aunt became
went to
my
high
guardian.
school?
I went to a Catholic high school. The only difference between me and my boys is that I went from 6th grade to 12th grade. A lot of them got left back. They got into gangs. I just went straight through.
Gotcha.
You know,
You
that's
went
what
to
happened.
college or military or
I went to college. I mean, and that was kind of norm back then. I mean, so, you know, I went to a Catholic school. Everybody's talking about college. I had the dean of discipline in my school tell me that I should just get a vocation because he says I wanted to be an engineer. He asked me that. I said, I want to be an engineer. He said, forget that. You ain't going to make it.
okay.
Straight up looking at it.
And he was right.
I got you. You mentioned aunties, so there was no men around?
My father used to come back once in a while, but my grandfather was there, but he was one of those old matriarchs. But it was mostly women in the house. I mean, women are kind of the glue to the family. So in our house, it was just women, a lot of women. My female cousin. And, you know, there was nobody to talk to that fast. We never had these deep conversations about how to be a man and all that kind of shit, man. It was just a lot of estrogen around the goddamn place.
Got you. Did it help you or hurt you?
It made me realize that I need to get around some men so I can move from one stage to another. And that, you know, I stayed, you know, so that's what it didn't hurt me because it didn't hurt from the standpoint that it wasn't a loving place. But you know, as you get to those formative ages, you need to be around men.
Got you. Did they pay for you to go to Catholic school?
My aunt paid for me for Catholic school, but I found out a way to pay for college.
Okay. So based on his circumstance, right? When he's saying, see, that's the thing about it's interesting about like the bootstrap conversation, because Mr. Payne is coming from a situation where it sounds like it makes sense why he's saying I did it so you could do it too, because his story kind of similar to like the you know what the stereotypical thing, you see. So when he's saying, yo, you could do it too because I did it based on the circumstances that he was subject to, it makes sense why he's saying it like that.
Let me just add one thing to you there, because, and let me just add this to what you're saying, Hamp.
Sure.
Because I don't look at myself as anybody special.
I'm about to dip. Y'all be safe.
You know what I'm saying? I don't look at myself as anybody special. So if I can get from where I'm at, I was like 168 pounds, had bad eyesight, and all that kind of shit, man. I'm just saying.
I ain't saying, you ain't to tell everybody about how you had bad eyes. I just
wasn't trying to say, man. You know, I was like one of these nondescript kind of guys, man. And that's just saying,
you still ain't that much of a looker. Me and you look about the same. Trust me. I know.
And that's exactly right. That's exactly right.
That's what I was saying, though. He's saying it he come from a circumstance that was difficult, and so when he's saying it, at least we can understand his lens.
Yeah, he keeps saying did it though. Did what?
My question is this though. So and again, shout out to Mr. Payne, right? For killing all them roaches and shit, right? And pissy in the bed. Shout out to you, right? But nah, listen, this is what I'm saying, bro. Mr. Payne lived in that era Mr. Payne actually saw even though he was in Harlem, he was in New York, it's not as bad as the South, but still, those things were still going on back when he grew up in it, and he telling y'all stop focusing on this shit. His word should mean the most. Okay. Now, I'm not saying he's a monolith for people in that age group, but I don't understand why it's problematic. Why do you have to be extraordinary millionaire, billionaire for, you know what I mean, your story to matter? If you came from shit and you made it to motherfucking average, as seems to be in love with average or better, how is that not a fucking win?
Well,
How's that if you came from 8 people in a house and in a crack wall and
all right, Ms. Van, let me interject right here. So, Mr. Payne, you had your daughters, they doing good. You got married, you got your own house.
Yeah.
You're retired now?
Yeah, for 5 years.
In 5 years you retired? Or
No,
it's been
it's since the
okay. So
pandemic.
you got Social Security, you got 401k or a pension of some sort?
Yes, I do.
How the babies doing? They my age?
One's 33, the other one's 26. They're
a
working.
little younger than me. They doing all right?
They're doing better than all right. I just can't get them married. I wish
That's
I
how
could.
parents.
I wish I could.
That's how parents talk though. Kids be bad and shit. They be like, nah, they good. You know what I mean? But I
Yeah,
you know,
I wish I could. They're both working.
but so he just saying, yo, Mr. Payne made it happen to where he comfortable right now. Is that okay to say, Mr. Payne?
Yeah, it's okay.
So that, and I think that's most people's aspiration.
Right, right.
And, so now we get to celebrate comfortability, huh?
Yeah.
And just to put a little bow on it, what I'm saying is that
how many bows you gonna put on this motherfucker, Mr. Payne?
just the last bow. This was a red bow. This is a purple and gold bow, whatever the bow is, man. I'm just saying. I understand everybody has different issues they have to overcome. It's just what you have to, everybody, all of us get the fork in the road. I was just blessed to make more good decisions than bad ones. Right. And that might not go for everybody. So that's where we might differ. But I'm just saying, our journeys are going to be different, but we got to take the journey moving forward. We can't live life looking through the rearview mirror. We just can't, and that's what I believe. And there's all kinds of extensions we can get into, like when we talk about wealth and education and money and stuff like that. If you got knowledge, you have to pass it down. Indeed. Forget about what happened generations ago. If you got the knowledge, you got to share it with the people who need it.
Talking this shit, man.
Let me get
shout out, Mr. Payne, man.
Let me get Shaw, man. Shaw, what's goody?
What's up, y'all, man? Happy Friday.
What's going on?
Y'all done a lot of arguing for the end of the week, man. It's the end of the week, we're supposed to be celebrating.
Argue with you too.
For sure. Let me start here first. I want to talk about the history aspect. Because on one hand, I understand why people say stop using it as a crutch. But then I think about the way history was presented to me, right? In my household, we didn't start with slavery. We started with civilization, kings and queens. So I understood that the crown got knocked off balance, right? And we're just continuing trying to get back to their place. So I never looked at myself as a victim. You know what I mean? I understood that we have a troubled past as Africans. Some people think we were here first, but we've had a troubled past that we're still trying to work through. But I was never a victim. I'm actually the most resilient human to ever live. That's how history was taught to me. So it's it was a jetpack for me to always know I can kind of persevere through all the obstacles that I faced. And I think sometimes the way history is represented, the way it's taught, specifically like in schools, you hear black people talk about how we need to stop talking about the past, but no other group does that. Other groups make sure they kids know their history. They put it in them. They give them something to be. They tell them to be fearful of losing their history. Mm-hmm. But like we keep saying get rid of it because we keep thinking from this slavery education that we learn in the public school system. And I'm saying there's so much more to Black African history. So that's the first thing I wanted to say, Hamp. I understand both sides, but that's why we keep saying. That's why it's always positioned that way. That's why we want to get rid of it. I want to go to your topic, Hamp. Is the Black leadership conversation a waste of time, man? Because again, I'm in this crossword of thinking where I'll be honest. Some days I get on these panels or I listen and I start to get more cynical. And then there are other days when I know like these conversations have to keep happening, no matter how bad we are at having them, because we suck at having them, y'all. I just want to say that all of us, we're very terrible at having these type of conversations. I rarely find us like when we have these conversations, we leave with kind of a position of agreement to move forward on. It just feels like we all on this like fair, not the fairs. What's the one with the horses? What you call those? And fair, the one that go in circles.
Merry-go-round
or carousel.
Yeah, I feel like
Carousel.
we on the carousel. And we just own it, holding on to our favorite animal. I think that's where we are.
Look at God.
It's important. Look at God. That's how you feel, being damn. What I think this is, Hamp, this is like a byproduct of like the freedom we have. Everyone has their own truth. We all work from our own stats. We don't have to be consistent. We don't have to actually have a goal that's concise that we all can look at. We don't have to have a metric. We can all just come up and yell at each other, and I guess who yells the best, and whoever's on your side, that's where it lands. I was thinking about some help. I remember when I first came, I used to get offended when y'all make fun of the woke shit. I know it's out of fun, but it was crazy because I understood that, damn, my people actually are taking on the bastardized version of what woke means. Because woke mean heightened awareness when shit was going on, right? Because after integration, niggas thought, hey, we getting houses now. Things are it's like, no, understand, we still on this mission, y'all. Stay woke. We still stay here. We ain't arrived yet, right? And then it got bastardized to lemon under your arms. Go ahead, Beans.
Shot,
No.
It's just a question. It's just a question. I want to take the mic. Shot, when you say the bastardized version, can you tell us who bastardized it?
White folks.
Oh, okay, cool. Go ahead.
Yeah, white folks started using woke and stuff. Now we adopted as woke means like walking around barefoot and putting lemon under your arm, right? One of the most wokest experience I ever had. Him, shout out to Tougaloo College, it's an HBCU in Mississippi, right? They took us to this conference at Fisk. And I remember, bro, we went through all these different activities. At the end of this big ceremony, we had to ask for permission from the elders to speak. Because in African tradition, we value the wisdom of the elder, right? But we also value the innovation and the curiosity of the youth. But see, here we lost all of it now, right? So it's like, if you ain't on my side, folks, you got to say no matter your age, no matter your experience. So there are no more experts. No one has any actual knowledge. We all just talking. And if I like what you say, you're right. That's where we are now. And so it's just really problematic to see just like, damn, like we can only seem to gather around what we disagree on. And we can't get to a point we can find what we agree. No matter if we agree on how to get to the end, we know this is a problem. How can we solve the problem? We always devolve into like personal attacks, and it's just a lot of confusion. So I just wanted to address that question. I think it's not a waste of time, but just the way we had these conversations. I don't know. If we need to know history, because 30, 40 years from now, we're going to be talking about this. We're going to be talking about us on the internet doing what we're doing right now. And they're going to be results from what we're doing right now. That's why history is so important.
Shad. So I like, and I didn't interject when you started your premise because I wanted to hear exactly what you said. The title was about the 2 shows I did regarding leadership, and it was a waste of time for those 2 shows. But you took that properly, extrapolated that to the modus operandi, right? Because when I had the women, it wasn't their fault. When I had the men, it wasn't their fault, right? And when we start talking about accountability, when I'm talking to men, I more less and less want to hear that shit. Talking about men are accountable. Men are only accountable because society holds us to it. They will prosecute the shit out of us. Motherfuckers ain't being accountable for the sake of. They'd be accountable because we treat it differently in society. You heard? Right? A motherfucker only regret what he did once he get arrested for it. You see, that's that, you know what I mean? So just assessing that in terms of that, you know what I mean? And people think, right? Me and Mr. Fantastic actually got a real relationship. I can use him without him getting offended, right? They see him, he say what he say, fuck Mr. Fantastic, right?
Absolutely.
But people do this shit in so many different facets. The motherfucking the Democrats, you hear him in the Discord and on the chat. The Republicans, soon as it's Trump, they find a way, right? Soon as it's Biden, they find a way. You know, it happens so often. We was joking in the core, right? And I got a couple people who know everything about money and shit. They got all the answers. They super money niggas, right? You know, we super whoremongering niggas. They super money niggas though. They know everything about money and right? It happens when people think they expert in something. You can't move them all off their point. They got all the answers.
Right.
You know what I mean? But it's easy to pinpoint because Bean's gonna come up here and say the shit that he want to say based on how he say it. He ain't gonna waver. Same thing with Mr. Fantastic. They don't got no cut cards, and so you could put them in a box. But people don't realize they the niggas that's also in a box, given the conversation topic. Right, and it happens so often. Very rarely are we making concessions, right? Or at the very least, assessing what's being said. If I can't disprove it, I gotta accept it. It doesn't happen often enough for us to gain ground.
Yeah,
you know.
Who was that did that on your show the other day?
Concession. They were saying it was Hood Conservative, but what's his name? Max.
Yeah. Shout out to Max.
Yeah, just to kind of build on what you said, Hamp. I think because I've always studied like idolatry, right? And I always thought about even like celebrity culture, and I'm starting to see it now on the internet, right? So you have a Miss Fantastic who can be very polarizing. You have a Beans who might be his quote unquote intellectual adversary in here, right? And then the chat, it's like they looking at either Beans or Miss Fantastic to judge them as good or bad. And almost like taking themselves out of the equation, like they're not the same person. They're saying, It's like we all are contributing to this, like the way we have conversation. Meanwhile, time just passing all us by, man. While we arguing here, like y'all said, the powers that be are continuing to build structures to keep us in this rat race with each other. The plan is working. I just want to get to a point where we see when we do this, because I think I understand the passion. It's just conversation. But I'm saying when we kind of just fight each other, the powers that be remain in power, bro. And they never lose any of it because we do the dirty work for them by doing this to each other.
Now where does and these two are the best and the funniest, Miss Fantastic and Beans.
Yeah, Beans crazy.
They both be yelling.
I ain't seen a Vice Lord in a while.
They complain about the behavior depending on who doing it at that time. So Mr. Fantastic be like, why are you emotional? Then he start yelling. Oh, you emotional now. Don't get mad at me when I do it. These niggas is fucking hilarious. First off.
Okay, but Hamp, why you not?
I'm talking about you, not to you.
I know. I need you to step, but listen, see, this is what I'm saying. You know, it triggers me.
But that was a joke more so. That was
not that part.
Oh, all right. Go ahead.
Shad said that white people bastardize woke. When did they do that? Did they do that shit in 1980? Did they do it in 1960? 1865? No, they just did the shit in the 2000s. So they're still at their same games, and y'all saying, why should we worry about them? Because ain't shit changed.
Yo, you Beans, you know what we used to say up north? I actually had a shirt too. It said stay black.
Absolutely.
When Shy puts it in frame, that's what stay woke was. Right? I mostly joke about it because Shy used black deodorant and black soap. Niggas be musty by noon. You know what I'm saying? but not to take away from the point.
On the East Coast, y'all said stay woke,
stay black.
Oh, stay black. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, let me be the bad guy again. So I think again that's the problem with what Shad said, right? Colloquialisms change over time, right? And we don't own them. So if we, now the kids is calling the girls fine shit. That wasn't some shit you could ever get away with in the 90s and 2000s.
Fine shit,
right? Yeah, fine shit.
What you mean? That's what we call them
the
fat,
girls.
man.
The girls are fucking responding to it too. They like it. They call
fat,
themselves.
We call them fat though. We call them fat.
No. Fine shit is a good thing, not a bad thing.
I'm saying fat was a good thing.
Yeah, PHAT. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. So you have an evolution of things. That's what I'm saying. So woke then was like BLM. This is what I want to say. Say it loud. I'm black and I'm proud. Okay, became that, but no one monetized say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud, and turned it into a negative fucking liberal bullshit, break the family apart. Okay, evolution can have can happen in a good way, right? Happen in a good way or a bad way. And the bastardization thing was, again, it's something that again I can't say if black people owned woke, right? My understanding would have been somewhere around the 60s or 70s or something like that, or whatever, so on and so forth. But the political aspect of it, wokeness, was LGBT shit, abortion shit, and women's rights shit, and now Decepticon shit, right?
That's the
So
bastardization.
you see that? You see how he just said it like that's it's always been that?
So
That's the bastardization. My bad. Go ahead.
It's like you're not listening to me, or you literally trying to like misrepresent what I'm saying.
When did those things become woke? Fantastic. What year?
It would have been probably Obama's second term, 2016, when it got super duper heavy.
Absolutely. That's the point that we're saying.
So what? So what I'm saying is, how can we disprove? So do you know all the Asian lingo?
No, but I know who used woke.
Do you know all the white lingo?
No, but I know who used woke.
So how this is my problem with us. We think we own shit only. Woke is a fucking word that's been in the dictionary for I don't know how long.
We're not talking about ownership. Hold on, please, Hamp. We're not talking about ownership. Fantastic. Wait a minute, real quick. Wait, just let me say this real quick. We're not talking about ownership. Even to your point that you just made, we took bad and made bad mean good. That's a badass bitch, right? We took fat and made fat good. Man, she fat as hell. You know, right? We took bad things and made them good. They take good things and make them bad.
And they don't make any bad things good?
Hey,
name one.
Here's the point I want to make real quick, Mr. Fantastic, as a response to what you said, right? Because woke just
down that hill. He wasn't gonna be able to name nothing.
Woke wasn't about a lingo. Woke was a way of life. So as I mentioned to you, Mr. Fantastic, integration had happened, right? Black people started gaining the things that we thought were going to make our position in America better. And woke was, don't forget what's going on. Don't let the fact that you can now sit with their children in school make you think the mission is complete. We still don't have liberation in America. We still have to go to other people to get our resources. Something you talk about all the time. So you would have supported the idea of being woke. Like, hey, black people, the most powerful thing we can do is stay unified. Black unity is black power. That's what woke meant. Now it means, yeah, let's be open to everything. Woke is to be cool with transgenderism and all these different things. That was not the original intent and understanding of what woke meant. That's what I mean by bastardized. Somebody else took it. So now we make fun of it, but that's not what it was.
Yeah,
Hamp, you watch battle rap? Hold on real quick, Hamp. You watch battle rap?
Yeah.
Hey, Shaw, talk to this nigga.
That nigga ready.
Man, it's gonna be a long night for you.
It's definitely not. But anyway, like I was saying, Shad, again, now you're still not disproving what I'm saying. Again, I think we isolate ourselves and we take what it's still lingo because it doesn't mean what it actually means. So yes, it exactly is lingo. Woke means I was asleep and I'm not sleep no more. Okay. So when you add something onto it, it becomes lingo, or you know what I'm saying? You feel me? So
yeah, I get that. I get it. Yeah, it was lingo. It was lingo.
White people are using the same thing in certain ways. It's just that we aren't white, we aren't aware, and we don't care. Okay. What I'm saying is this, and I have no problem with this. I agree with you, and thank you, Shad, for fucking acknowledging that. Fantastic talks about togetherness and not giving a fuck about the white people all the time. I'm one of the most wokest black power niggas, I guess. But hey, I'm a coon and I'm a douchebag conservative and bootstraps. So fuck everything I got to say. But hey, now I gotta motherfucking drag Mr. Payne in here. Fuck him too, because he basically, you know, he lived the shit, but he fuck that old ass nigga and, you know, getting over the roaches in the cereal boxes. I guess that was a joke, Mr. Payne. No disrespect, right? But Shad, that's what I'm saying, bro. I think and again, most important thing, Shad, it would have been an issue, Shad. It wouldn't, brother. I would be 1,000% with you if the black people didn't participate and help it. The Rainbow motherfucking Coalition, the black, you know, they adopted it and helped bastardize it. If you're saying that the white people took control of it. So when someone
that could be argued, that could be argued.
Well, it's not argued; it's factual. BLM is personification of that period. BLM's existence and their whole framework is proof positive of that. So it's not an argument; it's been proven, right? So when you have someone within our group, you can't call it bastardization when you're helping, when you're giving, when you're aiding. That's what I'm talking about. If you want to always bring the white people into it,
how did they aid and woke? How did they aid and woke? How did they aid in them co-opting woke?
They call themselves woke. The LGBT community and the extreme liberal black people call themselves woke, bro, ad nauseum.
Yeah, okay, here's my concession, Fantastic. You're right. but that was after it was co-opted by the white people first. They
No, it wasn't.
introduced the term
No,
to
it
their
wasn't.
community.
No.
Yes, they did.
No,
They
no,
admit
they
the
didn't.
shit.
No,
I
they
can
didn't.
pull videos of them admitting the shit right now.
No.
Fantastic.
Who?
And then what
One
you
white
gonna do?
person?
No,
So
I'm not
what-
talking about nobody black. I'm talking about white people.
I said one white person saying they
I'm sorry,
co-opted.
the mic was muffled a little bit. I thought you said black.
What's the sentiment, right? And be more concise. So essentially, they hijack everything and they've always have, or
Absolutely.
we've chosen to make things colloquial and we can't be upset when they're misunderstood.
Come on, now you want to use big words like colloquial. All right, I see what this is.
So my I guess my real
Don't nobody know what that shit means.
Nah, you don't know what that should be.
Go ahead.
Immigrant.
Mr. Williams, what's goody?
What's up, y'all? Salute to the panel, the chat. This is wild, man. I mean, just looking at all the videos and everything you've been showing and talking about Hamp. For one, we do need to stop letting people play in our face and then protect them. I can't stand that shit. And I feel like we living as cowards when they're doing that. The one thing we need to do as black people do is get off our ass, because if we fail, it's because of laziness. It's because we really need to get our shit together and work together. But it's gonna be laziness. It's too many of us out here that are lazy. So ain't no picking no bootstraps up shit. They just need some tennis shoes and get your ass up and go. Get a job, do something, raise your kids. We giving too many excuses though. We're kicking our own self in the ass, not these white people.
It's so bad.
And I'm gonna leave it at that. That's just how I'm seeing it.
Shad, do you want to respond to any of that, or you good?
I'm good.
Hamp, can I?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
That game banging ass hat.
I wanted to respond to what Shad was saying. I think the way we get lost is we start to have a conversation about what was it before and what was it after and who hijacked it and all that sort of thing. But what we don't do a good job of doing is taking the principle of a matter and learning that. And this is something that is consistently happens. You don't know the history, you're not educated, you're immature. And so because you don't take the time to sit and listen to the elders and learn that type of history, when you see something new pop up, you begin to personality worship whoever comes out with something new, and you follow the trends. Whatever is new, whatever's fancy, whatever trinkets are provided, that's what you begin to follow. And then they can step back and you do the rest of the work for itself. But if you understand the principle of a thing, it wouldn't matter how many times they change the name, how many times the logo or the slogan or whatever is being used changes. If you understand the foundation of a thing, you remain steadfast. So it won't matter who bastardizes a term. If you were never just tied to the term, you were actually tied to the history. You actually had an outcome that you were working towards the future. And that's what we don't have. We see something happen and then we start to talk about what happened and who did what and who's at fault, instead of saying stay the course. We missed that along the way.
I think you're wrong. I think what it is there's a demographic of people who is, let me put it to you this way so everybody can understand. I think them people have just been chosen by God to be the, whatever you want to call them, the missionaries, the woke ones. Like to Shah's point, right? Woke back in the day, those guys used to all look the same. Dreadlocks. I mean, you know, they walk slow, talk slow, play basketball slow. They weren't in a hurry to do nothing. They had this level of consciousness, right? But even those guys wasn't outside fighting the white man every day. They had jobs, kids, wives, and everything. They just had an understanding that the majority of us didn't have. But there's always been this segment of people who fought for everybody else to have rights that they did not have. It's the same thing I be saying to Uncle Tom. I'm not dissing him. He got a white wife. 50 years ago, he could have got lynched for that legally. But somebody else went to bat. Somebody else said, nah, this ain't right. They didn't sit on the sidelines. They didn't close their mouth about it. They didn't say, well, it is what it is. I don't want to focus on that. They said, no, this ain't right. People need to be able to love whoever they want to love. People fought, people bled, people died, people voted, people did a whole lot of stuff. And now it's changed. Now you can marry who you want to marry because somebody else stood in the gap for you. In 2025, we're shaming the people that stand in the gap.
Well, here's a thing, right? I just thought of it literally while you was talking. Niggas are standing the gap for the dick and pussy conversation. Niggas is never the nigga that's having this experience, but they speaking for the niggas who are having the experience. What's the difference? Right? Because right, that because when you said that sparked that thought in my head. It's never the niggas having issues with these women, right? It's not us, it's them. And then when niggas come, right, pause and say, yo, put some cologne on. You know what I mean? Work out, go to the gym, get your swag, get your confidence. Niggas saying it's not that easy. Well, hold on, beloved. You think getting your money up is? You think you getting out of these circumstances in the projects is? If it ain't easy to talk to women and they molasses, now I gotta change my whole circumstance that I was put in that I didn't choose. The logic seems inconsistent. Maybe I'm bugging.
Nah, you're not bugging. But let me add this other part here. But this is the part I've been edified on, right? It ain't about that they can't talk to women. It's that once they get them, they're so treacherous and so insufferable that they're going to end up dying an early death from dealing with this women. But then when a guy who has a wife and things are going well comes up and say, this is what I do. Nah, nigga, that ain't gonna work. That just work for your wife. It's like you won't even acknowledge that this man has somewhat of success that you can glean from. You can change your plan the way you want to do that better suits you, but you won't even pause for a second, take a breath and say, well, this guy has a wife and he's not having the same experience that I'm having with the women I've chosen. Let me hear him out a little bit more and see if he maybe can guide me on some of my ideas and how they can change. That's what they've been telling me. It ain't about walking up to them. They can do that, but the keeping them is a strong.
I have asked this on a panel. I don't want to argue about that, but they can't do that. I've asked this question though. I've always asked, anybody admit that they are the toxic person instead of blaming somebody else?
Never, not once. Never.
In the Discord.
We always see the person. Yep, you're right. We always see the person. Yep.
But Shad, this is what you got to understand though. Is think about the people. I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. Think about the people that Hamp was just talking about, right? If I'm saying get in the gym to somebody, that means they need to get in the gym. Right? Like I'm not telling the swole muscle bound dude, man, you need to get in the gym. I'm talking to the dude that's overweight. I'm telling him to put down the cheeseburgers. He need to get in the gym, right? So what we're saying is it's very difficult. It's difficult for me to listen to you, Hamp, our Pain, any of the guys in this space that I really rock with. Anton. It's hard to listen to these guys who are successful. I don't want to hear it from you. I can't hear it from you. I need to hear it from the struggle because guess what? That's most people. If you telling me I got to be where you at to find success, then you're telling the majority of people they can't have success in relationship because the majority of people, 80% of this country don't make the kind of money y'all make.
Because they're not married.
I hate you.
Is it a fact? Is it a fact or is it not?
You get on my nerve.
See, this the thing though, right? And I think we get caught up in it too. Even I did when I asked Mr. Payne to reveal a level of his upbringing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
These people seemingly don't have. I'm literally looking at the panel as I speak. Okay, don't have malicious intent, right? They comport themselves decently well the overwhelming majority of times.
Mm-hmm.
I should be able to hit them. You know what I mean? Because that's kind of how I just fear. For what reasons is it applicable to dismiss someone?
Because I don't believe you can understand me, right? So I don't know if this is true, but I've heard this my whole life that the pastors who did very well in the community were the ones who came from the backgrounds that they preached against. the old pimps, the old drug dealers, the old this and the old that. Because when you looked at them, you knew and understood that they have the experience, right? So they understand what you're talking about, and they're not talking down to you, right? It's kind of like that's how you felt about it. What I'm saying is I respect and value what you have in your relationship, but I don't want to take it marriage advice. This is the same example I used with August Moore that day.
Sure.
If I got two married people, one of them is a millionaire and the other dude make $50K a year, I want my advice from the dude that make $50K a year. I want to know what he's doing because that's going to be relatable to me because I'm a $50K a year nigga. I ain't listening to the millionaire. Fuck what you talking about. You buying that submission, in my opinion. Even if you're not, that's just my opinion of it. Because I know, of course, you could say she acting right, she doing this, she doing all that. Look at how successful you are. And I think that's rational, honestly. I don't think that's rude or disrespectful. I think that's absolutely rational.
Okay.
On that point, Beans, let me ask you something. Where I'm at now, I wasn't always here.
Mm-hmm.
I think there was a point in my life where we could be relatable. I'm 67 years old, right? So, but if I was when I was 40 or 20 or 30, I might have been able to relate to you a lot better. I don't want to say go back that far, but you know what I'm saying?
How old were you when you got married, Mr. Payne?
I was 29 when I got married.
29.
I was 29, and I didn't have it all together. I just said I wanted to be married. And I figured a lot of that shit out as I went, you know. So I'm saying there was a point in time I think we would have been relatable. I mean, I grew up.
But I'm just explaining. I'm just trying to make sure Hamp understands why, right? That mentality exists. It's not disrespectful to you because I can absolutely respect and value what you have. It's just that I can't trust you as a source for my existence because they don't look the same.
Yeah, but
right?
I understand.
I want to see the guy that looks, or the guy in my particular city. He could say, "Yeah, man, listen. Hey, I used to like, big booty girls. I realized I had to get me a girl who didn't have her ass on her shoulders like that. Then I know now, okay, I need to stop prioritizing big booty girls, right? He could say, man, listen, I had to do this, I have to do that. My woman is like this, my woman is like that. This is what we do. And now I can follow those steps because I can believe it'll work for me. When I'm looking at this other person, I don't believe that could work for me.
Let me add this though.
And it's the same thing with finances too. You can't tell me if you said you got all those people that deal with the money. They can't come to me and say, man, let me show you how you grow this money. All you got to do first is invest this 10 bands. I don't got the 10 bands.
You got one though.
Right. So I got to listen to the dude that's investing on that level.
No, but that same person, no, Beans. No. Wait,
don't do that. Don't confuse it. There are guys who have that message. Don't make me go pull the videos up. They start.
No, I'm not arguing that.
You need to be investing 10. You need to be investing 100. They don't even tell you how to get to the 10 or the 100. They jumping straight to that. And I'm saying those people I can't listen to. You see what I'm saying? I'm just using that as an analogy to say why sometimes we could look at people's relationships and say, I don't think I can't trust you as a source on this. You see what I'm saying?
Go ahead, C.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that there's a principle even in that, right? You don't have to start from the middle. One of the things Shad mentioned that we've lost sight of is that he said that when you went into a space, you weren't allowed to just speak, especially if you didn't have any experience. You sat and listened to the elders because there was an understanding that there was a process. They may not give you, I think people want a blueprint. Like, what do I need to do to get the exact results you have? You'll never get that. You're going to get a process. They're going to give you the steps, right? But you have to tailor make that and make it your own. So once you have the steps on how to make money, if you're a hustler, you might end up at that top point. But if you just, hey, I want a 9 to 5 day to day, you might end up at the midpoint. If you don't want to put in the work, you may not progress at all. But the point is to sit at the feet of the elders and at least get the steps. Be quiet. Stop asking irrelevant questions. Listen to what needs to be done, because the questions that you have are because you haven't dedicated yourself to being educated. Then your own motivation will determine the heights that you go to.
Yeah, I like that.
That is
like that.
See, that is incredible, right? Because they're teaching, right? You like, because Beans even acknowledged, he realized, okay, that person knows something, but our circumstances don't match, which gives me cause for pause, right? I think C's point is you become a student, and once you realize that person has valid and valuable information, you listen and apply it based on what you can apply at that particular time. I think that's a dope. Yeah, that's a dope. Yeah, Mike. Can I finish talking, Mike? Like, you know, but that's perfect, right? Because then you don't have to say, are you qualified or not qualified based on your experience? Oh, you know what you're talking about. Where I am, I can apply it. What effort I'm willing to put in, that's what I can apply at that time, and etc. Because I control my goals.
Mm-hmm.
You know, once you give me the information. Yeah, no, that's dope. That's a great build. What's up, Mike?
What up, y'all? Now, just to add what you know, Love C said, it's also Beans, that style of thinking. The reason I don't like that anymore is that it might be like, it might not just be that you need to hear it from somebody just like you. You might be too eager to have your biases confirmed, right? So it's like, that's what people do, not you, but when they have too much of a consciousness for what they're going through and they need the validation. They don't want to go to the person that might tell them they're wrong, that might tell them they're different, or, you know, somebody they might even look at as morally superior to them. Trying to stay in that lane is what we call the comfort zone. You don't get better. I didn't get better at basketball playing just JV. I got on the court with the varsity people, right? That's the only way you're going to get better at anything. And I willingly subjected myself to go out there and get my, and just, you know, getting dunked on and all that stuff, but it's making me better. Made me a better 3-point shooter, made me a better defender.
Stop, Hamp. God damn it. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, like, that is something, you know, very thoughtful to what thinking about what Love C said. You have to subject yourself to the teaching of people, because that's a kind of the difference between, I'll say, more successful people and people that might be feeling like they're stagnant in life, is that it is very scary to get out there and present yourself to people who don't have it. You know?
Silly, man.
Yo, now, and this is why I want to make sure Bean's point is still right here, though, right? Because levels matter.
That's the fact.
If I subject you to varsity when your body isn't ready, your mind isn't ready, you'll be surprised how many people get crushed and deterred.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when people come in the gym, and this really happens, y'all, and I said this before, they come in the gym knowing Taekwondo or some shit, right? And they want to spar, and you gotta crush them because you punching people. So they'll get in there with somebody who kind of don't know, right? And then you get in there and coach be like, and I'm like, nah. And I'm trying to kill this motherfucker because he shouldn't have came in. You should have came in here humble. A lot of times, Mike, they don't come back. Once they hit with a liver shot and they liver end up in the Adam's apple, they don't know what that ever felt like. You know, because the horse stance don't do that in fucking karate. You know, and they never come back. So I think Bean's point is still very, you know what I mean? We have to keep that part. People's preparation, preparedness, their ability, what level they're at that time, that's the information they need to leave with. You subject them to too much shit at once, they learn nothing.
And I eat off every I eat off every plate, right? I'm not saying that specifically for me. I used to absolutely be 100% that way.
Yeah, just your sentiment, Beans, is what I was highlighting.
I can tell. I believe that for sure, Beans, for sure. And I just want to, my bad, Beans. What you did, the point you just made, him, I think that's the other thing that I'm battling with, and I think we all have to kind of assess, right? Because the era of the figurehead is done now. It is going to take this army of people who are willing to stand in the gap. A lot of it's going to be people who are building families when we talk about this leadership, when we have this leadership conversation, right? It's not going to be this one man that's going to stand in front of everybody and kind of do the work for everyone. And I think about, like, y'all know most people don't even participate in voting, right? Most of the country doesn't. But you look at the leaders we choose, and I know they talk about the 4th grade reading level, but you also have to assess how intellectual are we as adults. Look at our leaders. Look who we choose to run the country. You know what I mean? All these dudes, this Ivy League education, can't balance a budget, right? So listening to all these people talk at one time is somewhat problematic too. And that's why I said the era of no experts has some negative results to it. I'm all for everyone coming up sharing their perspective, but I'm also starting to see how when everyone can talk in these different arenas and spaces, like, it just causes a lot of static. And I don't know if everyone has the ability to take the information that's most valuable and then the rest of it they just use as entertainment. I think it's like indoctrination is happening to a lot of people I mean, they don't realize it. You know what I mean? I'm outside, I'm still dating, trying to find me a wife, right? And I've sat down with a woman. I'm like, damn, I can tell you been listening to the podcast. All your like conversations very like geared towards the podcast. Like when you start talking about I want to provide, and I say, what they mean? They can't really articulate it. I'm like, okay. Because you don't even know what it looks like. You just saying it because you heard it.
Well, the realness.
You're not married.
I'm a failure, bro. No, I'm not. I'm gonna. That's why I said we can relate on. I'm a failure, bro. Like you, we on the same team, bro.
The realness in what you're saying, though, you already made you already described what's going on. It's a merry-go-round. So when you hear people like me talk, like it's anybody who wants a different circumstance, the first thing they got to do is willingly take themselves off the merry-go-round. Most people act like the world is subjecting you to be on there in these circular conversations. But like you said, it's mostly for entertainment. Anything you want in your life, you actually have the power to do. But if you stay on the merry-go-round, it's going to act like somebody else doing it to you. So that's really what we like. Me, Hamp, anybody who has the circumstances they want, most of the time what we're actually telling people is get out of these spaces and go talk. The reality is never really what we see in all of that type stuff, right? It's like we got families, we go out all over the place. Our kids can read way above reading level, but those are all the people that took themselves off the merry-go-round willingly because we're like, nah, that's the life that is mostly used for entertainment and to elect leaders. They always use the extremes to keep those people on their political party side to get their vote, whatever, what have you. But it's not real life most of the time.
And I just want to say this as a response to that, Mike, because I feel you, but I think the mostly entertainment part is something we might have to access because I'm realizing that these podcasts, these internet shows, y'all content creators have more power than they want to accept and more responsibility than they want to accept. People are watching, people our age, people young are watching. Some of y'all names get brought up in conversations. The reason what made me kind of stick with Hamp, because I've been asked to come other place. I'm like, no, I actually can tell Hamp takes that responsibility very, very serious. Right. A lot more serious than a lot of guys who have larger platforms or who have similar platforms. And I think again, we in a time now where like if you doing this, you are responsible. You gaining all this notoriety and all this support, people super chatting, people following you, and you only up here spreading propaganda, creating chaos. You are responsible.
Come on, man.
I agree with
that.
that.
I think it is. I agree with you, Mike. It is mostly entertaining, and that's the problem because we actually have with these platforms, people have an opportunity to take their people to another height, and I just think a lot of people aren't willing to put themselves in the line of fire. They just rather keep it entertainment, so they're not actually responsible for anything. And I think that's a problem too.
Somebody about grown men. But that shot, just to real quick to respond to that.
Hold on.
That's why vanity is.
Make sure we receive it though, right?
I received it.
That's a key. But also here's what we gotta say: we are accountable. We meaning us, right? When we got off the merry-go-round, how? Right? See, these are the parts.
Yeah. I'm about to speak.
Parts. Well, let me, because me and you had to have this conversation before, right? Yo, I was out here slanging and banging. You heard?
Mm-hmm.
We be acting like we got off this merry-go-round with a bunch of intention, right? We have to be honest. All praises to the Most High.
Yeah.
When I told you, remember we talking about the Lululemon and all that? And you told me your wife wear a big shirt. I say, no, the fuck she don't, because my wife don't. Remember I make the joke all the time. She used to wear a jacket around her waist. I found no jacket in the driveway. Guess what? My wife be talking too much, right? I used to get tight when she slammed the door. I had to talk to my big brother. Oh, he said, did she slam the door and go do what you told her to do? I said, yeah. He said, what the fuck you mad at her slamming the door for? So that's the thing. We really gotta be more honest about it because you aren't salacious, but we can still mislead people by not telling them the entire story.
For sure.
Talk your shit.
Yeah. So to Shah's point, what I think because that's why I said I was actually gonna agree with him. What I've noticed in these spaces that a lot of people that they say the vanity is the devil's favorite sin, right? That's the saying. They cannot for one reason or another, they have to be liked by all costs. And I realize that's the problem with most content creators, with most media people, is that what we call the truth, meaning the thing that will get these people's the result that they want, you're not going to like me when I say it. And that's the issue with most content creators. The only way you could come up here and actually change anything is if you don't give a damn how anybody feels about you once you've said it. That is the problem with most of these content creators. They care too much about what are the bitches saying about me in the chat. Oh, no, they don't like that. Let me switch up real quick. They care too much about that. Hamp had to, I'm pretty sure that's why most moderators or content owner, channel owners turn the chat off. You're too likely to move and change your opinion based on what the chat is saying or what your numbers are, your ratings are. So, you know, a person like me, I know, like, in fact, I'm sorry, it's a lie. When people say they don't like me, that's a lie. That's a full-on lie. Because in real life, they love me, but it's just because I'm not saying what you think I should be saying or something that makes you feel good. But like you said, we have a responsibility. This is not even just about me. It's not about Pain. It's not about Hamp. My children will consume this content one day, and they're going to need to see their daddy on here saying family is the most important thing above all things, right? Yeah. So people got to take that responsibility to heart and not give a damn if they like it or not.
But this is why I kind of take issue with that, and I hate to, because it's not like I don't want people to think I'm against family, because I'm not. I just don't like family. But somebody said this the other day. Somebody said that two-parent household marriage family was the number one way to either prevent or overcome poverty. I think that's just a lie, right? Especially when you look at the time when we were the most married, we were the most impoverished, right? So I'm just saying, I think it's more to it than just about it being husband and wife. I get the whole idea of having the one roof, you know, the one light bill, the one house phone, whatever, and all of that type of stuff, and how it saves you money. But I think it's just more to it than that, because right now, if we took this demographic of people, it's still 1.7 million more black females than black males. 1 million of those are under 18. 700,000 are over 18. So if every black man married a black woman, you would still have 700,000 black women unmarried. But even if we took all these people right now, just married them all off, the relationships wouldn't work. And Shad, this is what I get frustrated at, because people say it's, oh, you want to talk about the white man, but it's like, yo, it's because that's who's in charge. It's not because he's white, right? He could be pink. He could be navy blue. You know what I'm saying? He just so happens to be white. But it's because, yo, what are we doing, right, to impede the system? One of my favorite quotes was from Desmond Tutu. He said, we got to stop hanging out at the bottom of the river trying to save people and go to the top of the river and find out why they falling in the first damn place. If we can stop them from falling into the river, then we ain't got to save all these people. That's where you get into this poverty pimping shit, where everybody making money off trying to save folks and preach to folks, but nobody ain't trying to impede the process that's leading them to needing the saving in the first place, right? So I'm saying, well, when we get through talking, right, get married, okay, now what? What I'm supposed to do when she acting this way and acting that way and behaving like this and behaving like this? What is she supposed to do when he doing this and doing that and blase skippy? Get to 100 grand. Okay, cool. 50 years ago, we was making $10,000 a year. Now we make $50,000 a year. You telling us that ain't enough money. So what's going to happen when we get to 100 grand? You're going to say that ain't enough money. So maybe getting to all this money ain't the answer. What is it? Own property, buy it all up? Like, none of that shit ain't the answer. Right? It's somebody who is in control. I say this, it's like, I know people probably get tired of hearing me say it, but it's somebody in control of your education. It's somebody in control of your religion, your spirituality. It's somebody in control of your food source. It's somebody in control of your medical procedures and your medicine and all that other shit. It's somebody in control of all of that. Until you get that shit taken care of, the rest of this shit is an exercise in futility. I don't give a fuck how many people get married, them shit's gonna still end in divorce. None of that ain't gonna change.
So why is that true for black people, but it's not true for other races in this country?
How isn't it?
So basically, hold on.
How isn't it?
I didn't interrupt. You directed that at me.
Well, you asked the
how is it? Hold on. How is it that the people that rule the middle and upper middle class are the people that the most marry. So
Say
is
that
it
one more
only black
time.
people? The people that rule the upper middle and the middle class, they're all married. And if I at 79% or higher, the people that are least married are the poorest. So how is that not a direct correlation to how marriage can solve the economic problems within the community? I don't want to say you're wrong, because you had very good points. The one I do agree with is that you can't rapidly marry all these people off and expect those relationships to work. That part I do agree with. But I don't understand how economically we can remove the institution of marriage from economic advancement when the truth is the opposite.
Trigger Mike, you do know that correlation and causation are two different things, right?
But in this case,
that's a question. Yes or no?
I do know. Yes.
Okay. So when you say there's a correlation between these people that's of a higher economics being married, that doesn't mean it's causation. It doesn't mean that they have that money because they're married.
No,
right?
no. So the only reason that the only reason we cannot separate the correlation and causation is because they did not make this money when they got married. They got married, then they built themselves into the people. I did not have 6 figures. I was not a 6-figure earner when I got married. That's what I mean. So these people, the large majority of people who have the houses, the 401ks, the cars, everything that we call the American dream, they got married when they did not have anything.
Okay, wait. Stay right there for 1 second. If you remove the marriages and they still make the same economical decisions, do they have the same outcomes? Yes or no?
I believe so. So this is the crazy part about that stat, Beans. People do not share finances and do what married people do unless they are married en masse. So that's why we can never remove marriage from the equation. I promise you, if I could go and find all these girlfriends and boyfriends that is out here moving like that, we would be able to create a stat. But unmarried people act more like individuals than they do a team.
Zuckerberg was a fucking millionaire, damn near billionaire. He was never married, correct?
He's married.
But before he got married, was he not a gazillionaire?
Oh no, he was a college student. Yeah. He started that in college. He's a one of one, pretty much. Anomaly.
This is so much easier. So yes or no? Before he got married, was he not already a gazillionaire?
Yeah, he was a billionaire.
So my point is this: if you make the same economical decisions, you'll get the same outcome. Right? That's all it is. They just make.
So I'm saying extrapolate Zuckerberg. I'm sorry, extrapolate that to 200 million people. The people who make money or do everything as an individual do not end up creating the same circumstances as the people that got married. That's what I'm saying. Extrapolate Zuckerberg's example out to 1 million people and the people with the money. Look at the economic breakdown in the United States. Married men make more than single men, married women, and single women combined.
So can I jump in? And I want to know both of y'all thoughts on this, right? It's 2 things. So I think, again, as I said earlier, the way we have these conversations is just as much as a problem as well, right? So to the slavery point, right? I think the way you talk about slavery matters, right? So as I told y'all, I didn't talk about how much we suffered. I talk about how much we persevered through. That's how my mom and the people around me gave me information. I'm thinking about the marriage conversation being the Trigger Mike, and I'm wondering, what if we talk about marriage as an extension of family? Because for me, 2 things that kind of helped me really increase my value in the idea of family. One was going back and talking to my dad, who I've had a terrible relationship with most of my life, having them tough conversations with him, hanging around my cousins. And then 2, getting engaged, even though I failed, but seeing what happened when just for that moment, my family and a little bit of family of hers that I started engaging with came together. And I started understanding, okay, like now it's more people that this relationship exposes me to, and it's more power because there's more people now. There's more people I can build with, more people I can learn from, right? So we talk about marriage and we don't talk about the importance of the family structure, because from what I understand, the downfall of society is coming from the family structure declining, not necessarily the decline of marriage, because marriage is supposed to be an extension of a strong family. So we got families, kids being raised by parents the right way, right? And these people grow up to kind of repeat the cycle. But we always talk about marriage as if it's its own thing versus talking about, hey, man, our family units are terrible. Most of us ain't going home and having family reunions and kicking it with our cousin and planning cousin trips and making sure we talking to our younger cousins who might be 10 or 12. That's not the norm as much in society anymore. So I think that's a part of the conversation we leave out.
Yeah, doesn't all that stem from marriages? What you just said stems from marriages.
Yeah.
Those family reunions come from the roots of marriages.
And
Yeah,
kids.
listen, but you forget what I said, Mr. Pay. What I'm saying is I'm talking about the current state, right? You got a whole bunch of
yeah, I hear you.
who don't value it because they didn't see it, right? And I'm saying, well, me is kind of revisiting, having those conversations with my family, strengthening the family because it helps me understand, despite what the landscape currently is, family is one of the most is the most important thing. I think as individuals, the most important thing you could be connected to. And we have a generation of people who don't have that idea. So imagine them thinking about getting married, starting over.
You could talk about families, right? Today, right? We could talk about strong family structures today, modern 2025. And we could talk about rebuilding that, right? If we wanted to rebuild those strong ties, you can't do that without marriage.
Mm-hmm.
You can't.
Yeah, so I'm not saying don't have. I'm saying have both conversations. I'm not saying.
God. You also have.
I think we're on the right phase. I mean, you're trying to make a distinction.
Hey, Shad, what was your question, real quick?
Just about the way we talk about these conversations. I think we often skipped over the family unit and we started talking about marriage, and we're dealing with people who have been jaded in relationships.
Absolutely.
So they can't even. They just focusing on like their relationship.
There you go.
Understanding like the importance of family, and we don't talk about the family aspect enough.
Are you saying not just the nuclear portion, but the what's it called, like in-laws and like everybody else?
The entire
So Shad, I mean, that's why I don't even like to come at these conversations like anybody's wrong. So but you did expose something that goes on in these spaces a lot, right? So family is absolutely the byproduct of marriage, right? A community is not a bunch of individuals, it's a group of families. So this is the part that we have to talk about, because you said that people don't even have bad relationships. That's not even the core reason. The core reason is they didn't come from intact family themselves. That's what I see. So you're right. We have to start teaching with all of those deficits in mind. This mug, I'm talking about marriage. This mug didn't even come from a married home. He like trigger might shut up. But the baseline is always the same. And we're suffering from a lack of, like, I'm gonna say, moral law. Nobody can agree on what the baseline is. The baseline is family. The baseline is marriage. But I'm gonna tell you what marriage is a system. People buck against the system for one reason or another, but this is the reason I've identified most. Marriage requires sacrifice, bro. And they have to sacrifice their individuality for the sake of the marriage. That is what the large majority of these people don't want to do. Because Love C, let me ask you, we got a lady on the panel. If I ask the average woman today to merge a bank account with me and let me just for 1 year decide how that money moves so we can save for our house, what do you think the answer going to be?
I think what would the answer automatically be?
Yeah.
I think the answer would probably be, I want to see how you do things first. I'm not going to just give my money to you without knowing where you are.
I got you. It's going to be some pushback. But that's something that you have to sacrifice in marriage. Like, if I want this thing to work, if I want to build with this guy, I got to trust him a little bit, right? Because 1 + 1 does equal 2. And we could build stronger as a team, but I don't want him telling me what to do. It's like every time we get on these panels, whether it's the men or the women, I'm watching them buck against the system. The system is marriage, and they don't want to sacrifice their individuality for the better of the institution. So I think you're 100% right.
That's true. I swear to God, that's such a true statement. But this is where my problem comes in at with you guys that don't want to talk about the boogeyman, right? In 1955, 1960, somewhere in between there, we were married at damn near the same rate as white people.
It was lower.
So
it was like 69% for us. It was like 79% for them.
He said damn near.
It wasn't that, but it wasn't even that big of a difference.
Yeah, it's damn near though, right? That's the point. Go ahead.
Yeah, it's like 72 to 76 for white men, black men, 72 to 69 white women, black women, respectfully, right? Okay. But what I'm saying is we did that and we're here today. So what happened? Right. And this is the part when you say, so what happened? This is when people start saying, well, what happened was you niggas start selling crack and doing rap music.
Mm-hmm.
They jumped from 1960 to 1984. right? Because they don't want to talk about 1960 to 1984 because they will have to say those two words that they don't want to say, which is white man, right? This is why this matters, and I don't care if people don't like it. This is my message now. This is why this matters. This is why I came to YouTube on. I'm back on it. The origin of stuff. When you go to the hospital and something is wrong, they don't say what's wrong. Okay, cool. We gonna just yeah, they do actually try to cover up the symptoms. But when they're actually trying to cure you, they want to figure out where it started at. Only niggas don't want to go back to where shit started at, right? To say, okay, we was all married. What happened? Why did we become anti-marriage? Feminism. Okay, cool. We was all working and had all these jobs. What happened? Why did we start having a lack of jobs? Oh, well, it was the Vietnam War, devocationalizing the schools. A lot of jobs moved out of the black community. Damn, what happened? All these families, like we don't want to talk about that, right? But at the same time, we act like we have a cure for this. This is what I'm saying. Marriage ain't the cure. These people ain't gonna last. The relationships won't last.
So, Beans, I want to. Can I agree and disagree with you?
Yeah, I'm almost
done.
Go
ahead. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
The cure is in not being afraid to talk about how it happened. What happened? A lot of times people need to understand that I'm not just this way. I wasn't born this way. This ain't how I have to be. This ain't what it is. We trying to get. I'll give you this clue, and then I want to hear what you have to say, Love C. This how you know I'm right. Because black men do this shit to black women every day on these panels. No, you need to understand that feminism wasn't even your battle. That was the white woman's battle with her man, and they sold y'all on it. They was lying. They was putting it in those magazines, but they was still going home to their men. So it's okay to take black women back to the origins of their detriment, but you don't want to go back to the origins of yours. Why is that, black men? Go ahead, Love C.
So I agree with what you're saying. I think you have to acknowledge those things, right? But you made you have to acknowledge those things. I think we have to acknowledge those things for the purpose of formulating a solution. And you described perfectly what happens when you go to the doctor. They don't want to cure you. They want to treat the symptoms because that continues to make them money. That's a white man's philosophy. I will continue to milk your emotions and your symptoms so that I can profit off of those things. That's not what black people did. Black people, we will use the earth, we'll use what we have to heal, right? But when we start looking to them and saying, oh, well, they can do this and they can do that, and their statistics are higher than ours, so maybe we should do what they do. That's where we got off track. Instead of sitting at the feet of our oppressors and asking them to be nice to us, you should sit at the feet of your own elders and have them educate you on what it is that needs to be done. We were more married because we had the opportunity and the ability to marry. We weren't taught how to be in a marriage. We were able to have families then because they weren't being ripped apart, but we had years of them being ripped apart. So we don't have the foundational tools to deal with you when you say, I'm having an issue, mom. All I know is is abuse or violence or those sorts of things. So now, instead of looking at them and trying to mirror a system that was never designed to help us prosper, we have to look at each other and say, okay, you've got me and I've got you. I didn't come fully equipped and neither did you, but I know some people who have done this for a period of time. We're going to go get mentored by our elders, and we're not going to go and say, well, he did this and she did that and she's fat and he's broke. We're going to sit down and we're going to say, give us the foundational things. And when you have a foundation, right, then you can start to build. But we don't even look for the foundation. We look at statistics. We look at a lot of information that was given to us, right? And what they've given to us are the treatment for the symptoms. And so we spend a lot of time treating the symptoms, and then we feel a little better, and then the pain comes back, and then we fight each other again until they give us another cure for the symptom, but not the root of the problem.
See,
that's capitalism.
Let me give y'all this though, right? As an advocate, I don't even know if it's an advocate. Here's what I see. You'll have a palatable conversation based on that person who's in the chat or viewing's presupposition, right?
when you start offering correction that goes against what they like or what they want, they start to push back, deny, disagree, retort, be willfully obtuse. So I guess my question is, when you acknowledge all those things, those people, if they're not walking with you, doesn't matter. Because I've seen people, if they come in with a presupposition, they stay there no matter what. Right? I did this show for the men, kept pushing back at the men, pushing back. Right? There was a level of people in the chat saying, yeah, that's right. But we talked about the women the next day. They were equally as obtuse as the people the day previous. It's like how Callie say, pot kettle shit. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you should be able to acknowledge what is obvious, but we can't even do that in mass.
I mean,
it's your fault.
Beans.
And our families suffer.
Beans.
The whole family unit suffers, not just Shad, not just me, not just the whole family unit suffers behind us not being able to have the humility to say, yeah, he did this, but that's not my focus. My focus is me. Is my attitude what it should be? Are my finances what they should be? Yeah, I can't talk to you about investing because my credit score is, 324. Like, when are you going to look at me and be like, what is it that I need to do? And when are you going to be able to express that to somebody who's not going to be like, man, you a bum. You can't have the conversation.
Right.
Somebody who can be like, yo, mine was 300 a few years ago. Let me tell you what it is that I did to be able to get to the place where I am now. Maybe you can't. I learned this. I understood this more, Hamp, doing Mind Your Business. Maybe we aren't at the place where we can start a business right now. Maybe we're just at a place where we need to rebuild credit. Maybe we're just at a place where I need to be able to be vulnerable enough with somebody to say, hey, look, my money's spent before it even hits. I don't have a bank account because if they get a direct deposit, all my money is going to be gone. So there's got to be levels to the way that we're able to aid and assist people without alienating them, but also without allowing them to excuse their way out of responsibility. You have to be able to stand and say, this is the mess that I made, and now I got to deal with it accordingly. That, like, everybody has to come to that. And if we don't do that, then click the red X and let's just go wild out, let's get something done.
I got to get out of here, go get these kids real quick. Dead ass love see. So one of the things that really hurts my feelings, Beans, and you do this a lot, I ain't gonna lie. You say that we ignore history. That's the part that I'd be like hurt, because I'd be like, damn, not only do I not mean to ignore history, I realize it's impossible to do. The way I want to be received on that message is despite the history. Despite the history. And the reason I have to be that way is because everything you said, 100% facts, but it's still on me. Like, so what we do is that we kind of take a beat and like, did anybody hear that? Is anybody coming to the rescue? What I have learned and what I was taught growing up, it don't matter what the hell going on. The rent due, ain't it? One of the most powerful things 50 Cent ever said is that depression is a luxury. I got to still pay these bills and feed these kids. You know what I'm saying? So that is probably the difference between, like, what we're saying is we're not even saying pick yourself up by the bootstraps and be like, how you going to eat, bro? We always get up here and we start, we talking about thriving, right? Everybody, and we talk about thriving. I got this, I got that. No. We still got to survive. No matter how the way anybody feels about it, whether somebody preparing a reparations package or not, they're not going to stop a foreclosure on my house waiting for reparations, bro.
Kind of, Mike. I agree with you, right? But I think that what our parents did a disservice to us is not explaining the whys behind shit. Right. And this is the level of coaching that we miss when we having the conversation. And I know that my conversation regarding coaching is pretty limited to football, but it's the kids in the minds. Coach, why do I rerun first? Why do I take these steps and etc.? And I'm like, these give you an advantage. Here's why, though. Right? Their feet, their placement, why being 4.5 yards off the ball is different than 5, and what advantage and disadvantage does 5 get you as opposed to 4.5? Why do we stagger you guys? The whole 9 yards. So now when they're doing these things, they're well versed in it. Now it becomes instinct. It becomes habit. It becomes muscle memory. they don't have to think because their placement is key, right? That where you are on the field and how you're aligned eliminates things that would potentially be obstacles. But when you just tell them be 2 yards in and 2 yards outside, they without any context, right? You leaving them at a deficit. And I think that's missed a lot of times when we telling people you still got to eat. What does it look like though?
That's a great point, man. And that's such a great point and so well articulated, because it's too much fat on a lot of these shows and in a lot of these conversations. It's just a whole lot of fat. The statements just be so broad. They don't be direct enough. You know, people walk away from them with the sentiment, but they don't walk away from them with the instructions.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? Like that's that. And to your point, parents do that a lot too, though. I definitely Gen X. We came from the do as I say, right? It was do as I say. Don't worry about what I'm doing, right? So, like my little brothers, my mom smoked squares a little bit when they was younger, but they didn't get sent to the store with the note. You see what I'm saying? I got sent to the store with the note to get the cigarettes, right? So my two little brothers never smoked cigarettes, but I ended up smoking cigarettes for all those years, you know? And even though it was don't smoke cigarettes, it's like, well, you putting them motherfuckers in front of me. What you thought was going to happen at some point? You see what I'm saying? And I think that we just have to, I like what you did with Mr. Payne. And I think, just being honest, I'm not trying to shit on the audience, but I'm pretty sure that shit went over the majority of their heads. They don't understand that shit matters, right? How you was raised, Shaw said, we didn't get the slavery, beat down, victim upbringing. They wasn't sitting around in the house saying, you know, wade in the water. They wasn't doing that. They were right? Like it was on some other shit, right? That matters. Why y'all want people, y'all judge people for not being to outrun their upbringing when your Bible from the religion that you claim says raise a child in the way that they should go, and when they get older, they won't depart from it. That's everything. That don't just mean good. That mean whatever you pour into those kids, expect to see that shit manifested. You lucky if it don't. You blessed even. Shout out to those who were able to overcome. But the majority don't. And that's really mostly economical is all we ever talk about. We don't talk about mental health. We don't talk about stress, depression, and all of this type of stuff that's really affecting people. The pressures of being a man, particularly a black one. We don't really talk about that. And then if we do, like myself, anything you say, that's the lens people viewing it from. I could be like, man, the sky's blue. Look at this depressed ass nigga. Everything he see is blue. It's terrible, bro. Like, we got to be willing to have a real deep conversations where we dive into the psychology of men so that we can tap into something that will make them see, hey, listen, the fight is bigger than money. If anybody is telling you to focus on the bag, they're basically telling you to focus on women, because that's the only thing the bag is going to impress. You got to understand right now, bro. This is my first time saying this out loud. My mama is fighting cancer. Period. And you know what I'm doing? I ain't turning the money. Somehow I've gotten closer to God. Like, I'm doing all these shows and I'm incorporating the Bible and all of this spirituality and everything into my talk because I'm afraid. I'm scared. Illa just came up here and said he lost his. Is the money gonna help that? But now it's gonna get clipped and used against me. Remember that nigga was crying?
Yeah. You know, and this is the thing that we focus on around the money, to your point, Beans, right? When people come from something to nothing and supersede the expectations that come from them based on the landscape they come from, what are the attributes that have helped them, allowed them, pushed them to amass that money? That's the shit that never get focused on. What type of what characteristics does that person have? Right? The money is often a byproduct. The character is how you get there. The will, the intestinal fortitude for women, the testicular fortitude for men. We never focus on the character traits. You know, so often we talk about how fat people are. How'd you get there? What character flaws or traits do you have that make you not take care? You know what I mean? Just these things, right? That's the part. I used to tell the kids, sorry for talking about football, I don't give a fuck about winning no football games if you're not a good young man. But by them being good young men, we win football games, right? They working hard. They got their grades up. They're astute, right? They do everything you ask them to do. They follow the rules, you know, the whole 9 yards. That's how we win football games. There's one thing that Beans can do that I don't do that well, is be vulnerable. That is a trait, bro, that people fucking like is undervalued, right? And we are afraid to be vulnerable, myself included, because I would hate to have to see who gonna die, me or the nigga who used my vulnerables against me. That's a trait that I admire. Because I don't even know if I see value in vulnerability, but every time I see it, it affects me. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And maybe I lack understanding in it, which is why I appreciate it so much. You know?
I just be wanting people to be honest, bro.
Hold on, nigga. Let me finish talking about you, nigga. So I just really, really respect that trait that you have, Beans. You know? Because you tell me about the things that you like about my traits, but that's one thing that most men do not fucking have. Just keeping it tall. And that's one thing that you ever able to capture for whatever the reasons are that I admire, because I don't even know if I could do it or I want to do it. But every time I see it, it affects me in a way in which stays with me. So we love my Dukes. God bless her. And whatever the Most High got in store, that's what's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done now, B. And my hat is a Hartford Whalers hat, by the way.
Oh, jeez.
Easily the best hat on the stream. Go ahead, B.
That's cool.
I've never said it out loud. Well, I never want to actually acknowledge it. You acknowledge stuff, you make it real.
Mm-hmm.
I be trying, not to be emotional, but I'm already alone. I've seen people lose their mamas and like it literally destroyed them. Turn them into alcoholics, drug addicts, depressed.
Mm-hmm.
My mama the only one that got my back for real. And I know people heard me talk a lot of shit about my mama, but I be talking about what we went through when I was a kid. And I did that because I need people to understand. The reason why I agree with Fantastic that we need to correct the women is because they're the teachers of the kids. I've listened to women say, that we need to correct the women because they're the teachers of the kids. Not because they the ones that we want to have sex with, because they build our generations. Whatever they put into them, that's what they will do. That's why I have talked about the bad stuff that I went through with my mama, because I need women to understand the role that they play in our lives. It don't just start when we get grown. But none of that don't even seem important no more.
So a lot of shit be going, B. Right? And Beans, now I'm speaking from a place in which I've heard you say things, right? I don't know to what bounds you've spoken, but I'm saying from what I've heard, when I listen to shit, I hear reflection. I went through this. Here's how I discern or interpret that situation now. You know what I mean? Like, I don't get to, oh, he said that. Well, he already articulated how he ended it. Right? So the substance in between is what I'm listening to. You know what I mean? And the boys was up here, Beans. I had the kids I coach. I don't know if you saw that stream. It was positive, so it was one of the least viewed streams probably. We had like 200 people in the chat, right? They never said nothing bad about their moms ever, right? And I say that's a problem. I know they situations, Beans. I know one of their moms, nigga. I'm like, yo, this, you know what I mean? Like, I know all about it, but they are speak, you know, they not, so I'm not gonna say, nigga, you know, your mom did that, you know,
right?
But they should have said shit, right? And people was in the chat saying, see, this the problem. Mom always on a pedestal, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then when you do it, they say, what? Look at him. You can't win. Because they were saying they can't see their mom any other way but on a pedestal. But then when it is done, niggas say you shouldn't talk about your mama like that.
Right.
Right? Like, it's just crazy. And I'm just laughing because I'm literally thinking of through it right now at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I know they mom wasn't shit. You know? I had to deal with them to the length where I can say that. And I hope y'all understand why I'm saying that. You know? So
yeah, it's a struggle, man, because people like it. Everybody not like you, Hamp. You know, I critique everybody. If you do something I don't like, I might say something about it on the stream, but I also give everybody their flowers. And that's why I always be saying, like, you do the dopest at this shit, bro. It's not. I'm not surprised that you the leader that you are, because I saw it from day one. Right? I can't even be this vulnerable around a lot of other people. And when I did, it was like Aaron O, cheeky, back chats. You know, when you do it out loud, it get clipped, it get used against you. People bring it up when you say something they don't like, or you get into a debate or an argument. And then as a man, I can't fight you. We on the internet, but even if I did, you fighting over words on the internet. You just like you said, you can't win. Men being these trick bags for real in real whole life. Like, they can't get a W, bro, no matter what they do. You get a job, you go into work every day, but you only make 50 grand. You still a piece of shit. Got 100 grand, but you won't, you don't want to settle down because you're afraid of marriage. You still a piece of shit. It feel like you can't win. So my message is just, I want everybody to find, some peace, some love, some happiness. I'm with Shy, bro. Family, bro. Them family reunions used to be so fire, bro.
Yeah, man. Real shit. Yo, and I'm gonna tell you, family reunions and all that shit, Shy, like, once y'all get a wife and all that, like, you know what I'm saying, Mr. Payne, a lot of this shit that be boring, quote unquote, love scene, I was talking about this earlier, come from family shit. Like, we do the moving thing. So my wife be doing all the network. It's so many white women. I just be in there laughing. I can't do. I'm not. They stink. All types of shit. Right. So my wife out there doing it, and she was like, Miss such and such. They want to do a play date. But the husbands be cool. All right, we'd be sitting there, drink, watching football, and the kids just be bullshit. You know what I mean? And you just start to build that type of community where we still have fun, but the kids is involved, and it's boring. But you at the house chilling, right? And all the husbands always do the liquor run. And then we start talking about, yo, man, she better shape up. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just, and it's a full on, it's everybody together, though, is my overarching point, which is how you do, hey, let's do a family reunion. Let's do some more boring shit. You know? Like, it all makes sense. It all makes sense, you know?
Let me ask you something, man.
Sir.
You said earlier that you think we need to get at the men. You described the women as molasses. When I look at the word, it's not a whole lot of detail about what was happening between Adam and Eve, but what we do know is, to your point, she was like easily misled. And then, in my opinion, misled Adam. But how do you, like, how does correcting the men correct that? Because to my knowledge, Adam was, for a lack of a better word, perfect, right?
So perfect is following per the Bible, right? If we just go there for a second, is following the law, statutes, and commandments, right? Job was perfect. He followed every rule that God gave him. John the Baptist's parents were perfect. They were blameless. They followed the law. Jesus was perfect. He followed the law, right? So just in terms of biblically speaking, right? Adam's flaw was disobeying the Most High, because the Most High gave him the commandment specifically. So it didn't matter what she said, right? Because the only law that Adam had, based on when we read the Bible, he had two commandments. What? Name all the animals and don't eat from that tree, right?
Mm-hmm.
So now Adam does those two things based on the law. He's straight. He disobeyed the commandment God gave him, and that's where he faltered.
Right.
She was the catalyst, but he got the commandment and disobeyed it. And then Adam $6 ass blamed God for saying, "Hey, nigga, that's the woman you gave me." That's just a caveat, but kind of off the point. So that's the key right there, Beans. And so why I say the men correct ourselves first is because she was able to knock Adam off his square. Men get on their squares, we solid. Don't let nothing knock you off your square. That's why I'm saying it. So I appreciate you bringing that story up. Adam don't get knocked off his square. Everything copacetic. He got knocked off his square. Now we here. That's all.
So you're under that belief that if Adam didn't eat, things would have remained the same.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because Adam received that commandment, although, right, she's there, but a lot of things is predicated off us. How you say? The Most High need us to be right, and then everything will come into the proper balance. Right? There was a woman in the Bible in Judges 4, Deborah or Deborah, people say. The men got the commandments, right? But he's shaky. You know what Deborah says? She say, "Didn't the Most High tell you do X, Y, and Z? You be straight." And he's like, "Listen, I ain't going unless you go." She's like, "All right, then I'm coming." So they all subscribe to the Most High. The men got the commandments. She just reiterated, "Hey, he's already told you this." So the man, he needed that positive reinforcement, i.e., help me. And then he, when he needed a little bit of a boost, now he good. But the point is, he followed the Most High commandments, and the nation was better because of it. I'm done.
I say something to it.
Yes, ma'am.
So another reason why it's important to correct the men is because Adam's correction would have been to correct her instead of to follow her. So when she did what she did, the correction would have been instead of the man acquiescing to whatever the woman was doing that was disobedient, he would have corrected her and told her that what was being done was wrong. So men are the ones that set the culture, they set the environment, they determine that, and then the women foster it and share it and teach it to the children. So in order to correct what's being done wrong, the men it has to start with them because they decide what the future is supposed to be. They have the insight, the foresight, the vision the foresight to see afar off. We want what's nice, what makes us feel good today. For the most part, that's what women want. We bring the good feelings to the present situation. The men are looking at the far off thing. So it's important that they correct according to the vision that's afar off. And it's in the women's nature to follow. So when you reward a woman for bad behavior, she follows the bad behavior because it gave her a reward. But when she's not rewarded for bad behavior and everybody pays it no attention because we're going this way, the vision is for this way, the plan is for that way, then she either has to get left behind. See, we're saying you're going to get left behind. The men are saying that. They're saying winter is coming, but they're still behaving the same way that the women are behaving. When they start doing, and then the results are felt, that's what makes you get in line. Like when your parents say they're going to whoop you, you're going to still play around. It's not until the belt comes out and you actually get a whooping that you realize they were not playing with me. But if you tell them 3, 4, 5 times before you actually get the belt out, they're training you. I listen on the 5th time. I don't have to do it the first time. So that's why it's important to correct the person that's going to be the leader first so that they can lead effectively.
I think that makes a lot of sense when you're dealing with like pre Apple existence, right? I think post Apple existence, I think it's just a little bit more difficult to navigate it that way.
Way more. Yeah.
We're not coming from this place where we're just born adults, right? We're coming from a place where we're born children and you're being raised. And the people most responsible for that rearing are your mothers. So,
Beans, a quick interjection, right? I gotta go. But this has been a wonderful conversation. I think the why behind the mothers doing the rearing is uberly important to discuss, and maybe we have to discuss that on a different. Like I think it deserves its own conversation.
Yes,
because I apologize for the interjection. I just want to. My wife deals with the kids overwhelmingly, right? But there's certain things they can do, don't do, won't eat, etc. because of what we agreed upon, based on what her and I agreed upon, based on where I was coming from that she agreed to. Does that make sense? So a lot of times when that baseline is missing, they do the rearing with no guidance.
Right.
And I think that go ahead, Mr. Payne.
No, I'm agreeing with you.
I thought
think no matter what you say, the man should set the tone for what the woman's teaching the kids in the household. I mean, that's the way I see it. We have a discussion. She could be the teacher, but the lesson plan can't be devoid of the man's guidance.
Yo, Mr. Payne, you know how really in Beans, you 100% on. Look, you know how this should be, right? They be not listening. We got 1 million kids, right? They not listening. It be like Al Bundy. Hey, listen to your mom. I'm sitting on the couch, right? Like, and then they lock in and they listen to their mom, right? There's less wasted energy. Like men gotta be on. It's not like she be over Play-Doh and some more shit. We box when I'm there. I throw them around on the bed and shit like that. And I do, like, if they don't want to do their stencils, I do it because I can get them through it quicker. You know what I mean? But yeah, 100%. And a lot of times, hey, listen to your mommy. And that's all she need to get it done, you know. And that's missing so many times, you know.
Yeah, I think if we were able to make a great change, I think at some point it would end up being exactly the way that you and C are describing it. I think with the current generation, I think it probably starts with the women because they already have the kids.
They are,
and I don't want to dispose of them. You know, I don't want them to be a throwaway generation. I think that, and if the principles that you're setting them foundationally from the book, right?
Yeah.
They have access to that same book. So I think what you're saying, I think that is how it's supposed to be. But I think this current, what is it, Zennials, whatever they are?
Yeah, it's like Zennials and
Zoomers or some shit.
Yeah.
I think they moms need to get that shit in order.
Beans.
Real.
Here's another thing too, right? On that point. Well, you remember y'all ever seen that Marshawn Lynch clip where the mom asked, sorry?
What was it? When he was
he was coaching
when he was running the football camp and she complained about how he was talking to him. Yeah.
Yo, and men, these generation of parents have that though too. Nobody can correct our kids, men and women alike.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but if my son come to the boxing gym, right? He only 2, 2.5, but he get yelled at by everybody. He always in the way. He spill his cereal and his candy everywhere, right? Hampton, pick it up. Chugga pick it up. You know, and that should happen, right? Adults are an authority figure, right? You know, the right adults, of course, right? As much as you can. But we lost that whole village thing, right? Kids don't go outside. Other kids don't come to your house. You don't let your kids do sleepovers. It's just a whole thing that is just lost, man, you know?
Fact.
So it's just so much to it, so much to it.
It sucks, bro. It really sucks, bro.
Yeah.
It took the neighbor out the neighborhoods.
Well, folks, I got to roll, man. So thanks for having me up, everybody. Beans, love CI, my man Shad. I'll see you guys later.
Shad, damn,
killing my name, bro. I think it's all good, man.
Mr. Payne, I appreciate you. Hey, man.
Face.
Oh, I had queued these up, Beans.
Face first.
Dom the Monko. Dom the Monko.
That's a fact.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. As able to tell us, this entire show is a bit. Oh no, I read that one. Alibaba was popping with a member for 2 months. Attack bad behavior, not people or groups. Jay Miller with the $5 says, according to the census, the median Asian household income is $112,000. Our median household income is $56,000. Well, they both pulled it up, Jay Miller. So
yeah, that's what when I did the research, I had to make sure I said not household. See, that's household, right? Not the individuals.
As able to us, wait, after all that, we are the same. Egos are us. 1015, what up, my brother? Salute to the Stampede. Appreciate you out. Good to see you. As able to $5 says, what people make what they invest is different. Making money is not the parameter. Keeping / investing is all. People do not show their money they make or / have. You'll never know. As Abe with the stuff, if people got reparations / land, isn't that a head start? And live with the extension just because Love C looks nice. Great show as always, DJ. Perfect. Li, do me a favor, man. Send me an email. This might be risky at Gmail. Salute, my brother. As able to tell us, when white people lost their slaves, they received payback. As able to tell us, black people won't share how they get disability. Jump for money. West M with the $5 says, shout out to R. Payne because of 2 women who had a vision. They changed his life. They invested into this black man and it paid off. We can do that. Tony with the $2 says, did Mr. Payne beat the spiritual war, the design? As Abe with the $2 says, I dare you to tell Little Hat to stop thinking back. Jay Miller with the $5 says, according to DQYDJ in 2024, the individual median income, i.e. the 50th percentile, for Asians was $65,000. For us, it was $43,690. Insane. The 20 ball says, if lowest individuals equals 0 non-workers without income sources, and median individual equals 40,480, the entire U.S. population age 15 plus in 2024, the highest individual income likely equals 100 million to 1 billion range. See, Rob was popular. See, Rob with the 20 ball says, I don't respect any black man who talks down on his own people with no solution for his people. Perfect. See, Pals with the 2000 says, Hamp, Shaw just went over 9,000.
What? Hey, that would be amazing. Let me check and see. I don't know
What are you talking about? He said, I said that. What are you talking about?
Hey, that would be amazing, bro.
I missed that.
Hey, yeah, me too.
I said, what? Hold on, see, you got to explain. He knows what 2000 says, woke means victim now. Granny with the 2000 says, oh my fucking God, he called Trigger Mike an immigrant. He always do that. See, this Pals with the 10 says, I agree with what Beans is saying. The person who is winning around my level, I'm trying to find out how did you do it. This does not mean I have to stay at that level. You're getting a foundation to build on. That's good. That's good. As Abe with the 2000, why do we tell us to work hard when others are beneficiaries? Naked with the $5 says, I thought men wait until they get established to get married. I think that's probably an issue, right? Aaron with the $5 says, I'm trying to host a family reunion next year for my family. It's been over 25 years since the last one. Only 4 couples coming are married. Odd, right? The correlation, right? Aaron with the $5 says, the problem is that you say marriage is the key. There are plenty of folks married and don't sacrifice. Plenty of shacked up couples who do sacrifice. Okay. Jay Miller with the $5 says, by Bean's logic, after the doctor tells us we are sick, we should just go home and complain and not attempt to get better. AL with the $5 says, does marriage give you structure, or do the people in the relationship, married or not, have the mindset for the structure? Do a fishbone analysis. AL with the $5 says, y'all gotta start using quality engineering root cause analysis tools. Fishbone, FMEA, 5Y, 6 Sigma, and 8D analysis. They work very well. NTAT with the $5 says, my dad and mom tried to explain to me, but I was quote unquote slow in absorbing what they were laying down. The light bulb came on at 25 and 26 and has been on ever since. That happens. Tequila with the $5. What's poppin' says, Beans, I will keep you, your fam, and mostly your mom in prayer. I love you with the love of Christ. Jesus Pals for the $2 says, prayers go out to you and your moms. We are here for both of you.
Appreciate that.
Allow with the 50 ball. Love T for the first female president, and Beans for vice president. Y'all see me every day, but y'all see Love C one time. Bullshit, bro.
That's a Chi-Town ticket, Hamp. That's a Chi-Town ticket.
That's what it was. That's what it was. That's what it was.
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like
HQ with the $5 says, now we get into real conversation. Was Brownsville gonna right? Brownsville what? Black King salute been a member for 17 months. Dope show. Beans, keep your head high.
Black, what up, fam?
She's pals with to the Shaw was speaking a bunch of fire facts. Okay.
Perfect.
Dragon Ball Z.
Ain't the money. Damn.
Nah, ain't no. That's a Dragon Ball Z. Oh.
Yeah. Okay.
Damn, man. What's up, Shaw, man? Any final thoughts?
Perfect.
Yeah, man. Amazing show as always. Shout out to Beans for that vulnerability, bro. I was blessed by that moment, man. Praying for you and your mom, your entire family. I enjoy when you come on the panels, man. You know, you're a funny guy, so I appreciate you, brother. Love, see, they talk about you being long-winded, but I love when you speak because it's always intellectual, and I know your intention is always to add, so I appreciate hearing you talk. You can talk as long as you want to when I'm around, so I appreciate you. Then, you know, Hamp, this round head nigga, man, it's an honor to know you, bro. Seriously, I was hooping 2 weeks ago, Hamp, and I dislocated my fucking finger, bro. It's still swollen now. I might have to go to the doctor because it's not going down. But I thought in my head, nigga, if I cry, if I even not run down the court, this gonna make this nigga really believe basketball players are weak. So I kept hooping because of you, nigga, because I wanted to prove to everybody my hand was crooked and my finger was crooked and everything. Help! I kept hooping with a crooked finger, man, to show you, man, we tough too. But amazing show, man. I appreciate you having me. As I told you when I first met you, bro, I can tell this is a calling for you, and I can tell you're very serious about your people elevating. So I appreciate you allowing me to come on your platform and share a few thoughts, man. I love you, bro, and continue doing the good work that you're doing, dog.
No doubt, man. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I don't know what the hell. I hit the wrong button on my shit.
Hey, Rip, one more thing, Help.
Yeah,
my bad. Say you love me back, nigga. Pause. Go tell me you love me back, then I'm gonna talk. Pause.
Love you too, nigga. Damn.
Yeah. Appreciate y'all. Hey, I just want to say real quick, man. Hamp has mentioned a few times I have a short film that's currently a finalist in a film festival in Atlanta. He posted the information at the beginning of the channel. Maybe he could post it again. But if you're in the Discord, man, check it out. Check the film out. It's free. I'm working on a new short film now as well. So check that one out. If you really like what I'm doing, you know, then you can donate a couple dollars, contribute. I shouldn't say donation because y'all are part of this process making it happen. So contribute to the next campaign for the next film I'm working on.
You do your own editing shot?
I don't. I'm in the room. I'm in the editing room for sure, but I usually pay somebody else to do it because it's so tedious, bro. And I'm insane. I never think it's good enough. It'll never come out if it's up to me.
I need to rap with you about something though. Can you
For sure. Let's do it.
The email or something, number or something?
I'll put it in the back chat. I got you.
All right.
Yep.
Beans, what's good? Any final thoughts?
Yeah, man. I appreciate all the love, all the compliments. I mean, it means more to me than y'all could ever know. Anytime anybody gives me any kind of compliment, recognize what it is that I'm trying to do, what it is that I'm bringing to the table, it means a whole lot to me. I never pretended about who I was or what I deal with and go through, because I know it's a bunch of millions of other people that have been through and going through the same things I have, but they're not strong enough to talk about it out loud like I am. So I'm gonna keep talking out loud. And I just want y'all to grow with me though. You know, I'm not perfect. I understand I'm still growing. Either later on today or tomorrow, I'll be reacting to the religious conversation that I had on what's the name, Cooley channel yesterday. And I really wish that people would tap into that. This spiritual thing mean a lot to me. I declare myself agnostic because I don't know what to believe, but I'm trying to find something. You know, my mom told me, she said, son, it's time for you to get closer to God. And I'm trying, man. My auntie said she believed that it's my calling to be a minister, a speaker. I'm trying. That's all I can do. So I just want everybody to know that. Whatever you see from me, it is the complication of being a man. It's all encompassing. I'm not trying to be phony with y'all at all. I make mistakes. Earlier I said the Asians was at 7%.
when it was the Hispanics at 7%. But I can acknowledge I just confused the data that I read. That's all. I was talking real fast trying to checkmate him, and I confused the data. But shout out to Fantastic, man. I appreciate these battles with him. I appreciate Hamp for on-screen and off-screen support. And shout out even to Cheeky Banter, my man Granville was in the chat. Love C, all us Fight Club alum that's still here. Even the people that I might be holding grudges against. Wish no harm on anybody. Thank you.
See, any final thoughts?
Yeah, this is I enjoyed this conversation. I enjoyed it. I've been it was a long show, but I really enjoyed it, you know. Beans, praying for you and your mother. Love you, Beans. Always. You know, Shad, I think you came and you brought an element to the conversation that you brought us right back around to where we started earlier this morning before we ever got on the panel. And that was needful, that redirect to remind us, you know, that we should be the focus, you know, and we have to do for ourselves. And that's going to always be the thing that needs to remain the focus. Hamp, once again, it's been the things that we talk about, the things that we actually see happen, you know, on the panels, they are, you know, reflections of what's happening in our real lives, whether we want to admit those things or not. And we all have room to improve. That's the biggest room in the world, is the room for improvement. And that's on everybody's side. And so I appreciate you being able to cultivate the conversations and bring in all different types of people, ages, mindsets, and allow us to see this is just a microcosm of what's really out there. And it helps us to see where we can improve as a people. And to everybody that watched, I think it's important. Somebody mentioned today that the entertainment aspect of things. And as a people, we have the propensity to make things that should be serious entertainment because we just like to have pleasure and fun. That's like the default. And it makes it easier to not have to face the work that needs to be done. So your mind tells you it's going to be too hard and you can't do it. And so then we look for a form of entertainment to take the weight of the responsibility off of us. But if we push past the need to be pleasured and entertained all the time, is no limit to what we can accomplish together. And that's not a platitude. That we know people that are doing it. They're doing it. So if you need help, get with somebody who's doing it. You got a lot of people here that are willing and able. And so I'm looking forward to the things that we see. We've seen behind the scenes, some we're seeing right now, like with Shad, the business owners and the people that are just, you know, growing themselves individually, nothing to do with money, just your personal development. I'm looking forward to seeing the growth that comes out of it, not just the conversation, but the action too. So I'm glad to be here. Thank you all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Damn. There's a lot going on for people, right? See? A lot of shit we don't be knowing. A lot of shit we don't care to know. But there's a lot of shit going on. I want people to realize something. You'd be surprised how similar you are to the people you allegedly can't stand. Whenever it's time for you to be honest and vulnerable and objective, you can't do it either. And we be doing a whole lot of judging from some plateau that don't exist. I'll be seeing it. And I'm going to tell y'all something. The live chat is on the replay. And the conversation consists of every single facet, from the people on the panel to the people who super chat to the chat itself. And the live chat is on the replay. I look at when people are having a moment, because of their presupposition, they refuse to be in that moment with a person. I've seen a couple of people chat foolish shit in a moment that needs to be recognized. Just want to let you know the chat is under the live replays. Shit get real fast. And we wish somebody would have checked on us in those times. I don't believe in free will. Why? Because of conversations like this. Well, not why, but these kind of conversations still man it. Beans and I literally just talked about the man in the Bible needing that little bit of reinforcement. One listening ear to acknowledge what he already knew. My son jump off of anything, but when I say it's okay, he jump further. Perfect. Join the Discord. Let's make sure I'm gonna put the flyer up to watch the movie for the support, so Shaw could win that award. Hit the Indiegogo link. It's 316 people here. Just drop $5 on it. We doing well. Let's keep pushing. Send love, send support, send somebody a message. Look on your Facebook, because all y'all old. Somebody's struggling. Send them a message. You'd be surprised with how much effect that can have, man. Bobby Seal with the 20 ball says, shout out to Beans. Perfect. Ezekiel Ben Israel with the 10 says, we love you, Ak Beans. Ak means brother. Just for people who don't know that. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. I'm going to leave this up here for a little bit. Like, share, subscribe. Make sure y'all please hit the link. Follow these instructions. I'm going to leave it up here. Join the Discord. Let's finish this conversation. There was so many things to explore. Let's continue it after this. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out. What it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling, get that when I'm traveling, 6-pack wood when I'm traveling, 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 get that when I'm traveling, 6-pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place with young freak, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. 6-pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling.
When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where y'all free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where y'all free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where y'all free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack when I'm traveling. 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 Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack when I'm traveling.
I'm a bad bitch.